Chapter 946. Even though Queen Poisa's seductive posture made Yang Dingtian a little restless, Yang Dingtian still said helplessly, "All right, stop fooling around. Time is of the essence." Queen Poisa changed her posture and lifted her chin. "All right then, I'll stay still and let you do whatever you want." Then, she used her elbows to support herself on the bed. Her beautiful upper body was slightly propped up, making the curves of her body even more soul-stirring. She put on a seductive look, ready to be plucked by anyone. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Sha Sha, completely relax your defenses and let yourself fall into a deep sleep." Queen Poisa said, then slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she fell into a deep sleep. Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demon flame, which was made up of billions of vengeful spirits. This pale and beautiful flame lit up in Yang Dingtian's palm. Yang Dingtian blew gently, and the flame turned into countless vengeful spirits and flew towards Queen Poisa. In an instant, the venomous queen's body was completely enveloped by the million-spirit demonic fire. The venomous queen appeared even more beautiful and alluring in the light of the fire. Yang Dingtian started to use the soul-assimilating art, and he started to chant a mysterious spell. Suddenly, the bedroom was filled with ghostly wails and howls, and the shadows were distorted. It was like hell. Yang Dingtian started to absorb Queen Poisa's soul from his brain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Queen Poisa's body turned into rays of light and was sucked into Yang Dingtian's palm. Queen Poisa's body on the bed became fainter and fainter, until only a thin layer of shadow was left. Swoosh, swoosh. In the end, even the thin layer of shadow disappeared and was completely absorbed into Yang Dingtian's palm. Queen Poisa's soul was enveloped by the million-spirit demon flame and turned into a small flame, burning in Yang Dingtian's palm. This process was supposed to be extremely painful. The person's soul would be sucked away and separated from their brain. The person whose soul was sucked away would scream in pain and be distorted. However, because Queen Poisa's soul was completely enveloped by the million-spirit demon flame, she was not hurt during the entire process. Queen Poisa's body could still be seen in the center of the flame, and she was still sleeping soundly inside. This whole process required absolute trust, of course. The venomous queen needed to lower her guard, or she would definitely fail, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Without a doubt, Queen Poisa had absolute trust in Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian revived his master, he did the same thing. At that time, he asked Walingzi for help but was rejected. He had no choice but to risk his life and take an unprecedented risk. He used the million-spirit demon flame to envelop the soul and used the soul assimilation art to extract the soul. In the huge meditation world, he searched for his master's broken soul, and so on and so forth. At that time, every segment was a narrow escape. However, Yang Dingtian's huge risk was a success. He revived his master and touched the door of the divine realm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was not smart most of the time. However, at the crucial moment, he was decisive, bold, and wise. But this time, resurrecting Poison Sha would be a piece of cake. There was no risk. After extracting Queen Poisa's soul, the next step was to cross over from the spiritual world to the real world. Yang Dingtian woke him up. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and woke up. He opened his right hand. Sure enough, a flame gently lit up in his palm. Queen Poisa was still sleeping soundly in the center of the flame. From the spiritual world to the real world, energy transmission. This direction was actually similar to the Naga's exploration of the spiritual realm. Then, Yang Dingtian took out an energy jade box. Inside it was a soul condensed image. It was a kind of soul energy without an owner. Any broken soul, even if it only had a little bit of consciousness, as long as it entered the soul condensed image, it would instantly recover all its vitality. The demon spirit had killed countless lives in its life. Before killing a life, it would use the demon spirit eye to instantly lock onto the soul of the creature and then explode it. Then, it would tear and devour the creature alive. Amidst the endless slaughter, these exploding souls, these souls that had been completely lost, had been completely destroyed. Little by little they overflowed. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soul fragments gathered together to form the soul condensed image. Therefore, the soul condensed image had incomparably powerful soul energy. Of course, Queen Poisa's soul didn't need the soul condensed image because her soul didn't suffer any damage. Moreover, her soul was very powerful. However, Yang Dingtian felt that at least the soul condensed image wouldn't cause any harm. Whoosh! With lightning speed, Yang Dingtian directly injected Queen Poisa's soul into the soul condensed image. At the same time, Yang Dingtian quickly stripped Queen Poisa's soul of the million spirit demon fire's vengeful spirit. Throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest error. In an instant, Queen Poisa's soul entered the soul condensed image and completely occupied this ownerless spiritual energy. In an instant, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the light and shadow in the surrounding space suddenly distorted. It was as if the entire space suddenly shook. Although there were no intruders, the Lake of Leewater Villa still instantly froze into ice. Then the soul condensed image in front of him suddenly grew. In an instant, it turned into Queen Poisa's figure. Although she was still in a deep sleep, she had already revealed an incomparably powerful energy aura. In fact, her entire figure was emitting a bright and resplendent light. That kind of beauty made it impossible for people to look directly at her. At this moment, she should be a light and shadow, but she looked like a body that was emitting light. Queen Poisa had obtained the soul condensed image, and it had such a terrifying effect. The effect was much more astonishing than his master, Dongfang Minmi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian used countless vengeful spirits to wrap Poisa's soul's body, preventing her soul energy from leaking out. The following process was even simpler. He directly guided the soul into Queen Poisa's body. Yang Dingtian gently woke up the sleeping Poisa's soul and said, "Sha Sha, you can do the last step yourself. Return to your body." Queen Poisa opened her eyes and looked at everything around her in disbelief. She felt her incomparably powerful spiritual energy and first, mischievously, flew a few laps around Yang Dingtian. She even shuttled through Yang Dingtian's heart. Finally, she looked at her body in the energy jade coffin and said to Yang Dingtian in a tender voice, "See you later." Whoosh! Then, she suddenly drilled into her body and disappeared into the air. Queen Poisa's body in the energy jade coffin first trembled violently, then remained motionless. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. She immediately wanted to speak and sit up, but she found that she couldn't speak or do anything. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian said. Your soul first needs to occupy your brain, then through the nerves, obtain control of your entire body. This will take a little time. Sure enough, in just a moment, Queen Poisa obtained control of her entire body. She sat up from the energy jade coffin and stretched. Then the first thing she said after resurrecting shocked Yang Dingtian. "Why is my body still wearing clothes?" she said, somewhat vexedly. Yang Dingtian was speechless. "You don't like to wear clothes that much," the venomous queen said. "I was still thinking of presenting myself to you after I resurrected." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Help me up." Poisa stretched out her jade-like hand and said in a tender voice. Yang Dingtian held her arm and felt that her entire body was soft. Not only did she seem to have no strength, but she also seemed to have no bones. "What? You don't have any strength at all?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, I still have a lot of strength." Queen Poisa said, "However, I just want you to help me up." Yang Dingtian, feel your sea of vital energy and see what your cultivation is. Queen Poisa closed her beautiful eyes and used her divine sense to feel her mystic meridians and see a vital energy. When she opened her eyes again, Queen Poisa revealed a look of complete disbelief. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Poisa said, My cultivation has not only completely recovered, but it has also become stronger. Really? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Of course. Queen Poisa flicked her sleeve lightly. Suddenly, a house 1,000 meters away was instantly reduced to ashes and dust. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This seemed to be stronger than his cultivation. If the 15th level is a semi-sage and the 20th level is a saint, then what level are you now? Yang Dingtian asked. The 17th level, about to break through to the 18th level. Queen Poisa said directly. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, Then what level were you before? The 16th level. Queen Poisa said, But after Shuang, became a Naga, I continued to weaken and became a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian was completely puzzled. How could her cultivation not only recover after sleeping for a few years, but also increase? How could there be such a good thing? After Queen Poisa was pleasantly surprised, she was not very surprised and said, Actually, this is very normal. Whether it is a Naga born from a mermaid or a sea snake, they have nothing to do with their mother. After they have completely transformed, they will return all their energy to their birth mother and pay interest, indicating that they have nothing to do with you from now on. So that's how it is. After Dugu Shuang, devoured the energy of the original evil spirit, she completely completed her transformation, so she returned all the energy to Poisa and gave a lot more. Therefore, not only did Poisa's cultivation recover, but she also broke through to the high 17th level. However, this was a good thing after all. Queen Poisa had broken through to the high 17th level, so Queen Hai Xan could not kill her at all. It was equivalent to another semi-sage expert in Yang Dingtian's lineup. The figure of the mermaid queen, Violets, flashed in front of the two. She looked at Queen Poisa for a long time, then bowed sideways and said, Mermaid Queen Violets greets Queen Poisa. It was rare to see her so polite. It could be seen that the hierarchy of the underwater civilization was very strict. The Sea Snake clan, or the Mermaid clan that gave birth to Naga, had a higher status. It was the first time Queen Poisa saw Violets. She immediately showed a surprised look and said, Your mermaid empire still exists? The Mermaid Queen said, Many thanks to Queen Medusa for showing mercy, so the Mermaid Empire still exists. Queen Poisa was stunned, then showed a trace of joy. Although the Mermaid clan and the Sea Snake clan did not like each other, it was still a happy thing to see the other civilization survive. The Mermaid Queen said, Queen Poisa, are you planning to look for the Naga Duga Shuang? Queen Poisa nodded and said yes. The Mermaid Queen said, But she has nothing to do with you now. There is no energy reaction between the two of you. It should be very difficult for you to find her. Queen Poisa said, I know, although I have nothing to do with Duga Shuang, but I am looking for her for Yang Dingtian, for the human countries. The Mermaid Queen nodded and said, I understand. I pay my respects to you. Then the Mermaid Queen said to Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian, it is possible that we can't find Naga, so we have to make plans. You have to be thick-skinned. We will go to Wu Yu and ask for the Naga royalty's demon core. Yes, they had to make plans. If the Naga Dugashuang could not be found, then the Naga royalty's sword spirit was the only way to defeat the World Extermination Army. Chapter 947. Yang Dingtian was a little embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for things from others. However, at this juncture of life and death, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to be thick-skinned. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to make another trip to the Taboo Continent Sea area to ask Wu Jiu for the demon core of the Naga royalty. Originally, Queen Poisa should have gone to find Naga Shuang as soon as possible. However, she had just been resurrected and wanted to spend more time with Yang Dingtian, so she followed him. "Little Tian, will you kill Hai Xan?" Queen Poisa asked on the way to the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know." Queen Poisa said, "Little Tian, I told you before to go directly to Shuang, and not go to the Naga Empire. However, you mentioned before that after Queen Hai Xan ascended to the throne, she carried out a large-scale purge in the Naga Empire. My previous confidants are all gone, but they are not dead. Their situation is very tragic. In a while, I want to go to the Naga Empire and rescue them." Viper Z's situation was fine at first, and she was still by Queen Hai Xan's side. However, when Yang Dingtian went to the Naga Empire to rescue the Holy Valley Resistance Army, she was nowhere to be seen. A few years ago, when Yang Dingtian was imprisoned by Queen Hai Xan, it was Viper Z who came to rescue him. He did not know if Hai Xan had seen through her and was implicated. In short, whether it was Viper MO or Viper Z, Yang Dingtian did not see them in the Naga Empire last time. Previously, Yang Dingtian could not rescue Hai Xan because he was not a match for her. Now he had a saint and 2 half-saint powerhouses by his side. He could indeed rescue them. "All right, after we part ways with Sect Master Wu, I'll accompany you." Yang Dingtian said, "No need. I can go alone. With my current cultivation, even if I can't defeat Hai Xan, I'm not afraid of her," said Queen Poisa. Yang Dingtian, "I'm still worried about you going alone." A few hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the Forbidden Lands Sea region and saw Wu Yu, Yao Li, and Bo Lu. Seeing Yang Dingtian return, Wu Yu asked with some surprise, "Is something the matter?" Yang Dingtian found it difficult to speak. "Wu Yu is willing to help you, so you should be grateful. But now you're pushing your luck. You're actually asking for the most precious demon core, the Naga royalty. That's too much. In particular, would this decrease Sect Master Wu Yu's favorability towards him? Even though he and Wu Yu had the most intimate relationship. However, she didn't necessarily have deep feelings for him. Wu Yu had already made it clear that most of the time, she was just a bystander. Her feelings towards him were completely equivalent to a bystander's feelings towards the male lead of a TV series. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but begin to think about how to phrase it. The mermaid queen couldn't stand it anymore and said bluntly, "You have a demon core of the Naga royalty. If Yang Dingtian wants it, can you give it to him?" "Fuck, that's too direct, too rude." After Wu Yu heard this, her expression didn't show much anger. Instead, she asked, "In the Empire of Darkness, the fatal blow released by your soul sword has something to do with the demon core of the Naga royalty, right?" Yang Dingtian said, "Honestly, yes. In fact, when this demon core was in my hands, there was a very powerful and arrogant spiritual energy that poured into my brain and then into my soul sword." After Wu Yu heard this, she asked, Are you sure it's spiritual energy?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes, it's definitely spiritual energy. It's like soul energy." Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that she understood the significance of this. Then she asked, "Can you control the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty?" Yang Dingtian shook his head, "Not at all. In fact, it's extremely arrogant and almost never communicates with me. Last time in the Empire of Darkness, it was because it heard the sorrowful cry of the Nagashwang that it launched the fatal blow to save the Nagashwang. It has nothing to do with me." Wu Yu said, "You don't have any way to communicate with it?" Yang Dingtian shook his head, "Not at all." Wu Yu said, "Then you have to understand one thing. In the Empire of Darkness, the strength of the Naga royalty's sword soul might not have much to do with the demon core. The key is that its spiritual energy can directly evolve into offensive energy. This is completely epic-making. It can even change the entire civilization of the Chaos world, or even reverse the destruction of the Chaos world." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "That's right. I only just understood this problem. In fact, I've been to New Naga before, the so-called ruins of the Naga Empire. Research in the spiritual domain, there is the mission of the entire New Naga. Yang Dingtian had never mentioned this matter to Wu Yu. Immediately, her beautiful eyes brightened up as she said, New Naga Empire? Naga wasn't completely destroyed? Her words were full of shock and excitement. Today, there were only two Naga in the world. One was the Naga Shuang, and the other was the Medusa. Of course, there was one more now. It was the soul of the Naga royalty who had made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain. However, that was only 2.5. Hearing that there was still new Naga, Wu Yu was of course shocked. Yang Dingtian said, No, the ancient demigod Naga has been completely destroyed. My teacher, Shu Piaoyan, was looking for a way to save the world before the ancient nirvana. He came to the Naga Empire and stayed there for more than 10 years. He analyzed the reason for the destruction of the world. It was because of the Naga's absolute greed for energy, which broke the energy balance of the world and led to the nirvana. Facing the imminent destruction, all the Naga chose to self-destruct. They used their own energy to build a confinement space of more than 10,000 miles. It was completely isolated from the chaos world. This confinement space was New Naga. Then they transformed their descendants and gave birth to the next generation of Naga. The next generation of Naga. Wu Yu was puzzled. Yes, the next generation of Naga is no longer the Naga in the strict sense. Yang Dingtian said, The real demigod Naga only has one generation, which is the Sea Serpent clan. The mermaid clan's propagators borrowed humans to give birth to the demigod Naga. The descendants of Naga and Naga are no longer the real Naga. After the real demigod Naga completely transformed, there are only two forms. The original form is the appearance of a fallen black dragon. After the transformation, it is a completely human appearance. The descendants of Naga begin to revert to their ancestors. They are not like dragons, but more like the Sea Serpent clan or the Mermaid clan. Wu Yu said, The next generation of Naga you saw in New Naga are very similar to the Mermaid clan and the Sea Serpent clan, right? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, They are far from being as powerful as the demigod Naga, but they also have an almost infinite lifespan. They are much more powerful than the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan, and certainly more powerful than humans. Wu Yu said, Go on. Yang Dingtian said, The ancient Naga Empire hoped to avoid the path of the great nirvana. So they created a confinement space and locked the next generation of Naga inside, forcing them to break through in the spiritual domain. Finally, they could break through the shackles, leave the confinement space, and create a new spiritual energy civilization. But 10,000 years have passed, and New Naga's research in the spiritual domain has never made a huge breakthrough. Wu Yu said, But the Naga royalty in your sword spirit has made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain, right? Yang Dingtian said, Yes, at least it has broken through to a very high level. So I want to know who it is, because it may represent the future direction of the chaotic world's civilization. Wu Yu was silent for a moment and began to digest the meaning of the conversation with Yang Dingtian. She even felt her blood boil a little. As a bystander, what could be more shocking than changing the entire world? Changing the entire civilization. Yang Dingtian, you are indeed the child of destiny, the male lead. Wu Yu suddenly said, I originally thought that Wen Tian would be the main lead, but in the end his appearance was completely to pave the way for you. I have had this Naga royalty's demon core for a very long time. In fact, it doesn't belong to the Netherworld Sea. It was a gift from my father to my mother. Wu Yu's father was from the Silent Clan. The Silent Clan was an extremely intelligent clan that was lured into existence by the fallen silver dragon. But because they were too pessimistic and antisocial, lacking in desire, they were unable to become a half-god clan and were abandoned by the fallen silver dragon. Who would have thought that this Naga royalty's demon core actually had such an origin? Wu Yu continued, My mother gave this Naga royalty's demon core to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association for the sorcerers and wise ones to conduct research on it. In the end, after many years of research, there were no results. In the end, I was chosen to be the one to borrow the seed from the humans. In a fit of anger, I took away this Naga royalty's demon core. The mermaid queen couldn't help but ask, "Where is this demon core now? Are you willing to give it to Yang Dingtian?" "Of course, I am willing to give it to him," Wu Yu said, "because I am not greedy for it at all. I only want it to be of use." "Then hurry up and take it out," the mermaid queen said. Wu Yu's eyes twitched slightly. It is no longer in my hands." "What?" Yang Dingtian immediately exclaimed. Wu Yu said, "Not long ago, the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association requested me to return this demon core to them. At that time, I was no longer angry, so I returned it to the High Priest Association." Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. In fact, the worst outcome was falling into the hands of Eternal Shi Wentian, the evil ways. Now that Yao Ming and the others had entered the Little Western Paradise, they must have spread the news about what happened in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, Eternal Shi Wentian must have known that Wu Yu had changed his position. He must have known about the fatal blow of the Naga royalty's sword spirit in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, Eternal Shi Wentian's first reaction was to obtain this Naga royalty's demon core. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, "This demon core, will it fall into the hands of Eternal Shi Wentian?" "Chairman, do you have the authority to directly ask for something from the High Priest Association?" Wu Yu shook his head. "Chairman does not have this authority. The High Priest Association status is very high. In fact, this is an organization that does not care about worldly affairs and focuses on research. Its status in the Little Western Paradise is very high." "Yang Dingtian, then, is it possible for us to get this demon core from the High Priest Association?" Wu Yu shook his head. "My mother gave it to the High Priest Association, so I have no right to take it back. Of course, it is even more impossible to take it back by force. The High Priest Association studies the spiritual domain, the secret domain, and the martial domain. They are full of experts." "Yang Dingtian, then what if the Speechless clan goes to ask for it?" Wu Yu's eyes narrowed, and then he said, "Actually, the founder of the High Priest Association was a Speechless clan thousands of years ago. In this association, the Speechless clan status is very high. Moreover, the original owner of this demon core was originally a Speechless clan member. So if the Speechless clan goes to ask for it, the possibility of getting it is very high." Yang Dingtian immediately began to hesitate whether he should go to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association and ask for this Naga royalty's demon core. One must know that he was not a real Speechless clan member. Moreover, Yongshi Wentian could expose his identity at any time. "Is the High Priest Association far from Yindu?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Very far," Wu Yu said. "Okay, then I will take the risk and go to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Qiong said, "Eternally Wentian is extremely scheming. The moment he found out the truth, he immediately changed his mind. When he found out that you would go to the High Priest Association and ask for the Naga royalty's demon core. Therefore, it is very likely that he will set a trap for you and capture you in one fell swoop. You should know that the Temple of Annihilation is determined to get you." Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu's worries were definitely there. Yongshi Wentian's scheming was even deeper than that of the Demon King Wentian in the Skyspan Imperial capital. Wu Yu said, however, if he wants to set a trap, it can't be in the High Priest Association. Because he can't offend the High Priest Association. You can conceal yourself, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the association. More importantly, if you can get the High Priest Association's approval, then you won't have to fear Yongshi Wentian's trap. They might even send experts to escort you back to the human countries. Therefore, this is a risk. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "The key is whether you can get the High Priest Association's approval as a member of the Speechless clan." That's right, this was a risk. If he won, then he would get the Naga royalty's demon core. If he lost, then he might fall into Yongshi Wintian's hands. The key was whether this risk was worth it or not. "Of course, if you want to go to the Little Western Paradise, I can accompany you," Wu Yu said. "You will be in the dark, and I will be in the light." Wu Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. She was clearly eager for adventure. Chapter 948. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was very hesitant at first, because even if he got the Naga royalty's demon core, it might not change anything. Because whether it was Wu Yu's guess or his own guess, the fatal blow of the Naga royalty's sword spirit probably came from the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty, and not the energy of the soul sword. So, what would be the use of exchanging the soul sword for the Naga royalty's demon core? Of course, first of all, it would definitely be useful because the energy contained in the Naga royalty's demon core was thousands of times more than that of the Millennium Owl. But even if there was a Naga royalty's demon core, it was hard to say whether it could connect with the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty. At this time, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty was in the soul sword, but it had no intention of communicating with Yang Dingtian. It was completely arrogant to the extreme, and it didn't care to interact with Yang Dingtian at all. And in the future battle, would it help Yang Dingtian fight the enemy? It was basically a no. After all, last time in the Empire of Darkness, it was because of the Naga Shuang's sorrowful cry that it took action. But if he got the Naga royalty's demon core, at least his soul sword would have incomparably powerful and abundant energy before he got the sea spirit crystal. Maybe the last fatal blow of the Naga royalty had exhausted all its spiritual energy, so it could be replenished with the demon core. The Naga Shuang had disappeared, and its whereabouts were unknown. But the Naga royalty's demon core clearly knew that it was in the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association. Looking at Wu Yu's eager eyes, Yang Dingtian knew that if he didn't go because he was afraid of a trap, it would undoubtedly reduce his score in Wu Yu's heart. "Little Tian, don't go." Queen Poisa couldn't help but say, "The Little Western Paradise is too dangerous for you now." The mermaid's gaze was indifferent, but she still hoped that Yang Dingtian would go because she was very interested in the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty. From this, it could be seen that whether it was the mermaid queen or Wu Yu, their feelings for Yang Dingtian were very weak. She paid more attention to the matter than to Yang Dingtian. Only Queen Poisa was worried about the danger and did not want Yang Dingtian to go. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "I still want to go." Wu Qiong said, "If you want to go, you must think of a way to convince the High Priest Association. If you don't have anything to show for it, then you might as well not go. It would be a waste if you go." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I should be able to do that." Wu Qiao said, "Good. You've been invisible since you entered Little Western Paradise. From the looks of it, it was as if I was the only one heading to the High Priest Association. This way, you'll have a good cover. Yongshi Wentian might stop me from taking the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty, but he can't do anything to me." Then Wu Yu said to the mermaid queen, "Queen Violets, before that, I'll need you to guard the gate of the human kingdom." The mermaid queen was a little dispirited because she could not take the risk, but she still agreed to guard the gate of the human kingdom. Then Yang Dingtian directly flew towards the depths of the Forbidden Continent Sea. If he went any further, he would enter the illusion of the Forbidden Continent and the Great Hall of Skulls. At this time, inside the Great Hall of Skulls, Yongshi Wentian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 4 martial saints around him. "Sir Chairman, are you sure Yang Dingtian will come?" a saint asked. Yongshi Wentian nodded and said, "Perhaps. If the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty is related to Yang Dingtian, then he will come. If not, then he won't come. If he comes, he will come with Wu Yu. The two of them, one in the light and one in the dark, will try to confuse me. Lady Wu Yu? The saint asked, if she comes, what should we do? Yongxi Wentian said, capture her and cripple her cultivation. That saint trembled violently and said, but she's your Yongxi Wentian said, yes, but she has already betrayed us. Moreover, she doesn't care about her cultivation. Crippling her cultivation will only prevent her from making further mistakes. The saint-level expert said, very well, as you wish. Yongxi Wentian said, are you confident in capturing Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu? The saint said, we are 100% confident. After entering the illusion of the Forbidden Continent, there will be a period of confusion, even if it's very short. But it's more than enough to capture the two of them. You've worked hard. Yongxi Wentian closed his eyes and showed a trace of pain. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu continued to fly towards the Forbidden Continent's sea region. After about 10,000 meters, they would enter the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. Once they entered the illusion, they would have already entered the Skull Hall. Whoosh! The two sped up and were about to rush into the Skull Hall. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. At the same time, Wu Yu's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and quickly retreated. Soon, the two retreated a few hundred miles. After completely retreating, the two looked at each other and inhaled a breath of cold air, fear lingering in their hearts. Because the two thought of the same question at almost the same time. If Yongxi Wentian guessed that Yang Dingtian was coming to the Little Western Paradise to ask for the Naga Royalty Demon Core, why would he set up an ambush at the High Priest Association? That was not his territory. There was only one best place to set up an ambush, and that was the Skull Hall. When everyone entered the Skull Hall, the first thing they entered was the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. Although they could quickly rush into the dark void, fly backward and leave the illusion. But in the short illusion, the whole person was in a state of confusion, and there was no way to guard against it. As long as Yongxi Wentian set up an ambush here, he could easily capture them. Therefore, if Yongxi Wentian wanted to set up a trap, it must be in the Skull Hall. Then Yang Dingtian rushing in just now was walking right into the trap. Give up on the Naga Royalty Demon Core for now. Wu Yu sighed and slowly said, take the initiative to establish a connection with the Naga Royalty spiritual power in the Soul Sword and communicate with it further. Yang Dingtian did not directly answer her. Instead, he thought for a while and then said, Sect Leader Wu Yu, where is the High Priest Association? Mount Buzhou, Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was the same name as the giant mountain in China's ancient legends. Where is it? Yang Dingtian asked. It's floating. Wu Yu said, this giant mountain is floating in the void, completely independent of the Little Western Paradise. It's always moving, so it should be in the far east of the Little Western Paradise right now. Yang Dingtian remembered that when he was in the Silver Palace, he had read many books, including the records of Mount Buzhou. The Little Western Paradise was a piece of scattered land and mountains, floating on the sea, imprisoned by a special force field, not moving at all. Only Mount Buzhou was in the void, and it was always moving, revolving around the Little Western Paradise. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's brain moved. He quickly took out the parchment and paper from his spatial ring. In a very simple way, he drew a map of the Little Western Paradise. The Little Western Paradise was a very regular circle, and the void where Mount Buzhou was located was a square in the book. Yang Dingtian pointed at Mount Buzhou and said, the square shape of Mount Buzhou is always moving, and it's revolving around the Little Western Paradise, right? The whole process of movement is very regular, right? Wu Yu nodded. That's right, it's exactly 1 year, one circle. It sounded like the moon was revolving around the earth, and the earth was revolving around the sun. His eyes floated in the air, and he closed his eyes, sinking into meditation and contemplation. Wu Yu stood on the side, waiting for him to think. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and said, I have a very, very strange idea. Wu Yu said, go ahead. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, it's not that Mount Buzhou is revolving around the Little Western Paradise, but that the whole Little Western Paradise is revolving by itself, while Mount Buzhou is not moving at all. Therefore, it gives you the impression that Mount Buzhou is revolving around the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu's beautiful eyes trembled, but from the Hall of Skulls to the Little Western Paradise, it's always in the same position. If the Little Western Paradise is revolving, then the position will change. Yang Dingtian said, no, the gate of Little Western Paradise in the Hall of Skulls is an energy gate, not a physical gate. This gate is just a symbolic gate, but it's equivalent to a spatial passage. Therefore, it will always be fixed in a certain position. Wu Yu said, if it's according to your guess, what does it mean? Yang Dingtian said, it means that Mount Buzhou doesn't belong to the Little Western Paradise. The whole Little Western Paradise is under the vast sea. Mount Buzhou, on the other hand, is completely empty. There's no snow in the Little Western Paradise, but Mount Buzhou is covered in snow all year round. Wu Yu said, and then? Yang Dingtian said, if Mount Buzhou doesn't belong to the Little Western Paradise, but it can enter the Little Western Paradise, that proves that Mount Buzhou is the only passage between the Little Western Paradise and the other planes. The gate of Little Western Paradise in the Hall of Skulls is a spatial gate, not a real physical passage. That proves that it's possible to pass through Mount Buzhou and enter the Little Western Paradise from another place. In other words, I can directly enter Mount Buzhou without going through the Hall of Skulls. Wu Yu suddenly felt her breathing quicken. She liked this the most, and she was infatuated with this kind of collision of wisdom, especially when someone opened the door of knowledge that she never knew existed. Wu Yu gasped for breath. If your guess is correct, then where can I enter Mount Buzhou and enter the High Priest Association? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and immediately formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. The torn space was a product of the great nirvana of the last era. It hadn't become the Dark Realm, but it was more miserable than the torn continent in the Little Western Paradise. Moreover, the torn space was three-dimensional. It was connected to the Dark Realm, the Dongli Grassland, and the Yin-Yang Mirror. Then, it was very likely to be connected to the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian could even make a bolder guess. The so-called Mount Buzhou was just an escape from the torn space. It didn't belong to the Little Western Paradise, nor was it a torn space, but a combination of the two. Mount Buzhou wasn't as lucky as the Little Western Paradise, but it wasn't as miserable as the torn space. Yes, if Yang Dingtian's guess was correct. Mount Buzhou was the only passage between the torn space and the Little Western Paradise, and it was the product of the two spaces. If Yang Dingtian's guess was correct, Mount Buzhou should be connected to the torn space. Yang Dingtian even began to do a lot of calculations, guesses, and compositions in his mind. In the end, he concluded that if the torn space was also a sphere with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, then the entrance to Mount Buzhou should be at the extreme of the southwest corner of the torn space. Of course, it could also be the extreme of the northwest corner, because regarding the location of the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian couldn't completely confirm whether it was higher or lower. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again and spoke to Wu Yu. Sect Patriarch Wu Yu, I am going to tear open the spatial zone. If my bold conjecture is true, then I will be able to find the entrance to Mount Buzhou High Priest Association. Wu Yu said, if you succeed, do you know what it means? Yang Dingtian, it means that I found the second entrance to the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu nodded. You should know how great the significance of this is. No, it's far more than that, Yang Dingtian said. I've even grasped a direct method to destroy the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu's complexion changed. Yang Dingtian had opened another door that she didn't know about. Immediately, her eyes lit up. At this moment, Yang Dingtian deeply felt that Wu Yu's indifference and calmness actually hid a crazy soul. After hearing Yang Dingtian talk about destroying the Little Western Paradise, she felt shock and curiosity. She wasn't worried about the fate of the Little Western Paradise. After all, she also belonged to the Little Western Paradise. Tell me, tell me. Wu Yu felt that her voice was trembling. Yang Dingtian, after the Little Western Paradise was torn apart by the Great Cataclysm, its energy is in a very abnormal range. It's constantly rotating. Perhaps it's a kind of self-adjustment to prevent the continent from further tearing. But in short, its balance can't be separated from the support of the torn space, and Mount Buzhou is the only passage between the two spaces. It's the key to Little Western Paradise's energy balance. Once Mount Buzhou is destroyed, the entire Little Western Paradise's energy balance will be completely destroyed, and the Little Western Paradise will be destroyed in a very short time. That's crazy. Wu Yu felt that her whole body was trembling. Then, she directly pounced on Yang Dingtian and kissed him fiercely on the lips. After a long time, she let go of Yang Dingtian. Take me there and prove it. If your point of view is correct, then your wisdom has convinced me. Maybe I won't be a bystander anymore and will completely stand on your side. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Wu Yu's curiosity and exploration of the unknown was even crazy. Her standpoint didn't come from justice or evil, but from the exploration of the unknown. Let's go. I'll prove it to you, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian transmitted a message to Poisa and the Mermaid Queen. Then, he and Wu Yu directly flew in the direction of the torn space. Chapter 949. Just as Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu were about to head to the Dongli Grassland's endless sea and enter the spatial tear, suddenly, Yang Dingtian remembered that Wu Yu couldn't watch this because she couldn't enter the spatial tear. The spatial tear created by Yang Dingtian couldn't pass through creatures with higher cultivation than him. Its energy level was limited, and Wu Yu's cultivation was much higher than Yang Dingtian's. Thus, Yang Dingtian told her about this matter. Wu Yu's beautiful face was filled with disappointment and dejection. To her, this was a moment of miracle, but she couldn't personally witness it. It was truly regretful. Immediately, she had an intense impulse to reduce her cultivation to the same level as Yang Dingtian. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Otherwise, she would really do it just to see this miraculous scene. AI. Wu Yu sighed. Since that's the case, I don't need to follow you. I'll continue to guard the human kingdom's gate. Then she said, why don't you record the whole process with an image jade and bring it back for me to see? I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian said. Why didn't your cultivation surpass mine? Wu Yu said regretfully. I want to, Yang Dingtian said. Thus, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu returned to the human kingdom's gate. The Mermaid Queen teased, why aren't you going? Yang Dingtian explained. At this time, Queen Poisa said, since the human kingdom's gate is still guarded by sect Master Wu Yu, and little Tian has to pass through the Naga Empire, then I'll go with him. Yang Dingtian didn't feel at ease leaving Queen Poisa alone in the Naga Empire. He immediately looked at the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen said, all right, I owe you. I'll accompany her, okay? Then the Mermaid Queen looked at Poisa and asked, can we kill people in the Naga Empire? Yes, as long as they are enemies, we can kill them all. Queen Poisa said, of course, the most important thing is to save them. These words immediately caused Yang Dingtian to be in a daze. Queen Poisa was usually too innocent and kind. In front of Yang Dingtian, she was a charming little girl. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was instinctively worried about her going to the Naga Empire. However, he had forgotten. The troubles of the Naga Empire did not start with Queen Hyexin, but with Queen Poisa. When Poisa established the Snake Men Empire, the powerful defensive line was built on the bones of the half-human race. She acted gentle and charming in front of him. But don't forget that she was also the queen of the Naga Empire who killed people like flies. Therefore, Wu Yu, Yao Li, and Bo Lu remained in the Taboo Continent's sea region to guard the entrance to the human kingdom, preventing the fox demons from entering the little western paradise. As for Yang Dingtian, Poisa, and the Queen of the Mermaid Empire, they headed to the Dongli grassland, the Naga Empire. In less than a day, the three of them flew to the sky above the Naga Empire. The terrifying defensive line of the Naga Empire was more or less completed. The entire Naga Empire was surrounded by a huge city wall that was a few hundred meters tall. On this defensive line, there were more than 10 million half-human race soldiers stationed. This should be the largest defensive line in history. At least, Yang Dingtian's human kingdom did not have such a shocking defensive line. In the hearts of Queen Poisa and Queen Hai Xan, this defensive line should be indestructible. In particular, Queen Hai Xan hoped that this defensive line would become the basis for her to conquer the world. However, in front of the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom, this defensive line was like a child's toy castle. The Legion of Doom's Dark Dragon and Dark Dragon could easily break through and destroy it. In front of the Empire of Darkness, even the human kingdoms could not withstand a single blow. The so-called Armageddon War was not important, let alone a mere Naga empire. The Demon King Wen Tian only had one goal, which was to conquer all the planes and defeat the god of chaos. They flew to the sky above the Naga Empire's capital and saw this incomparably huge pyramid. Yang Dingtian said, "Shasha, I'll go with you and help you save Viper Mo, Viper Z, and the others." Queen Poisa shook her head and said, "No need. My cultivation alone is enough, not to mention that I have a sage by my side." Yang Dingtian said, "I'll go with you. It's more reassuring." Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian for a while, then bit her lip and said in a low voice, "Little Tian, I don't want you to go." Yang Dingtian was taken aback and said, Why? Queen Poisa hesitated for a long time and said, "I don't want you to see my vicious side." So that's why. This is really, then okay. Yang Dingtian said, "Then be careful. I'm going to the endless sea east of the Holy Valley." Queen Poisa nodded vigorously, then floated in place and waited for Yang Dingtian to leave. Yang Dingtian immediately flew to the east and soon disappeared from Queen Poisa's sight. The venomous queen and the mermaid queen glanced at each other. They could see the cruel flames in each other's eyes. What's the point of pretending in front of her like this? The mermaid queen said, "You are a vicious person. Why do you have to act like a charming little woman?" Queen Poisa said, "I didn't pretend well. I've always been like this." With that, she whistled and flew down to the pyramid in the imperial capital, turning into a stream of light. Then, the mermaid queen also flew down. Obviously, the imperial capital of the Serpentine Empire might be facing a disaster. Yang Dingtian continued to fly to the east. Flying a few hours later, he arrived at the easternmost holy valley of the Dongli grassland. Originally, there were hundreds of thousands of half-human rebels living in the holy valley. But now the holy valley was already in ruins. All the houses, farmlands, and forests were destroyed by the Serpentine Empire. Even the entire valley was dug 3 feet deep. Sighing slightly, Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward and entered the endless sea. This endless sea was still so illusory and beautiful. It looked completely boundless, more than 10,000 miles and 100,000 miles. But who knew that the Real Sea was less than half a mile, and the rest was just constantly overlapping. Yang Dingtian flew a few hundred meters away and then dived into the sea for a few hundred meters. The depth of the sea was also fake. It was completely endless overlapping. In fact, Yang Dingtian was already at the absolute edge of this world. In the water, Yang Dingtian used the dark mystic flame to create a dark vortex and a black hole to isolate a space. Then, in the isolated space, he used the mystic flame's special frequency, special energy attribute, and energy level to hit it with extreme speed. Suddenly, the isolated space was torn apart, and a beautiful spatial door was born inside. Yang Dingtian jumped into the spatial door. He felt a slight chill and entered the familiar torn space again. Yang Dingtian realized that the scene he entered was different from a few months ago. The huge rock that Yang Dingtian stepped on when he entered was gone. This further proved Yang Dingtian's point. The torn space was also constantly rotating. It was still so desolate inside. The entire tens of thousands of miles of torn space was filled with floating, huge rocks that were always moving. Other than the huge rocks, there was nothing else. It was tens of thousands of miles wide and up and down. This was a completely three-dimensional space. In Yang Dingtian's mind, he was once again making meticulous calculations. Then he flew to the south first. Yang Dingtian's entry point was actually the end of the torn space in the west, where it was connected to the Dongli grassland. But the torn space was in the shape of a sphere, so it was difficult to describe the direction. Yang Dingtian kept flying to the south, and then calculated the distance between the little western paradise and the Dongli grassland. Of course, in fact, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether this was significant or not. Although the entrance to the little western paradise was in the Great Hall of Skulls in the Taboo Continent's sea area, it didn't mean that the little western paradise was there. Of course, strictly speaking, the location of the Great Hall of Skulls could also be the location of the little western paradise. After all, the entrance to this plane was in the Great Hall of Skulls. The linear distance between the Dongli grassland and the Great Hall of Skulls should be about 38,000 miles. Yang Dingtian whistled as he flew and passed by countless floating boulders along the way. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian flew 38,000 miles and arrived at the location calculated in his mind. This was indeed the edge of the torn space. Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward, but there were no longer any floating boulders. There was only a void. However, this place looked completely ordinary and didn't look like the connection between two planes. Yang Dingtian tried to create a space door and then pass through it. However, he was still in the torn space. This proved that this place didn't connect to another plane. Could it be that I was wrong? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Soon he understood that his guess might not be wrong. The reason why the connection wasn't here was because his reference point was the Great Hall of Skulls. The door to Little Western Paradise in the Great Hall of Skulls was the entrance to the Little Western Paradise world. However, this didn't mean that Mount Bujo would be here. That's right, in the Little Western Paradise's continuous rotation, Mount Bujo might be on the same vertical line as the door to Little Western Paradise, but they weren't on the same horizontal line. One was higher and the other was lower. Moreover, if Yang Dingtian's guess was correct and Mount Bujo connected the torn space to Little Western Paradise, then the energy fluctuations there would be very intense. Of course, Yang Dingtian's guess was correct. The place where the torn space connected to the Empire of Darkness, the energy fluctuations there were also extremely intense. Immediately, Yang Dingtian released countless million-spirit demonic fire wraiths. Then he flew continuously in the thousands of miles around the end of this place. He flew to the left for thousands of miles, then to the right for thousands of miles, then to the west and then to the east. He kept flying and searching. After flying for more than 20 hours, he had already flown tens of thousands of miles. However, the countless wraiths didn't move at all. Yang Dingtian started to doubt himself. Could his guess be wrong? No. Yang Dingtian felt that his theory wasn't wrong, especially since the theory of the constant rotation of the torn space had been confirmed. However, Yang Dingtian's doubts didn't last for long, because a few hundred miles ahead, he saw a ball of distorted light. He immediately flew towards this ball of distorted light at full speed. Soon he arrived at the ball of light. That's right, Yang Dingtian's theory was correct, because this ball of distorted light suddenly shot out an incomparably huge energy channel, directly rushing out of the torn space, connecting to a certain place outside. This distorted light was actually the starting point of the energy channel. Yang Dingtian roughly estimated that this energy channel was about a cylindrical shape with a diameter of more than 400 miles. This energy channel was connected to the Little Western Paradise. Therefore, according to theory, one could directly follow this energy channel and enter the Little Western Paradise, entering Mount Buzhou. However, Yang Dingtian would definitely not do that, and no one would do that. The energy of this channel was incomparably huge. Any life that entered would probably be instantly crushed. Yang Dingtian chose the edge closest to the energy channel and then released a space door here. Suddenly he jumped. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body had a mysterious reaction. His eyes lit up. Around him was a void, and in the distance, there was an incomparably huge snow mountain. Yang Dingtian succeeded. Mount Buzhou was there, and the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise was there. Chapter 950. After leaving the torn space, the huge energy channel that shot out from it disappeared. All that could be seen was a complete void, a void that neither the sky nor the ground could be seen. This place was still very far from Little Western Paradise, at least a few thousand miles away. The void was filled with light and shadows, so he couldn't see the shadow of Little Western Paradise at all. All he could see was this huge mountain in front of him. Yang Dingtian couldn't even describe how big it was. The mountain spanned nearly 1,000 miles. The height was far from tens of thousands of meters. It was even higher. It felt like it pierced into Cloud Heaven City and pierced through the sky. Looking up, he couldn't see the top. This was a desolate mountain. There wasn't a single green leaf or red flower. Below, there were desolate, black boulders, at least a few thousand meters. Further up, the snow got thicker and thicker. Towards the end, it was completely covered by snow. Therefore, this was also an incomparably huge snow mountain. Desolate, lonely, arrogant, but full of beauty. Yang Dingtian entered stealth mode and flew towards the huge mountain in front of him. After about 1,000 miles, Yang Dingtian arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. At this moment, there was nothing else in his field of vision. There was only this huge mountain in front of him. Of course, it was easy for Yang Dingtian to fly up. However, he thought that the High Priest Association would definitely have a weird habit of wanting to be respected by others. Therefore, if he flew up, they would definitely ignore him. He had to climb up himself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian gave up on flying and even gave up on using celestial qi. He obediently used his hands and feet to climb up. This huge mountain didn't have a path. The steepness couldn't be described with words. Yang Dingtian didn't use celestial qi or fly, so it was more difficult for him to climb. After a full 4 hours, he finally reached the exposed area of the huge boulder below. As he went up, the snow started to thicken. Yang Dingtian continued climbing. The higher he went, the thicker the snow and the stronger the wind. In the end, the snow had even exceeded the height of a human. It was even more difficult to climb up. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian really wanted to give up. It was too difficult to directly use profound qi to fly. However, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and persevered. After a full day and night, Yang Dingtian had climbed 20,000 meters above sea level, which was more than 2 Mount Komalangmas. However, they were not even halfway up the mountain. Another day and night passed. Yang Dingtian climbed another tens of thousands of meters, but he still didn't reach the top. Yang Dingtian had never been so tired before. In the end, the depth of the snow was more than 10 meters. It was completely buried. Even a battle with a half-saint expert was not as tiring as this. A dignified half-saint expert actually felt like he was about to collapse. They climbed for another 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, when Yang Dingtian was almost numb from all the climbing, he suddenly raised his head. There was nothing in front of him. He had already reached the peak. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a sense of heroism. He didn't need to fly or use profound qi. He really conquered this tens of thousands of meters tall mountain with just his body. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Less than 1,000 miles ahead was the little Western paradise. It was really, really beautiful. It was like a painting. This place was only 1,000 miles away from the little Western paradise. From this height, he could see more than 1,000 miles of little Western paradise. Although he couldn't see any houses, he could vaguely see the city, the river, and the mountains. And Yang Dingtian's guess was right. The entire little Western paradise was slowly rotating. Of course, those who didn't understand would also think that Mount Buzhou was rotating. Yang Dingtian was intoxicated by the scenery of this infinitely dangerous peak for a while. Then he was puzzled. Where was the High Priest Association? There wasn't one at the top of the mountain. But who told you that you could find the High Priest Association by climbing to the top of the mountain? Yang Dingtian's way of thinking was truly too childish. Thus, Yang Dingtian started to recall the records in the books. But for some reason, there wasn't any book that recorded the location of the High Priest Association. This was cheating. Could it be that he had to search the entire mountain? The span of this mountain was close to 1,000 miles. The circumference was at least a few thousand miles. If he still relied on his legs to search, then it would take at least a few months. But where did he have the ability to do that? Maybe in a few days, the Temple of Annihilation would send a letter of challenge and the World Extermination War would begin. But he had used his legs to climb up with much difficulty. He couldn't possibly break the rules and start flying all over the mountain to search. Where in the world was this damned High Priest Association? This was just the beginning. Then, Yang Dingtian discovered another very, very bad thing. He didn't seem to have transformed. He didn't turn into the Silent Tribe. He was still in Yang Dingtian's appearance. As long as he entered the special energy environment of the little Western paradise, he would directly transform into the Silent Tribe. But Yang Dingtian didn't transform here. Yang Dingtian couldn't do that. Previously in the Mermaid Empire, he only needed to carve a few imprints to disguise himself as the demon eel tribe. The Silent Tribe's appearance was very strange. Yang Dingtian really couldn't disguise himself as them. And Yang Dingtian felt that since the High Priest Association was so powerful, they should know that he had entered Buzhou Mountain. They might have already seen him. So if he transformed again, it would be equivalent to deceiving them. So, should he use his true appearance? After deciding to use his true appearance, Yang Dingtian had to decide how to find the High Priest Association. It was impossible to rely on his own 2 legs to find them. It was also impossible to fly all over the mountain. So, the only way was to shout, "Guests are here." Invite the High Priest Association to come and meet them. But this mountain spanned 1,000 miles. Although Yang Dingtian was a half-step sage, it was still difficult for his voice to travel 1,000 miles. Of course, there was another way. He could use the mystic fire lightning to create a huge lightning bolt that was a few hundred miles long. This dazzling light was like a nuclear explosion. No matter where the High Priest Association was, it would be difficult not to see it. But if the High Priest Association could see it, the little Western paradise could also see it. Yang Dingtian didn't want the little Western paradise to know that he had come to the High Priest Association. In the end, Yang Dingtian thought of a way. He didn't make a sound, but it was enough to let everyone in the mountain know. He pulled out a soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade and stabbed it deep into the mountain. Then an incomparably powerful energy burst out, creating a huge vibration. Yang Dingtian carefully controlled the energy frequency and rhythm of the soul sword. This was very dangerous. As expected, the resonance had already begun. The countless accumulated snow began to tremble in an orderly manner. Yang Dingtian increased the energy. Instantly, countless accumulated snow began to dance and tremble. Yang Dingtian had to be very careful. He couldn't cause a huge avalanche at once. This would anger the High Priest Association. Under Yang Dingtian's control, the accumulated snow on Mount Buzhou began to tremble violently. Countless accumulated snow fluttered as if it had begun to dance violently. The entire Mount Bujo let out a low, loud sound. The so-called low sound meant that it was very soft and not intense. The so-called loud sound meant that it could spread throughout the entire Mount Bujo. This was Yang Dingtian's greeting gift. How to control the resonance of the accumulated snow to cause the entire Mount Bujo to tremble loudly without causing an avalanche. This was very, very smart and very difficult. Even a sage couldn't make the entire Mount Bujo tremble and make a sound. Yang Dingtian used this method to prove that he was qualified to meet the High Priest Association. At this time, the entire Mount Bujo's snow dance had reached its climax. Countless accumulated snow had shot dozens of meters into the sky and then carefully fell down layer by layer. The entire scene was so shocking that it couldn't be described with words. However, the people from the High Priest Association still didn't appear. Yang Dingtian stopped the trembling of the soul sword, because if it continued, it would cause an earth-shattering avalanche. The people from the High Priest Association didn't appear, but there was a reaction. A gust of cold wind blew. In Yang Dingtian's ears, there was a dense, whistling sound. Swoosh! The sea breeze blew fiercely through the accumulated snow, instantly leaving dense marks on the ground. When Yang Dingtian saw these dense marks, he immediately felt incomparably familiar and also incomparably intimate and excited, because this was the most primitive code of the martial arts civilization. It was also the so-called threshold of the divine realm. However, at this time, the High Priest Association was using this code to express their meaning and not to write some kind of mystic skill or martial technique. Yang Dingtian's interpretation of the martial arts civilization's primitive code had already reached a certain level. The code in front of him was still very, very simple. Where did you come from? Although it was simple, there were only a few people in this world who could answer it. Because there were only a few people who could recognize the martial arts civilization's primitive code. Of course, if they couldn't recognize the martial arts civilization's primitive code, they wouldn't be qualified to meet the people from the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and used the vibration frequency to write the primitive code and said, "From the opposite side of the Little Western Paradise." When this answer came out, the entire mountain suddenly trembled. Without a doubt, this answer was incomparably shocking and even horrifying, because in history, only through the Little Western Paradise could enter Mount Bujo, and the Little Western Paradise's entrance to Mount Bujo was sealed and guarded by the High Priest. Without permission, no one could enter. Now, someone actually said that they came from the other side of the Little Western Paradise. This brought an unprecedented shock to the High Priest Association. Therefore, what followed was a long silence. After a long time, the ice and snow on the ground gradually condensed into a figure. It faced Yang Dingtian and said, "Guest, please follow me." Then these ice and snow figures began to move forward. Yang Dingtian immediately chased after it. Chapter 951. The figure made of ice and snow walked very quickly, and Yang Dingtian followed closely behind. He kept walking down, down, and down. He walked for tens of thousands of meters. He arrived at the center of the mountain. In a completely inconspicuous place, a gust of wind blew past. Suddenly, the thick snow was blown away, and a few hundred meters of snow was lifted, revealing a dark stone door. "You can push the door open and enter," the figure made of ice and snow said. Then the figure dissipated and turned back into ice and snow. Yang Dingtian looked at the stone door in front of him. He had passed through many doors. There was the black hole door of the third dark realm, the space door of the Skull Hall, and the dark door of the Mermaid Empire. In short, each of these doors was more mysterious than the last. There was another door in front of him. This sect belonged to Little Western Paradise's most powerful and transcendent power. Therefore, this door should be very mysterious as well. Then, how should he enter? Should he use his celestial chi or some intelligence? After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian still could not come up with a plan. He could not help but go forward to feel it and push it slightly. Then the door opened. This was a very, very ordinary stone door. There was nothing mysterious about it. It was just a little heavy, about a few 100,000 kilograms. After pushing the door open, Yang Dingtian walked in. It was very dark inside. Yang Dingtian wanted to use his celestial fire to light up the place, but he was afraid that it would be rude, so he walked in the dark. Inside, there was a dark stone cavern. Yang Dingtian kept going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. He went for tens of thousands of meters. Finally, the cave passage ended, and he arrived at a relatively large hall. Inside, there was only a very, very weak flame that brought some light to the entire cavern hall. The entire hall was about a few 100 square meters, and there were simple stone stools on top of it. Then there was nothing else. Moreover, there was not a single person inside. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Greetings to all the sages." Not long after, the sound of footsteps was finally heard. Then a figure holding a candle walked out. Under the dim candlelight, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of this person's body. It was the figure condensed from ice and snow just now. "Why are you here? Do you want to look up information, visit a high priest, or do you have some other purpose?" The figure asked. At this moment, she opened her mouth to speak. Only then did Yang Dingtian notice that this was a woman. However, perhaps because she had been lonely for too long, she had forgotten her gender, so her voice sounded a little gender-neutral. Moreover, her entire body was covered in a loose gray robe made of coarse cloth, making it hard to see the curves of her body. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, "This is the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise." The woman nodded. Yes. After that, she stopped talking and waited quietly for Yang Dingtian to tell her the purpose of his visit. Yang Dingtian was indeed shocked. The High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise, in terms of status, was perhaps even higher than the Silver Palace Council. Logically speaking, no matter if it was a jade palace or a paradise on Earth, it should be here. But in reality, it was very poor, with only a few stone cushions. This was probably the most simple place Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Suddenly, he could not help but feel a sense of respect in his heart. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian decided to tell the truth. "I need a demon core of Naga royalty. I heard that it is in the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise." After saying that, Yang Dingtian could not help but regret that he was a little rash. If the other party was in cahoots with the Little Western Paradise Council, then Yang Dingtian would not even know how he died. However, Yang Dingtian was a very emotional person. He was instinctively willing to believe in others, and also willing to believe in beautiful things. After Yang Dingtian spoke, he could not help but hold his breath, waiting for the other party's response. "Yes, but there is a demon core of Naga royalty in our hands." The other party did not keep him in suspense and directly admitted. Then she said, "But I'm sorry, we can't lend this thing out." Just like that, the High Priest Association directly rejected him. All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian was at a loss. He did not know how to continue. When facing such a poor and destitute High Priest Association, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to threaten them. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, "Elder, this demon core of Naga royalty is very, very important to me and the entire human country. May I ask if your association can be magnanimous?" The woman said, "Mr. Human, in fact, our association does not receive guests at all. We have completely sealed off the passage from Little Western Paradise to Bujo Mountain. But you actually came from the opposite side, so this is fate. So, if you have any questions that you want to ask or if you want to borrow any books, we are willing to help. Even if you want to visit a master, as long as he is not meditating, you can also do so. But if you want to take away something, please forgive us for not being able to do so." Yang Dingtian, "I know this demon core is very precious. My request is indeed very rude." The woman said, Mr. Human, in fact, this has nothing to do with how precious it is. Our association has decided that we will not interfere or participate in anything in the outside world. And the things that flow out from here will definitely have an impact on the outside world. So we have set the rule that nothing is allowed to enter the outside world. Yang Dingtian said bitterly, "Is there no other way?" The woman was silent for a moment and said, "Unless everyone in the High Priest Association participates in a vote. If more than 80% of the people agree, we can change this rule. But, mister, our last vote was a few hundred years ago. Moreover, most of our members are meditating. You are also a wise man. Being disturbed in your meditation is a very, very serious matter." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. If the other party's attitude was arrogant and strict, Yang Dingtian would have been somewhat demanding. Now that the other party was so indifferent and had such a kind attitude, Yang Dingtian really did not know what to do. So, the whole place suddenly became quiet. Yang Dingtian did not know how to continue his request, and the other party did not seem to have any intention of speaking. Was he going to come here for nothing? Was he still going to look for the Naga Shuang? Yang Dingtian finally said with difficulty, "Elder, if I say that this demon core is related to the life and death of the human countries, can I move all of you?" The woman was silent for a long time and said, "Mister, I really want to say that I want to feel pity. But in fact, we don't eat, drink, and don't speak. We spend all our time meditating. So, whether it is pity or hate, it is a luxury for us. I am very, very sorry. Yang Dingtian, if the whole Little Western Paradise is involved in this great destruction, the current president of the Little Western Paradise's parliament has already been possessed by the Dark Lord of evil ways in the human countries. Can I move all of you?" The woman was silent for a long time and then said, "Mister, in fact, we have interfered in some things in the past, but the result was worse. Maybe what we want to do is more important and meaningful than interfering in the outside world. So, I am very, very sorry." Yang Dingtian's words had reached the limit. It was related to the life and death of the Little Western Paradise. But the other party's heart was still as calm as an ancient well. Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Using martial arts? What a joke. This was the place with the most saint-level experts in the world. It could be said that if it was an ownerless object and he had to fight for it by force, Yang Dingtian would not be polite. And if it was in the hands of the enemy, Yang Dingtian would not be polite either. But now it was an ownerless object. And the owner of this object was a group of very pure, simple, and noble people. If the other party was not willing to lend it to him, then what else could Yang Dingtian do? Whether it was by force or by plotting, it was very disgraceful. And even if he got the demon core of the Naga royalty, it might not change the situation. He still could not form any connection with the soul of the Naga royalty. It was just a slight possibility. Then maybe the only way was to find the Naga Shuang? Yang Dingtian felt bitter in his heart, but he still bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Elder." The woman nodded and said, "I am very sorry for not letting you have your way. Do you have a way to go back? Do you need me to send you back to the human countries through the Little Western Paradise?" "Thank you, Elder. I have a way to go back." Yang Dingtian bowed and then turned to leave. Yang Dingtian came to this world. Among the most precious qualities, perseverance and willpower were one of them. It had always been his creed to not give up. No matter what he did, he would persevere until the end. But that was when he was in the right. But when he was in the wrong, it was difficult to persevere until the end. Just like in the real world, you could work hard to get through difficulties, or you could borrow money to get through difficulties. But once the borrowing was rejected, it would be difficult to persist until the end. You had to borrow money. Just like that, Yang Dingtian bade farewell to the woman and then walked out. And throughout the whole process, the other party did not even ask him how he tore through space. This kind of carefree attitude was really extreme. Meanwhile, that woman stood on the spot and sent Yang Dingtian off with her gaze. Just like that, a little depressed, Yang Dingtian left the High Priest Association. Once again, he came to the huge stone door at the entrance. He pushed it open slightly and was about to walk out. A cold wind blew in from outside, causing Yang Dingtian to instantly remember that there was something he had not done yet. So he quickly walked back. When he entered the cave hall again, the woman was about to leave with the candle in her hand. Seeing Yang Dingtian return, she was not angry and only asked, "Mister, is there anything else?" "I was in a daze just now and forgot to ask a question." Yang Dingtian said, "A friend asked me to ask, is Nehru really dead?" When these words came out, the body of the woman who had been as calm as an ancient suddenly trembled. Nehru, Wu Yu's mother, the former female speaker of the Little Western Paradise, the #1 beauty of the Little Western Paradise. She successfully seduced a silent tribe and gave birth to a mixed-blood descendant of the silent tribe and the fox tribe, which was Wu Yu. Because the silent tribe broke their precepts and felt that they had fallen, they committed suicide. Not long after, the female speaker also died, leaving Wu Yu alone. When Nera died, Wu Yu was still young, but she had always been suspicious of her mother's death, because the fox tribe's life was very long, and her mother did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. Moreover, the offspring of the silent tribe would not cause the death of the fox tribe, right? So, Wu Yu had always been suspicious of this point. But before this, she had always been stubborn and did not ask. A few years ago, when the High Priest Association's people went to Silver City to ask for the Naga Royalty Demon Core, Wu Yu saw the people from the High Priest Association and did not ask. But now, Wu Yu had become a complete woman, and her mentality had changed a little. So when Yang Dingtian left the Taboo Continency region, she asked Yang Dingtian to help her ask if he entered the High Priest Association. After a long time, the woman spoke, and her voice was a little different. She asked, Who asked you to ask?" "Yang Dingtian, a friend of mine, Little Western Paradise's Wu Yu, the current master of the Sea of Hades." Suddenly, the woman's breathing became a little hurried, and she fell into silence again. After a long time, she said, "Wu Yu, how is she now?" Yang Dingtian immediately understood when he heard this. The woman in front of him was Little Western Paradise's legendary #1 beauty, Wu Yu's mother. She did not die, and she had entered the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian could even figure out the cause and effect in an instant. First, she must have really fallen in love with that silent tribe. Otherwise, she, as the dignified speaker, would not have done such a thing. But after that silent tribe member committed suicide, she must have been in incomparable pain, and she must have felt that she had committed a heinous crime by seducing a noble silent tribe member. And this silent tribe member was previously a member of the High Priest Association, and his life's ideals were almost completely dedicated to wisdom. Now he was dead. That dedication had been cut off. So she felt the need to inherit her lover's career and also to make up for her sins. So, when her daughter Wu Yu grew up a little, she chose to fake her death and then entered the High Priest Association to live a destitute life without any desires. However, the woman in front of him was covered by a gray, coarse robe. Not only was her face hidden, but the curves of her body were also completely covered. It was impossible to tell that this was Little Western Paradise's #1 beauty. Yang Dingtian immediately bowed deeply and said, "Yang Dingtian greets Senior Nero." "High Priest Association's Nero greets Mr. Yang Dingtian." The woman lifted the cloak on her head. Her peerlessly beautiful face and smooth, jade-like head were revealed. She had cut off all her hair. Chapter 952. When Yang Dingtian saw Nehru, the former #1 beauty of Little Western Paradise, he felt like he was looking at a painting. It was just that he felt a sense of unreality. Of course, it wasn't that she was unreal. In fact, Yang Dingtian had seen all the top beauties in this world. Tantai and Nagashwang should be the top beauties in this world. Nehru in front of him, in terms of pure beauty, was indeed more beautiful than Jia. She should be on the same level as Wu Yu, Queen Devil Queen. However, because she had cultivated for so long, her whole face really gave people a very unreal feeling. Even this kind of beauty already had a hazy and dreamy feeling. Of course, this kind of hazy and dreamy also made this kind of beauty incomparably attractive, but it was completely impossible to profane. Although all her hair had been cut off, it made her face look even more holy. "Why didn't you come with you?" Nero asked. "Yang Dingtian, we were worried that Little Western Paradise would set a trap for us in the Skull Hall, so we didn't pass through Little Western Paradise. Instead, we tore space to enter Mount Bujo. But because of special reasons, only I can pass through the torn space to enter Mount Bujo." Nero thought for a while and then asked, "Space technique, right?" If Yang Dingtian was a complete stranger, she definitely wouldn't ask like this. But since Yang Dingtian was her daughter's friend, and they seemed to be close, she spoke a little more casually. Yang Dingtian nodded. Neru's eyes showed surprise. "You actually obtained the space technique." In the records, only the ancient Mr. Shu Piaoyan had studied the greater space technique. In fact, when I heard that you came through the torn space, although we didn't have any desires, the surprise and shock in my heart can't be described with words. Yang Dingtian, my greater space technique also came from Mr. Shu Piaoyan. He was my teacher. Neru's eyes lit up. "Mr. Nihility is your teacher?" "That's right," Yang Dingtian said. "In fact, all of my cultivation was taught by his remnant consciousness. The only martial skill I've ever practiced was the only scroll he wrote after spending hundreds of years of his life." Neru said, "You may not know this, but one of the spiritual teachers of our High Priest Association is the ancient Mr. Shu Piaoyan. When he was wandering in the ancient Little Western Paradise, he left behind many works, which are still the direction of our research." Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. "Then, may I ask if my identity will help me borrow the Naga royalty demon nuclei?" Neru's beautiful face immediately revealed an awkward expression. "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, with your identity, we will treat you as one of us. From now on, the doors of the High Priest Association will always be open for you. Furthermore, if you have any theoretical problems, you can always ask us for help. But you also know that we are a group of people who have no desires. Although your identity will make us feel close to you, it can't make us change the rules." "Yang Dingtian, Senior Nero, now I want to borrow the Naga royalty demon nuclei. What is the most important part?" Nero said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, the demon nuclei of the Naga royalty demon nuclei may be incomparably precious in your world. But in the High Priest Association, it is only a research object that is very precious. The reason why we don't give it to you is definitely not because we can't bear to part with it, but because of the rules that have been set." Yang Dingtian, "Then is there no other way?" Nero said, "I have already said that if you want us to change our mind, all the members must vote. More than 80% of the members agree. Then we can make this decision. However, this matter is not of utmost importance to us. It is completely impossible to interrupt the members' meditation because of this matter." Then Nero said, "Wu Yu's father was once an important member of the High Priest Association, but because I tempted him, he felt that he had committed a big mistake. In the end, he committed suicide to make up for his sins. Then I went to the High Priest Association and asked the High Priest Association to execute me or let me enter the association and inherit his will." This was the same as what Yang Dingtian had imagined. Nero said, "However, such an important matter did not have the qualifications to awaken the meditating high priest for a vote. I waited for dozens of years. Only then did I get the majority of the members' approval to enter the High Priest Association during the awakening meeting of the High Priest Association." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian understood the seriousness of the matter. Everyone was different from each other. To you it might be a big matter, but to others it was insignificant. And to some people, meditation was like sleeping, a complete waste of time. But to the members of the High Priest Association, it was a big matter, more important than their lives. Wu Yu's father was the most important member of the High Priest Association. In the end, he died and was unable to awaken the meditating high priest. Then Yang Dingtian coming to borrow the Naga royalty's demon nucleus was completely insignificant, and it was even more impossible to awaken the meditating high priests. Nair said, if you are willing to wait, about 39 years later, all of the high priests would awaken from their meditation and then have a regular exchange meeting. I think with your status, you can definitely participate in this meeting. 39 years? If Yang Dingtian did not find the Naga Shuang, the human countries would have been destroyed countless times in 39 years. Yang Dingtian said, in other words, awakening all the meditating high priests is actually more important than borrowing the Naga royalty's demon nucleus, right? Yes. Nair said. Yang Dingtian said, then is there any exception that can awaken the meditating high priests in advance? Nehru said, an astonishing discovery, an epic-making discovery, can directly break through the current research bottleneck of the High Priest Association. Also, there must be a very objective result to prove your discovery. Yang Dingtian said, the Great Space Technique, does it count? Nehru was silent for a moment, then said, although the Great Space Technique is not the main topic of our research, it is still ranked second. There is no doubt that its weight is completely sufficient. But if you want to awaken all the high priests, it means that you will have to completely disclose the Great Space Technique. You will definitely not be willing, and I also do not recommend that you do so, because the current world cannot bear the consequences of the Great Space Technique being made public. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, indeed, if you want me to hand over the Great Space Technique, I would rather the human countries lose the war, because once the Great Space Technique is made public, it means the complete destruction of the chaotic world. At this moment, Yang Dingtian completely understood the nature of the High Priest Association. Although the martial arts level here was very, very high, their status was very low. This was a completely academic organization, and the only thing that could be brought out here was research results. Research results that were of sufficient weight. In the words of Earth, these research results could even surpass the level of a Nobel Prize. For example, Newton's 3 laws, or Einstein's theory of relativity. If Yang Dingtian could bring out shocking results of this level, it would undoubtedly be enough to awaken all the meditating high priests and interrupt their research. But could Yang Dingtian bring it out? The Great Space Technique was undoubtedly one, but he definitely could not bring it out. What could Yang Dingtian bring out for the rest? First, the introduction to the Dark Realm. Second, the introduction to the Dark Realm, or the Death Continent, the introduction to the Dark World, and so on and so forth. These theories were all obtained by Yang Dingtian from the Hall of Skulls. As for the Hall of Skulls and the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm, the people of the High Priest Association were 10,000 times more knowledgeable than Yang Dingtian. In that case, what other things did Yang Dingtian possess that the Priest Association didn't know about? After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, I found new Naga in a confined space. Before the ancient Great Nirvana, under the persuasion of Mr. Shu Piayan, the ancient Naga sacrificed all the Naga people to construct new Naga, changed their genes, and gave birth to a new generation of Naga. These Naga generations are weaker than the previous generation and are on the verge of collapse. They are completely confined in an isolated space, and their research in the spiritual domain has completely reached a bottleneck. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Nehru revealed a stunned expression, but she still shook her head regretfully and said, this is just a discovery, not an academic achievement. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right, this was not an academic achievement. Then Yang Dingtian said, then does the relationship between the dark matter and the primeval Nagas count? You should know that the dark matter is constantly devouring the existing vitality of the continent. But the primeval Nagas, I can melt the dark matter. Neru revealed a shocked expression again, and then she shook her head regretfully and said, "This is also a very great and important discovery, but it's still not enough. Although the dark matter is also a research direction of the High Priest Association, it can only be ranked after the top 5. Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end, facing the most intelligent group of people in the world. Everything he knew was really not enough. For example, he could be said to be completely ahead of everyone in the exploration of the realm of gods. But in front of the High Priest Association, perhaps it was still not enough. Neru said, "I can tell you a few research directions of our High Priest Association. You can use this to see if there are any results that are enough to move the High Priest Association." Yang Dingtian, please go ahead. Neru said, "Our first research direction is the spiritual domain." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment. Although he knew that there was a Naga royalty that made a breakthrough in this area, it was not his own result, so he could not take it out. Neru said, "Our second research direction is the greater space technique." Regarding the greater space technique, Yang Dingtian was the only person in the world who had results. Unfortunately, this thing was too important, more important than his life, and he could not let anyone know. Neru continued, "Our third research direction is the origin of the Little Western Paradise's civilization and the need to continue it." Yang Dingtian was startled. This research topic sounded very vague and vague. Suddenly, he could not help but ask, "About the third research direction, is there anything more specific?" Neru said, "The most important one is whether the fox demon race can give birth to a demigod descendant." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. Could this be the main point of your research? It's actually in the top 3? Neru was stunned. "Is this strange? This is related to our entire race. Whether it's the fox demon race or the speechless race, they all have the silver dragon bloodline." Yang Dingtian was puzzled. But has the fox demon race already given birth to a demigod descendant? Don't you know? Neru was shocked. What? Already given birth? When? Yang Dingtian was even more astonished as he said, "It was born a few years ago. This is not a secret among the higher-ups of Little Western Paradise. Also, I remember that the High Priest Association went to Hindu a few years ago to ask for the Naga royalty demon core from Wu Yu. There's such a thing?" Neru said, "No one told us." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely sure that Little Western Paradise was isolated from the High Priest Association. Obviously, whether it was the Little Western Paradise Council or the 9 Great Tribes, they did not want the High Priest Association to know about this secret. Because if the High Priest Association knew about it, they might lose control. In that case, it was very likely that they would lose control of the entire incident, and even lose control of the demigod's descendant. This High Priest Association was truly isolated from the rest of the world. After being shocked for a long time, Neru asked, "Then which woman gave birth to the demigod descendant?" Yang Dingtian, "The Shadow Spear races Yaorao and Jia." Neru said, "It's actually those sisters? Is there something special about their bloodline?" Immediately, Yang Dingtian spoke in an extremely awkward and strange tone. "The silver dragon bloodline in their bodies isn't anything special. What's special is the child's father. He is the one who allowed the enchanting sisters to give birth to a demigod descendant." Neru was surprised. "Who is that man?" Yang Dingtian was very embarrassed. His face was a little red. He said in a low voice, It's me." "You?" Neru said in disbelief. "It's actually you?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes, it's me." Neru stared at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Then she stepped forward and sniffed his body. She immediately felt a strong silver dragon bloodline aura. There was also a slightly throbbing aura. Then she turned around and walked into a deep passage. Yang Dingtian immediately said, "Senior," Neru said, "I'm going to wake up the high priests who are in meditation." According to the rules of the High Priest Association, If there's a breakthrough in the first 3 research topics, everyone can stop meditating and immediately enter the exchange meeting. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This also works. His body easily accomplished what he had not been able to do with his intellect after so much hard work. Using this method to conquer the high priest association, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to rejoice or laugh bitterly. Chapter 953. For hours later, all the members of the high priest association stopped meditating and gathered in the cave hall. Yang Dingtian counted and found that there were a total of 39 people. This high priest association had been established for thousands of years. Apart from Wu Yu's father, no other members had passed away. Until now, there were only 39 people left. It could be seen how difficult it was to enter. Moreover, it was different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. He had thought that these high priests would be old and frail, but in fact, the majority of them didn't seem to be older than Yang Dingtian. Of course, they were also old and frail. However, most of them were wrapped in a dark gray robe. Not only was it impossible to tell their age, but it was also impossible to tell their gender. After their meditation was interrupted, these high priests didn't show much anger. Instead, their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Since their meditation was interrupted, it meant that there was a huge breakthrough in at least one of the 3 major problems. Everyone sat on the stone chairs in the cave hall. They didn't even react to Yang Dingtian's presence in the hall. Some of them even nodded in greeting. After everyone was seated, one of the high priests removed his hood and revealed his face. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had seen a true member of the silent race. Their appearance was similar to when he was in the Little Western Paradise, but they seemed to be deeper and thinner. It was impossible to tell the silent tribe high priest's age from his face, but the depth of his gaze seemed to be longer than the entire Little Western Paradise. This person should be one of the leaders of the Great Priest Association. His gaze swept across everyone. When he passed by Yang Dingtian's face, he appeared to be slightly puzzled. It was as though he was puzzled that he had never seen this person before. However, he suspected that he had been meditating for too long and had forgotten. "Who is this brother? When did you join the association?" "I don't have any impression of you," the silent tribe member said. He wasn't asking a rhetorical question, nor was he mocking him. He was talking seriously. Yang Dingtian immediately stood up and said, "Greetings, elder. My name is Yang Dingtian." The silent tribe member thought for a while, as if he really couldn't remember anything. He nodded and said, "Greetings, Yang Dingtian. No matter when you joined the association or whether I've ever welcomed you, I'll welcome you again." "Welcome, welcome." Immediately, all the high priests nodded perfunctorily. Yang Dingtian was speechless. These people used all their brains in meditation. They really didn't know anything about the ways of the world. They didn't have the slightest suspicion towards Yang Dingtian sitting here. He was about to explain when the silent tribe leader said, "Which comrade woke us up?" "Oh, is it Madame Nero? Congratulations. You've made a breakthrough in the 3 major problems. May I ask, on which question did you make a breakthrough?" "Nero, the 3rd question." The silent tribe said, "The origin and future of the Little Western Paradise's civilization? Although it's not as exciting as the spiritual domain and the greater space spell, it involves the entire Little Western Paradise's civilization. It's not bad. May I ask which aspect of the problem you solved?" "Nero, the birth of a demigod's descendant." As soon as this was said, all the high priests present trembled. This should be a question that had troubled the entire Little Western Paradise for thousands of years. It could be said that this question had appeared since the birth of the Little Western Paradise's civilization. This was because the races of the Little Western Paradise, whether it was the Fox Demon race or the Silent Tribe, were all created by the fallen Silver Dragon to create a new demigod race. If the Silent Tribe and the Fox Demon race couldn't produce a demigod's descendant, it meant that these 2 races had completely failed. It meant that these 2 races would end up like the other experimental races, swept away into the trash heap of history. Therefore, this matter wasn't very big in Yang Dingtian's eyes, but in the eyes of the Little Western Paradise's races, it was bigger than the sky. It even concerned the survival of the entire race and the meaning of their existence. In fact, when the 3 questions were arranged, they wanted to put this first. However, later on, someone pointed out that this was too narrow-minded and didn't look at the big picture. It was too limited to their own interests. Therefore, the spiritual domain and the greater space spell, these 2 grand macro problems, were placed in the first 2, and the problem that concerned the survival of their own race was placed in the third, showing that the High Priest Association was selfless and far-reaching. At this moment, when they heard that they had a breakthrough in this most important question, they were naturally overjoyed. The leader of the silent tribe immediately said, excitedly, "Your Excellency Nehru, please tell us about your breakthrough." Nehru said, "It's not my breakthrough. In fact, a few years ago, the fox demon race of the Little Western Paradise had successfully inoculated humans and produced a demigod's descendant. However, the Little Western Paradise's parliament deliberately hid this fact from us, even though we almost cut off all contact with the Little Western Paradise in recent years. However, a few years ago, we still sent people to Silver City, but regarding this matter, the Little Western Paradise's parliament never mentioned it." As soon as this was said, the High Priest's expressions changed. What's up with their chairman? What are the 9 tribes trying to do? Suddenly, an older fox demon high priest said angrily, "Oh right, who is their chairman now?" "It should be a young fox demon called Yao Qi," another high priest said. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. How much was this High Priest Association isolated from the outside world? Now, they didn't even know who was the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, and they didn't even know that Yao Qi was dead. Then the leader of the silent tribe said, "Your Excellency Nehru, may I ask what's going on? How did the Little Western Paradise produce a demigod's descendant?" Nehru pointed at Yang Dingtian and said, "The ones who produced the demigod's descendant were Yao, Rao, and Jia, 2 young fox demon women from the Shadow Spear tribe. Of course, the reason why they produced the demigod's descendant had nothing to do with them. The real important thing is a human man called Yang Dingtian. His bloodline can combine with the fox demon race and produce a demigod's descendant." Then, where is this human man called Yang Dingtian? The leader of the silent tribe asked. Yang Dingtian's jaw dropped. He was clearly here, and he had introduced himself just now. His name was Yang Dingtian. Were these people even listening to what he was saying? Nehru pointed at him and said, "This is Yang Dingtian from the human countries." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, everyone looked at him. The leader of the silent tribe said, "Oh, so you're not a member of the association. You're the Great Cedar." Cedar, could this name be any worse? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that everyone's eyes were burning as if they were hungry wolves that saw meat. This made him worried that he would be captured and dissected immediately. The silent tribe high priest said, excitedly, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, are you the only human in the human countries? Because, as far as we know, demon fox females have been inoculated in the human countries for thousands of years. We can't find a human that can make demon fox females go into estrus." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I think I am the only one, because I am the only one who can make demon fox race and snakeman race go into estrus and give birth to demigod descendants." Suddenly, all the high priests' breathing became rough. Another demon fox tribe high priest asked, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, what do you think is the reason why you can make demon fox race give birth to demigod descendants?" Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I used to think it was because of the darkness profound flame, but later on, Temple of Annihilation's Dongli also possessed the darkness profound flame. However, he was still unable to make Snakeman Empire's Queen High Exian go into estrus. Therefore, it is obvious that the darkness profound flame is not the reason. Therefore, I began to suspect that it might be related to my 9 young profound veins." "You have 9 young profound veins?" The silent tribe high priest's eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian nodded. 9 yang profound veins that only appears once in 1,000 years. Although this reason is not strict, it has a certain degree of persuasiveness. The silent tribe high priest said. Suddenly, one of the demon fox tribe high priests said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, may I ask if you can demonstrate your ability in this aspect on the spot, so that we can have a deeper understanding and confirm this matter? Yang Dingtian is completely speechless. How? How can he perform this kind of thing? However, the eyes of the high priests present are actually deep in agreement. They're looking at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with longing. This is a group of academic freaks. The silent tribe high priest asked, Among us here, who is a woman? No matter if it is demon fox tribe or silent tribe, anyone is fine. Immediately, 3 hands were raised. One of them is Neru's hand. These 3 hands, when raised from such a coarse cloth robe, appeared especially abrupt. These robes were simple and crude, but the hands that stretched out were as slender as snow jade, graceful and moving. Yang Dingtian also noticed that Neru's hand is not the most beautiful one. There is another hand, it is as if it is completely carved out of white jade. It is slender and exquisite to the point that even the fingernails are like jade and are relatively sharp. Generally speaking, jade hands are just a description of a woman's hand. However, the pair of hands in front of him is really jade hands. Yang Dingtian has never seen such beautiful jade hands. The silent tribe high priest said, Then those who are willing to be the test subjects, please continue to raise your hands. 1 hand was lowered. Of course, it is Neru's hand. Although she has no desires now, she has already vowed to be loyal to her late husband. The one on the left, if I remember correctly, you should be Lady Demon Fox. The silent tribe high priest said, May I ask if you are willing to be a volunteer? Yes, mister. An extremely soft female voice sounded. It is the owner of that jade hand. Then she lifted her hood and revealed her face. Yang Dingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This is the first time Yang Dingtian has seen a woman who looks so much like a fox. Yes, it is a fox, not a fox spirit. As long as it is a woman who looks charming and can seduce people, she can be called a fox spirit. The face of this woman in front of him is like a fox's face. Her long and narrow eyes are not big, but one can remember it with a glance. It even has the power to hook one's soul. Her slender nose is not very high, and for a woman, it is a little long. However, it is exquisite to the extreme. Her delicate lips seem to be transparent, but it does not give people the feeling that there is no blood. Her face is actually a little long and a little sharp. Her whole face is really like a fox's. Therefore, in terms of beauty, she can't be compared to Neru. However, this face is completely unforgettable. In fact, Yang Dingtian only took a glance at her, and then his entire mind was filled with this face. He even pushed out Neru's unparalleled beautiful face. This woman from the Demon Fox clan really has a very, very special charm. Demon Fox is the name of a race, but the name of this woman in front of him is Demon Fox. After Yang Dingtian saw it, he is very sure that she can be called this name. Then this Demon Fox walked in front of Yang Dingtian. The silent tribe leader said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you can do anything to this Lady Demon Fox in front of you to show your unique ability. Please. The Demon Fox looked at Yang Dingtian. Chapter 954. Yang Dingtian said, The first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is called the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It's the #1 swordsmanship in the world. In fact, the name of the pig-slaying swordsmanship came from the first stage. Fire Dance nodded and said, What about the second stage? Yang Dingtian said, The second stage is called the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword. In fact, the second stage is already slightly out of the category of martial skills, but it's still within the understanding of the current martial arts civilization. After explaining the second stage, Yang Dingtian continued, The third stage is called the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. It can completely transform any attribute of Xian-Qi energy into pure Xian-Qi energy. This is already somewhat beyond the scope of the current martial arts. The fourth stage is called the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Art. It's already started to reverse the Yin and Yang attributes and create the primal chaos attribute. Then what about the fifth stage? Fire Dance asked. Yang Dingtian said, the fifth stage is called the Greater Space Art. When these words came out, Fire Dance's face trembled slightly. In fact, the expressions of the people from the High Priest Association changed. One had to know that this was the second most difficult problem of the High Priest Association. It was even a problem of the entire world. Once this problem was solved, it would bring about a subversive change in the world. Of course, it was very likely to be a bad subversion. After hearing Yang Dingtian explain the first 5 stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, all the high priests present fell silent and looked at Yang Dingtian with disbelief. There really was someone in this world who could practice the pig-slaying swordsmanship. When Yang Dingtian finished speaking, everyone knew that it was true. In fact, the true content of the pig-slaying swordsmanship could only be known after entering the world of the scroll. None of the people in the High Priest Association had entered the world of the scroll, so they didn't know the specific content of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, when they studied Xu Piaoyan's other works, they could roughly figure out the research direction of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So after hearing Yang Dingtian's words, they immediately confirmed that he was telling the truth. He really had learned the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and was the true successor of Xu Piaoyan. Fire Dance turned to look at the wordless high priest. Both sides exchanged glances. Then the leader of the silent priest stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I formally invite you to join the Little Western Paradise High Priest Association. Are you willing?" Instantly, many high priests looked at Yang Dingtian with fervent gazes. The silent tribe high priest said, "We've always been arrogant, thinking that we're at the forefront of the entire chaos world in terms of thinking, wisdom, and martial arts. But in fact, we are just picking up the wisdom of our predecessors, especially Xu Piaoyan. The works he left behind have always been the direction of our research. But that was it. We were never able to penetrate deeply into his wisdom. Therefore, we are very eager for Mr. Yang Dingtian to join us." Yang Dingtian remained silent for a moment before replying, "Of course, I am honored to receive your invitation. I would like to ask if the High Priest Association is going to draw a clear line with the outside world and not have any entanglements with the outside world." The silent tribe high priest said, "That's natural. Only in this way can we go deeper and further in the cultivation of wisdom. If we're tied down by the outside world, we won't be able to go far in the cultivation of wisdom. This is a very serious matter." Yang Dingtian said, "Then I'm very sorry. I really have too many things that I haven't done." The silent tribe high priest said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, in fact, no matter how big the business outside is, it's still nothing. The cultivation of wisdom is the eternal value." Yang Dingtian said, "I agree, but this junior is already deeply involved and can't extricate himself." The silent tribe high priest sighed, "Then we need to talk in private." Yang Dingtian immediately recalled the story of Yong Shi. At that time, Yong Shi was also very ambitious. He wanted the fox demon race to become the new overlord of the world, an existence as powerful as the demigod Naga race. Later on, the silent tribe high priest conversed with him for a day and night, and it seemed to have completely changed his mind. The silent tribe high priest's method was very simple. They pulled Yong Shi into an illusion and satisfied all his desires. In the illusion, they made him the number 1 person in the world, a god. However, he was the only person in the world, and he couldn't even die. The silent tribe high priest came in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, what is your dream? What kind of powerful person do you want to be?" As expected, this was a very familiar feeling. Yang Dingtian said, "My dream is to save this world so that I can no longer be tied down by this world and live freely with my family." The silent tribe high priest was stunned, and then he asked, "Then, what kind of powerful person do you want to be?" Yang Dingtian said, "Enough for me to protect this world. When I accomplish this goal, it doesn't matter whether I have martial arts or not." The silent tribe high priest was stunned again, and then he sighed. "Don't you want to conquer someone? Defeat someone?" Yang Dingtian said, "In fact, I have conquered many people, but it was when my cultivation was far inferior to theirs. I have also defeated many people when my cultivation was also inferior to theirs." Although this sentence is very empty, I still want to say that justice is my weapon. The silent tribe high priest was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Your Excellency, I can't extradite you because in your heart, your career and dream are as great as ours." Yang Dingtian bowed and paid his respects. At this time, a fox demon high priest said, "Actually, it's good that he doesn't join the High Priest Association. I think it's more important for him to be in charge of nurturing the descendants of the demigod." Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Masters, don't you hate Naga's behavior? Are you willing to let the fox demon race walk the same path as Naga?" The silent tribe high priest said, "Of course not. We don't agree with the Little Western Paradise's so-called great cause." Yang Dingtian said, "Then why do you still want the descendants of the demigod?" The silent tribe high priest said, "We have to understand the problem first before we can solve it. We are trying to find the future of Little Western Paradise in the descendants of the demigod. If you have enough wisdom, you will realize that the fox demon race is an abnormal race. If this continues, the destruction of this civilization is only a matter of time." Yang Dingtian said, "I think the descendants of the demigod will not solve the problem, but will worsen it." The silent tribe high priest nodded and said, "You are right. If the demigod descendants of the fox demon race walk the same path as Naga, it will mean destruction." Yang Dingtian said, "Then why do you still need the descendants of the demigod?" The silent tribe high priest said, "Our High Priest Association's research in certain fields has reached a dead end. We can't stop the apocalypse, so we hope that the wisdom of the demigod descendants can help us break through the bottleneck of our research. Whether it's the silent tribe or the fox demon race, I think our brain is limited. The demigod race will surpass us in terms of wisdom and understanding of energy." Then the silent tribe high priest said, "Of course, humans can't do it. Of course, humans have wisdom, but the limitations of their lifespans make it impossible for humans to make breakthroughs in this field." Yang Dingtian immediately fell into silence and agreed with what they said. There was a ready-made example of the Naga royalty that had completely broken through the bottleneck of the spiritual realm. "Sir Yang Dingtian, I respect you for taking it upon yourself to save the world, and we share the same goal." The leader of the silent race said, "But our salvation might not be as limited as yours. We don't want to defeat anyone. Whether it's the evil Tao or anyone else, we don't care. What we want to save is the entire world itself, the life of the primal chaos world. Do you understand?" He definitely won't understand. A high priest next to him said, "Although he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his understanding of this world is still too shallow." However, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I completely understand this point, and I completely agree with this point. If we don't stop it, even if there is no war, the entire chaotic world will be destroyed, because the third dark realm is not far from death, and the second dark realm is also on the verge of collapse. The torn space will soon evolve into the first dark realm, and without the balance of the torn space, the energy environment of the Little Western Paradise will completely collapse, and it will evolve into the second torn space. And this is not the greatest danger. The greatest danger is that the current human countries, which is the only living continent, are gradually being invaded by dark matter." As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. This was definitely the top secret of this world. The entire High Priest Association had studied it for a long time before coming to this conclusion. Now, Yang Dingtian said it so easily and clearly. After a long time, the silent tribe high priest said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, you were not sent here by Madame Nehru. You came here on your own?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "That is indeed the case." Nehru said, "Sir Yang Dingtian came through the torn space in order to avoid the pursuit of the little Western paradise." As soon as this was said, everyone present was completely shocked. It was clear what this meant. This meant that Yang Dingtian had grasped the greater space technique. This was a supreme realm that was second only to the law of spiritual energy. In front of them, such a young Yang Dingtian had actually broken through. The silent tribe high priest said seriously, "Sir Yang Dingtian, why have you come to the High Priest Association?" Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "I need a Naga royalty demon core. It is in the High Priest Association, so I am here to ask the association to lend me the Naga royalty demon core." The speechless clan's priest leader said directly, "The Naga clan's demon core? Oh, there is such a thing. If you want to borrow it, of course, there is no problem. You can take it any time." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was in disbelief. This happiness came too suddenly. Of course, as long as you join the High Priest Association, you can use everything in the association for research. The silent tribe high priest said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was surprised. Then he said bitterly, "You should know that I can't do that. I haven't finished my business outside, so it is impossible for me to join the High Priest Association." Suddenly, Fire Dance said, "Then there is another way. You can leave behind a demigod descendant for us. You can have a child with me or with Demon Fox. This way, our association can give you the Naga royalty demon core." As soon as this was said, the silent tribe high priest frowned slightly. Although Fire Dance's suggestion was very sudden, he did not deny it. Instead, he added, "Of course, this decision has to be passed through a show of hands. If 80% of the people agree, it can be passed." Fire Dance said, "Don't worry, they will definitely raise their hands." Fire Dance's words were full of shrewdness and determination. Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest doubt about this. When he came, he really did not expect things to turn out this way. It had developed to the point of selling his body in exchange for the Naga royalty demon core. Moreover, this transaction did not seem like Yang Dingtian had lost out. Instead, it seemed like he had gained a huge advantage. There was no need to mention Fire Dance. She was a dazzling beauty. As for the Demon Fox, she was filled with an incomparably unique charm. Therefore, this was a wonderful thing. Not only did he get the Naga royalty demon core, but he also enjoyed a great beauty. Chapter 955. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating like thunder. He even knew that Fire Dance was deliberately helping him. In fact, her proposal surprised the entire Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association, although it was somewhat reasonable. This time, Yang Dingtian thought for a full 15 minutes because this decision was too important to him. One was for the Doomsday Battle, and the other was for his bloodline. In the end, Yang Dingtian shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Fire Dance, Fox Demon, Nehru, and everyone else present were shocked. Why did he reject such a wonderful offer? Fire Dance even said with a hint of mockery, "Sir Yang Dingtian, is this the way of a gentleman? Or is it because you don't want to let your wife down?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I'm far from being that noble. To be able to have a good time with Lady Demonic Fox is like a dream to me. Moreover, it's for the Naga royalty demon core. I won't refuse at all. But please speak," Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian said, "Obviously, after Lady Demonic Fox and I give birth to a demigod descendant, we will definitely stay in the High Priest Association for you to raise, right?" Fire Dance said, "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "Although I'm often not by your side, I still want my child to grow up by my side." Fire Dance said, Do you think it's better for him to be by your side than in the High Priest Association? Yang Dingtian said, Of course. For a child, no place in the world can compare to being by his parents' side. Fire Dance said, If you and Demonic Fox mate, then Demonic Fox will be the child's mother. Are you worried about the child following his mother? Yang Dingtian said, You are a group of noble and selfless people, but as the child's parents, you have to be selfish. Therefore, I think Lady Demonic Fox can't be a good mother. Also, fundamentally speaking, I don't want my child to be a test subject. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian's attitude showed that he was not going to cooperate in the breeding of demigods. He couldn't even conceive a demigod's descendant with a demonic fox, much less borrow it from someone else. Yang Dingtian, one of the fox priests, said, You're willing to have demigod descendants with women from the Little Western Paradise, and 2 of them at that. Why are you making all sorts of excuses when it comes to the High Priest Society? Do you think we're too easy to talk to? Yang Dingtian, That's right, I have 2 children with Yaorao and Jia, but they are both my wives now, and there is no doubt that these 2 children will grow up at my knee. At this moment, the leader of the Silent Tribe spoke. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you said that your lifelong career is to save the world. Searching for the demon core of the Naga royalty is also to save the world, right? Yang Dingtian, Yes, Your Excellency. I'm asking for the demon core of the Naga royalty for the upcoming war of the human kingdom. Another high priest of the Fox tribe. Isn't that ironic? You're willing to sacrifice anything to save the world, but the current conditions don't even count as a sacrifice. Why don't you agree? Is your great cause of saving the world so limited and fake? Yang Dingtian, If I can't even protect my family and loved ones, then how can I save the world? If I have to sacrifice my children to save the world, then I'm sorry I can't do it. I'm far from that noble and selfless. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Even though they had already forgotten and couldn't understand the feelings they had for their family, Yang Dingtian's words still touched them. After a long time, someone said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, perhaps you've closed the door to negotiation. Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became a little bitter, and he said, Then may I ask, what else can I offer in exchange? Fire Dance said, You're not willing to agree to the 2 things we want. In fact, there's another thing we want more, but because we know you won't agree, we didn't even mention it. The other thing was, of course, the greater space technique. Yang Dingtian naturally couldn't give it to them. The High Priest Association didn't mention it, which made Yang Dingtian very respectful and grateful. Yang Dingtian, Elders, what if I say that the demon core of the Naga royalty is related to a breakthrough in the spiritual realm? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The speechless high priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, are you saying that the demon core of the Naga royalty will be used for research in the spiritual realm? Obviously, that won't change our mind, because we're not optimistic about your research at all. In fact, we're not optimistic about the research of any force other than us. This sentence was very arrogant. Yang Dingtian, in fact, there's already a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. No, impossible. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. Then the speechless high priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you might not know what this breakthrough in the spiritual realm means. It will completely subvert the civilization of the entire world and completely prevent the destruction of the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian, the breakthrough I'm talking about is the transformation of the information energy in the spiritual realm into an offensive energy that can destroy the world. As soon as this was said, the whole place was dead silent. Yes, there were many aspects to a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. However, the qualitative change of the spiritual energy was undoubtedly the most important one. This is really impossible. The speechless high priest said, Yang Dingtian, once in the Netherworld Sea, I briefly came into contact with the demon core of the Naga royalty. Before Wu Yu took it back, The spiritual energy of the Naga royalty in the demon core had entered my brain and temporarily stayed there. At that time, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty didn't interact with me at all. Later on, it entered my soul sword. Not long ago, I obtained an extremely powerful Xianvein essence and implanted it into my soul sword. Furthermore, I temporarily used the demon core of the Millennium Owl as the sea of qi of the soul sword. Thus, I cultivated a temporary sword soul. If it was any other time, hearing Yang Dingtian's long narration, all the high priests would be impatient. Because to the high priests, if they couldn't get to the point in 3 sentences, they would be angry and lose all their patience. Yang Dingtian continued, "Not long ago, I was imprisoned by the Temple of Annihilation of the Evil Ways. The Demon King, Wen Tian, wanted to possess my body. At the crucial moment, a Naga Digushuang rushed out from my spatial ring and destroyed Wen Tian's attempt to possess my body. It devoured the primordial evil spirit in his body and completed its transformation. After that, it killed countless darkness dragons and darkness wyverns in an attempt to escape from the empire of darkness that was enveloped by the darkness domain. However, the entire empire of darkness was surrounded by dark matter, and it was impossible for her to escape. The empire of darkness sent out tens of thousands of darkness dragons and darkness wyverns to launch a suicidal attack on her in order to capture her. Seeing that the Naga Digushuang was unable to escape and its energy was about to be exhausted, it let out a sorrowful cry. The spiritual energy of the Naga royalty in my soul sword instantly resonated and controlled the soul sword to fly to the Naga Digushuang side. It directly slashed out a shocking sword soul and destroyed the tens of thousands of darkness dragons, saving the Naga Digushuang." After hearing Yang Dingtian's narration, everyone fell into silence. Everyone present was an intelligent person, and there was no need for Yang Dingtian to explain anything. Everyone immediately realized that regardless of whether it was Yang Dingtian's brain or his sea of qi, it was very difficult for them to contain such a powerful energy. There was only one explanation. The Naga royalty used spiritual energy to transform it into offensive energy. That's right, the Naga royalty had been researching for tens of thousands of years and finally made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain, completing a qualitative change in spiritual energy. Yang Dingtian continued, "Currently, I still have no connection with the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty. Hence, I want the demon core of the Naga royalty. I want to see if I can provide it with energy and awaken the connection with it." Instantly, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian had given them a huge problem. That's right, this was indeed a breakthrough in the spiritual domain, and a huge one at that. Hence, the High Priest Association's Naga Royalty Demon Core could be given or not. The High Priest Association's agreement was written very clearly. The association could not allow anything to enter the outside world unless it could be exchanged for something that was extremely important and involved the 3 major problems. Otherwise, this thing could provide substantial help to other forces in the research of the 3 major problems. Hence, Yang Dingtian happened to be at this vague stage. Letting Yang Dingtian obtain the demon core of the Naga royalty would indeed help in his breakthrough in the spiritual domain. However, there was no doubt that Yang Dingtian wanted the demon core of the Naga royalty, not for the research of the spiritual domain, but to win the doomsday battle. The leader of the speechless race was silent for a long time before saying, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, we may need to vote." Yang Dingtian said, "Thank you, Master. Do you need me to leave?" The leader of the speechless race said, "No need." Fire Dance looked at everyone present. Some met her gaze, while others avoided it. In fact, this was equivalent to expressing their stance. However, most of the people avoided her gaze. Therefore, if a vote was held, Yang Dingtian would not be able to obtain the demon core of the Naga royalty. Just as the vote was about to begin, Fire Dance suddenly said, "Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, please follow me." After saying that, she walked directly into a stone room. Yang Dingtian followed. After walking for about a few hundred meters, Yang Dingtian entered a stone room. This should be Fire Dance's room. It was completely different from the other simple stone rooms. This was comfortable, pink, and even a little extravagant. Fire Dance did not seem to completely reject worldly pleasures. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you should know that if a vote is held, it will definitely not pass, Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, and I'm very grateful for Miss Fire Dance's care for me. I like you very much, Fire Dance said, but you can't be too biased, understand? Yang Dingtian bowed and said yes. Fire Dance said, therefore, you need to make a certain sacrifice in exchange for the demon core of the Naga royalty. After saying that, she took off her coarse robe, revealing a peerlessly attractive body. The entire room was suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance. After a short period of contact in Yang Dingtian's mind, this Fire Dance already possessed extraordinary charm. She was definitely a woman that men liked. Not only did her beauty and body make men crazy, but her character also made men like her from the bottom of their hearts. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that his throat was blocked. His heart was beating like thunder as he hurriedly gasped for breath and said, Miss Fire Dance, you are incomparably attractive to me, but I'm very sorry if I agree. It would be irresponsible of me. Fire Dance turned around and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Do you think I'm forcing you to have sex with me and give birth to a demigod descendant? Didn't you already refuse? Do you think I'll force myself on you? Could it be, could it not be? Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Fire Dance took out a gorgeous robe from the box and put it on. What are you thinking? I just want to change into a great arbiter's robe. Sure enough, this robe was black and red, full of majesty. When Fire Dance wore it, her beauty was like a burning flame. Fire Dance said, if you want to get a vote, you need to make a certain sacrifice. You need to sign a contract. After you save the world, you need to send your soul sword to the High Priest Association for us to study in the spiritual domain. Do you agree? Yang Dingtian was stunned, and his face immediately turned red. He said with incomparable gratitude, Yes, of course I agree. He knew that with Fire Dance's persistence and help, he had obtained the demon core of the Naga royalty. Chapter 956. Seeing Yang Dingtian's straightforward reply, Fire Dance couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then she said, You should know that this contract is very serious. If you don't fulfill it when the time comes, the consequences will be very serious. Moreover, we will study it for a very long time. You might not be able to get back your soul sword for the rest of your life. Yang Dingtian, I've said it before, after I complete everything, I don't care even if my cultivation completely disappears, because I've completed everything I want to do. Apart from defeating enemies, I don't need to rely on martial arts or cultivation for the rest of the matters. Fire Dance looked at Yang Dingtian for a while before saying, I like your attitude towards martial arts very much. Therefore, I won't waste my time on martial arts. In any case, I won't leave the High Priest Association for the rest of my life. Martial arts cultivation is useless here. Fire Dance put on the robes of the High Priest Association. She held a piece of energy soft jade paper and a crystal pen in her hand as she walked back to the hall. After returning to the hall, she spread the soft jade paper on the stone she was sitting on and squatted there to write the contract. Seeing such a great beauty wearing such a gorgeous robe and squatting there to write something, Yang Dingtian immediately felt that this place was a scam. There wasn't even a decent table. Very quickly, Fire Dance finished writing the contract. Then she handed the crystal pen to Yang Dingtian and said, Sign it. Yang Dingtian took it and immediately saw the contract Fire Dance had written. The content was very simple. The High Priest Association would first lend the demon core of the Naga royalty to Yang Dingtian. In exchange, after Yang Dingtian finished saving the world, the soul sword had to be sent to the High Priest Association for research. Of course, regardless of whether Yang Dingtian finished saving the world or not, the soul sword had to be sent to the High Priest Association within 30 years. As for the Grand Priest Association's research on the soul swords, there was no fixed time limit. Of course, what was slightly surprising was that Fire Dance's handwriting wasn't that outstanding. At the very least, it was much worse than Ji is. However, his words were full of boldness and dominance. Even though she had tried her best to write seriously, it still leaned towards cursive. She needed to work hard to recognize every word. The first party of the contract was blank. Party B was, of course, Yang Dingtian. Infusing profound qi, he signed Yang Dingtian's name on it. Suddenly, the 3 red Yang Dingtian imprinted themselves on the soft jade white paper. Inside, the Yang Dingtian's unique Xian Qi energy danced. After Yang Dingtian signed the contract, Fire Dance picked it up and read it out loud in front of everyone. His meaning was very clear. Today he lent out the Naga Royalty Demon Core, and in the future, not only would he return the Naga Royalty Demon Core, but he would also lend the entire soul sword to the association for research. Right now, the left side of the contract is blank. We need to vote before we can sign the name of the Grand Priest Association. Fire Dance said, so whether we lend the Naga Royalty Demon Core or not is up to everyone present. When she said this, Fire Dance stared at everyone with a burning gaze. This time, there were quite a few people who avoided her gaze. However, Fire Dance continued to stare at them and didn't look away. Therefore, these people could only meet Fire Dance's gaze helplessly. In the end, after confirming that more than 80% of the people looked at Fire Dance, she said to the Silent Tribe's chief priest, "You announce the vote." The Silent Tribe's chief priest was a little helpless and said, "All right, we agree to lend the Naga Royalty Demon Core to Yang Dingtian. In exchange, Yang Dingtian must lend the entire soul sword to the Grand Priest Association for research within 30 years. Please raise your hand." The vote went without any accidents. Everyone who met Fire Dance's gaze agreed to the vote. A total of 33 people raised their hands and agreed to lend the Naga Royalty Demon Core to Yang Dingtian. More than 80% of them agreed. Yes, this result was indeed a little underhanded. But Yang Dingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. After all the votes were over, the Grand Priest Association didn't delay at all. The Silent Tribe's chief priest went to the warehouse and took out the Naga Royalty Demon Core and gave it to Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian held it in his hand and felt a sense of heaviness. Then he bowed deeply to everyone and said, "Thank you, elders." Fire Dance waved her hand and said, "All right, there's nothing else. Everyone disperse. Those who are meditating, continue meditating." This was completely the rhythm of throwing away after using it. All the grand priests present got up and returned to their stone rooms. Some of them looked at Yang Dingtian a few times before they left. Obviously, Yang Dingtian's greater space technique and his ability to let the Fox tribe give birth to demigod descendants really filled them with endless curiosity. However, Yang Dingtian also noticed that some of the male priests secretly looked at Fire Dance a few times before they returned to their stone rooms. Of course, they looked very timidly and carefully. The feeling was no different from a junior high school boy on Earth secretly looking at a girl he had a crush on. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood that the Grand Priest Association wasn't completely without desires. Sure enough, there were still people who had a crush on Fire Dance, and there was more than one. In fact, the 3 women in the Grand Priest Association were very seductive and beautiful, especially Nero, who was the #1 beauty in Little Western Paradise. But in this place, her radiance was completely overshadowed by Fire Dance. Fire Dance was the most dazzling person here. Yang Dingtian originally thought that Nero would stay until the end to bid farewell to him, but she smiled at him and returned to her stone room. The fox demon looked at Yang Dingtian for a while, then waved at him and said, "Mr. Yang, Dingtian, goodbye." In the end, Only Fire Dance and Yang Dingtian were left in the stone room. Fire Dance had no intention of leaving. Yang Dingtian immediately said, "Senior Fire Dance, do you have any other instructions?" The gorgeous Fire Dance lazily sat on the ground, stretched her waist, and leaned against a stone seat, making the curves of her upper body even more unparalleled. "You can say that I have a personal matter," Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian said, "Please speak." Fire Dance said, "Don't sit so upright. Come over and help me massage my shoulders. I used too much strength in the fight just now, and now I feel a little sore all over." Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and massaged her shoulders and arms. Even though Fire Dance's skin was as smooth as snow, soft and bouncy to the touch, Yang Dingtian still focused on massaging her. "You should have noticed Naru. What do you think of her in the High Priest Association?" Fire Dance asked. "She seems a little estranged, a little out of place," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian immediately recalled Naru's words. She was actually an outsider. After observing her for 2 to 4 hours, Yang Dingtian found that she was indeed an outsider in the High Priest Association. The leader of the Silent Tribe was still polite and gentle to her, but the other high priests were very cold to her. Fire Dance, on the other hand, was always protecting her. "That's right, she is out of place," Fire Dance said. "She came to the High Priest Association not for learning, but to atone for her sins. A few hundred years ago, she proposed that she could either enter the association and inherit her husband's legacy or die. You should be able to see that our leader is a very gentle person. Of course, he couldn't bear to see her die, so he proposed a vote. But you should know that these high priests aren't people who have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I don't need to say it, but you can imagine their rejection of outsiders. If they had immediately voted, the consequences would have been very bad. Once Naru was rejected, she would have only one path, death. So I propose to pause the vote and talk to the high priests one by one." At this point, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of Fire Dance fighting a group of high priests, beating them until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Obviously, the conversation back then was similar. In short, when they voted again, although the situation didn't look good, the decision was passed and Naru stayed. Fire Dance said, "But in my heart, I didn't want her to enter the High Priest Association, but I didn't want her to die even more." Yang Dingtian nodded. Fire Dance said, "In fact, she's like a prisoner here. She can't meditate or do any research. There's only endless loneliness and pain. In order to express her will, she even cut her hair. Those who truly want to cultivate don't need to do this. Penance and beauty are not in conflict with each other, are they?" Yang Dingtian took a glance at Hua Wu's gorgeous face and immediately nodded his head vigorously. Fire Dance continued. "This time when you came to Mount Bujo to visit the High Priest Association, no one saw you because everyone was meditating. Only Nara noticed you because she wasn't meditating. She was enduring endless loneliness." Yang Dingtian nodded. Fire Dance said, "So there's no need for her to stay in the High Priest Association. This will only add to her pain, but I can't say it myself. That would make her feel like she's been expelled. So I'd like to trouble you to persuade her to leave the High Priest Association and live the life she should live. She shouldn't spend her time in the High Priest Association to atone for her sins." Then Fire Dance said, "We're completely willing to cultivate day after day, but each day feels like a year to her. So both of us feel very uncomfortable." Yang Dingtian said, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll tell her." Fire Dance said, "I heard a little about your situation just now. I roughly know that you're facing a difficult situation. Naru's cultivation is very powerful, and her prestige in the Little Western Paradise is very high. So take her with you. She'll be very useful to you, especially as your trump card in the Little Western Paradise." After saying that, Fire Dance got up and stretched her body. She was about to return to her stone room. Yang Dingtian said, "Senior fire dance, no matter if it succeeds or fails. Do you need me to report it to you?" "No need," Fire Dance said. "I just want her to be better. No matter what the result is, you don't need to tell me." Then Fire Dance waved her hand and said to Yang Dingtian, "I hope to see you again. But the next time I wake up from meditation, you might be old." Then she disappeared into Yang Dingtian's business. Yang Dingtian looked at her back view, and his heart continued to surge. She was really a strange woman. Shrewish, beautiful, decisive, independent, fair, and righteous. Next, Yang Dingtian thought about how to complete Fire Dance's task. Yang Dingtian also felt that Nera staying here wasn't a good thing. Not only was she unable to do any substantial research, but she was also suffering every day. So, she also enjoyed the feeling of suffering, the feeling of self-punishment. However, persuading Nera would be a very, very difficult thing. In fact, the thing that could shake her the most was that she had been possessed and had become a tool for the evil ways to control Little Western Paradise. After all, she used to be the chairman of Little Western Paradise, and she used to be her disciple. However, after Yang Dingtian said that she had been possessed by Wentian, Nera didn't have much of a reaction. She didn't care about it very much. So, it would be very difficult to persuade Nero. He had to find a reason to kill her directly. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian walked towards Neru's stone room. Neru's stone room was extremely simple. There wasn't even a sitting stone. The bald and beautiful Neru sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. She didn't enter any meditation. When she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she opened her beautiful eyes and said, "You can leave on your own. There's no need to say goodbye to me." "Yang Dingtian, I'm not here to say goodbye to you. I'm here to take you away from the High Priest Association." When he said this, Neru's delicate body trembled. Chapter 9:57. After a long time, Neru asked in a trembling voice, "Did they ask you to chase me away?" "No. High Priest Fire Dance is very concerned about you." Yang Dingtian said, "That's why she asked me to think of a way to make your life better." Nera lowered her head and said, "I'm living very well now." "No," Yang Dingtian said, "you're not meditating at all every day. You can't even enter meditation. You're just punishing yourself. Because your lover's death filled you with guilt. You're allowing yourself to live happily. Only by sinking into pain every day will you not feel guilty." After being exposed by Yang Dingtian, Na Lu didn't appear to be very agitated. He took a deep breath and said, "That's right. What you said is correct. Only by cultivating bitterly, here will I feel that the sins on my body are lessened." Yang Dingtian said, "Then do you feel that your sins have been lessened?" Nera shook her head and said no. Yang Dingtian said, "That's why it's meaningless for you to torture yourself like this. Besides, does your lover's spirit in heaven really want you to be like this? Does he love you?" "Very much," Nera said. Yang Dingtian said, "Since that's the case, of course he wants to see you happy and not see you sink into pain. If you torture yourself like this, you'll only make him more uneasy in heaven." Nera looked at Yang Dingtian with a gentle gaze and said, "Yang Dingtian, I understand what you're saying. I enjoy loneliness here every day, and every day feels like a year. But you don't know that this is already the happiest state I've ever been in. If I were to return to Little Western Paradise, I'd only be in more pain." As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian instantly understood that feeling. Nera had completely walked into a dead end, and it had been countless years. It was almost impossible for her to come out. There was no such great external force. After a long while, Yang Dingtian said, "But you still have a daughter outside. She's the closest person to you." Nera said, "I left after she reached a certain age. I know her well. She's much more carefree than me. She doesn't need my care at all. She can take care of herself very well." Yang Dingtian went silent again. Although Nera was Wu Yu's mother, but at this moment, Wu Yu was indeed more mature than Neru. On the contrary, Neru was the fragile one. Neru said, Yang Dingtian, thank you, but I really can't change anything. Yang Dingtian understood that unless there was a great external force, it was impossible for Neru to come out. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian said, Ms. Neru, your daughter and I have already had intimate relations. Basically, she already has a child in her stomach. As the child's grandmother, you should go out and help take care of the child. As soon as these words came out, it really became the power of an atomic bomb. Neru was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. After a long time, she said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, although you are very, very outstanding, but I still have some understanding of my daughter's feelings. She and she were childhood sweethearts, but it seems that later on, she seems to have fallen in love with the Demon King Wen Tian from evil ways. The meaning of the words was very clear. Although Yang Dingtian was very outstanding, he was afraid that it was not enough to make Neru like him. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Indeed, she doesn't even like the Demon King Wen Tian. She is more invested in the male protagonist of the story. She has always been a bystander, but now the Demon King Wen Tian has become very boring, and I just happen to become the male protagonist of the new story. I am the only man who can make her estrus. She doesn't take the relationship between men and women very seriously, so it's not strange at all what happened between us. As soon as Yang Dingtian said this, Neru immediately knew that he was telling the truth. Yang Dingtian's understanding of Wu Yu had already surpassed anyone, including herself. Yang Dingtian said, So mother-in-law, you should go out and take care of your grandson. Neru covered her mouth and laughed, then asked, Does Wu Yu already have a child? Yang Dingtian was stunned, then he shook his head and said, I don't know yet, but there will be one in the end. For someone like her who is full of curiosity about everything, having a child should be a very tempting experience for her. But taking care of a child is definitely not her hobby, and she can't take care of a child well. So she needs you at this time. As soon as these words came out, Neru's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with confusion and even yearning. Yang Dingtian continued to light the fire on the side and said, When Wu Yu was young, your heart was probably in a mess, and you probably didn't enjoy the joy of her growing up from a baby to an adult. Now that I let you take care of a baby, your mood may be completely different, and you should have incomparable happiness. Moreover, this child is also your lover's grandson, and he probably wants to be close to you very, very much. Neru's beautiful eyes were already a bit blurred, and her breathing was also a bit hurried. Yang Dingtian continued, I'm sure that if he knew that you were punishing him like this, he would definitely regret his suicide. The reason he committed suicide was not only because of his own depravity, I think it was more because he doubted your feelings for him, and he felt that you were only borrowing his seed, and not because of love. Suddenly, Neru couldn't hold it in anymore, and she began to cry sorrowfully, I love him. He is the only man I have ever loved in this world. Yang Dingtian, you don't even know how kind he is, how adorable, how sentimental, and how good he is. Yang Dingtian gently hugged her shoulders and patted her back, saying, I believe that he is definitely the best man in this world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen in love with him. That's right, he is the best man in this world, the most adorable man. Neru's sobs were also filled with longing. Yang Dingtian, they all say that children look like their grandfather, so perhaps our baby will look very much like his grandfather. Neru immediately broke into laughter upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but say, You don't have to incite the fire all the time, as if you too already have a child. Yang Dingtian immediately blushed with embarrassment. That was indeed the case. Even though he and Wu Yu had a very intimate relationship, the two of them didn't even have the slightest inkling of an actual relationship. In order to convince Neru, Yang Dingtian made it sound as if Wu Yu was already pregnant. Yang Dingtian, Madam Neru, please come with me. Neru wiped the tears from her face before saying, I'm a holy, rank, powerful being. Can you take me out of here? Yang Dingtian was stunned upon hearing this. That's right. His space gate couldn't pass through creatures with more energy than him. Therefore, he couldn't bring Nera back to the human world. Nera smiled and said, "All right, Yang Dingtian, you can go back." Yang Dingtian immediately became anxious, saying, You don't want to leave here? You can't pass through my space gate, but as long as you want to, you can leave from other places. Yang Dingtian, all right, Yang Dingtian, you have already torn a hole in my heart, but I can't leave right now. I need to calm myself down before making a decision. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment, then nodded. If Nera wanted to leave immediately, she wouldn't have said this. It was precisely because Yang Dingtian persuaded her that she wanted to calm down and think for a while before leaving. Yang Dingtian, Yongxi has now been possessed by the Demon King Wentian. If you rashly appear in Little Western Paradise, you might be in danger. Nera shook her head and said, Don't worry, she probably can't do anything to me. And if I leave here, I won't appear in Little Western Paradise. I will go to the human world. You said to let me take care of the child. Yang Dingtian's face reddened. Then he said solemnly, I will try my best. Then Yang Dingtian, but now the gate to the human world has been completely sealed by me. If our people don't enter the Skull Hall, you can't come out either. And now the Skull Hall should be guarded by Yongxi, Wentian's experts. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Don't worry, when I leave, I will leave a date on Buzhou Mountain. On that date, Yongxi Wentian and the others won't be in the Skull Hall. You can send people to the Skull Hall to pick me up. Yes, Madame Neru. Yang Dingtian said. Neru said, Okay, then you can go. Go to your things, don't waste your time on me. Yang Dingtian got up and said, Then I will take my leave, Senior Neru. Neru smiled and said, Don't you need to call me mother-in-law? Her tone and expression were a bit coquettish and mischievous. It was clear that Yang Dingtian's words had torn a hole in her lonely heart. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to be embarrassed, but he still said solemnly, I will try my best. Then, Yang Dingtian left Neru's stone room. Yang Dingtian directly used a xianqi and quickly flew away from Buzhou Mountain, flying towards the direction of the torn space in the north. Looking at the torn space from here, it was completely soft and distorted dim light and shadow. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and easily jumped into the torn space. Then, flying for tens of thousands of miles in the torn space, he arrived at the border of the Dongli grassland and the endless sea. Creating a space door, Yang Dingtian jumped in. Immediately, Yang Dingtian entered the endless sea's water and re-entered the Vitality continent. The moment he entered the endless sea, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, because in the water in front of him, there were two beautiful snow-white celestial bodies, swimming without any worries, showing their devilish curves and seductive bodies without hesitation. Two of the most beautiful women in the world. One was Queen Poisa, the other was the Mermaid Queen. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, the two of them cheered and swam their devilish bodies over. Facing Yang Dingtian, You're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, Have you rescued Viper Mo and Viper Z? Chapter 958. Not yet. Queen Poisa said, But I already know where it is. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, Is it in the Serpentmen Empire's sacred land? Queen Poisa nodded and said, That's right. It's there. I'll go take a look at it later. It will definitely make your hair stand on end. You'll also see the source of her and the Serpentmen Empire's power. The Mermaid Queen said, We've already entered the Serpentmen Empire's sacred land. There's an extremely powerful energy formation there. We can't enter it at all. Yang Dingtian asked, The two of you are so powerful, but you can't break through the energy formation. Queen Poisa said, The energy source of this energy formation is the energy core of the entire Dongli grassland. Therefore, a heaven and earth mystic flame will be born here every 200 years. It's the million-spirit demonic flame in your body. From now on, There won't be another million-spirit demonic flame. All the energy will be used to maintain this energy formation. You can imagine how powerful it is. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Only 1 million spirit demonic flame was born in the entire Dongli grassland. How powerful would the energy core of this energy formation be? It was completely unimaginable. Of course, the million spirit demonic flame in Yang Dingtian's body didn't seem to be very powerful. In fact, in the process of condensing the million spirit demonic flame, more than 99% of the energy was consumed. In the end, only 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the energy used to condense the million spirit demonic flame. When the million spirit demonic flame was swallowed into the body, the amount of energy it could absorb was completely dependent on the mystic veins and cultivation. Therefore, when one was a martial saint, one would also break through several levels. When one was a grandmaster, one would also break through several levels after swallowing the million spirit demonic flame. In short, when Yang Dingtian devoured the million spirit demonic flame, he had only devoured the life form of the million spirit demonic flame. However, not even 1,000th of its energy had entered Yang Dingtian's body. In short, this Qi seemed to be extremely powerful. That was why Queen Hai Xan had constructed the entire Holy Land's grand energy array above the million spirit demon fire's Qi core. This was because even a saint would not be able to break into this energy array. Only Queen Hai Xan knew how to enter this energy array. Of course, all of this meant nothing to Yang Dingtian. The energy array had no distance. Yang Dingtian's spatial door could easily pass through it and directly enter the energy array to rescue Viper MO and Viper Z. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, why did Hai Xan place Viper MO and Viper Z in the energy formation? Queen Poisa said she used it to sit at the top of the energy pyramid and condense the energy of countless lives below for her to devour. This is because there is an extremely evil hell demonic array hidden under the Holy Land. It can directly devour countless lives in exchange for a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Because this array is too evil, it was banned even in the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Yang Dingtian asked, Poisa, do you know about this array? Queen Poisa shook her head and said, after this array was banned, it became a taboo and was sealed away. I don't know about it. I also find it very strange that Hai Xan knows about it. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time before saying, perhaps this is also the work of the demon king, Wen Tian. Let's go. With your spatial technique, you can easily pass through the hell demonic array and rescue the other sea serpents. The mermaid queen said, we have been waiting impatiently for you for a long time. Although it is fun to swim naked here, we are tired of playing every day. At this moment, Yang Dingtian noticed that they didn't have anything on their bodies. Such a devilish, curvy body made people want to commit a crime. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, you guys put on your clothes. The mermaid queen curled her lips and said, hypocrite. Meanwhile, Queen Venom Shah's face turned red, but she spoke in a serious tone. Yang Dingtian, you have to remember that I am only Venom Shah and nothing else. Duga Shuang is no longer related to me. You promised me that a long time ago. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, I remember. Then Queen Poisa put on her clothes with a blushing face and asked in a low voice, did you get the Naga royalty demon core? Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Poisa said, you promised Wuyu that you would use the recovery jade to record the key scenes. You won't forget, right? Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I won't forget. And that's good. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian found that Queen Poisa was really considerate, like a gentle and considerate sister. Then Yang Dingtian, Poisa, and the mermaid queen flew toward the central holy land of the Serpent Empire. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian and the others passed through more than half of the Serpent Empire and arrived in the sky above the Holy Land. This place was still a beautiful and tranquil lake, surrounded by huge and beautiful sculptures. Each sculpture was in the shape of the Queen of the Sea Hearts. For a long time, there was no defense here. Perhaps High Exian thought that this hell demonic formation was so powerful that no one in this world could break through it. Before diving into the lake, the Mermaid Queen suddenly said, "I want to take off my clothes, can I?" Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and immediately jumped into the lake. The Mermaid Queen was very annoyed and wanted to take off her clothes, but Queen Poisa stopped her. "Perhaps there might be other males down there. You shouldn't do it." Then the two unparalleled beauties jumped into the lake as well. Yang Dingtian and the others continued to dive. After a full 10,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom of the lake. The entire lake was like a huge funnel. At the center of the lake, there was only one hole, which could only allow one person to pass through. However, Yang Dingtian could easily feel that this hole was surging with extremely powerful energy. If he rashly entered, he would be torn to pieces by the energy. This should be the entrance to the Serpent Empire's Holy Land. Of course, this entrance was not an energy formation, but a pure surge of energy. The Mermaid Queen and Queen Poisa swam forward and released powerful energy, directly suppressing this entrance, causing it to no longer have any destructive power. Then they rolled their eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "Hurry up and enter, Master." Just now, Yang Dingtian did not allow her to take off her clothes and enter the water, so she still hated him. Yang Dingtian quickly passed through this hole and entered the Holy Land. Immediately after, the Mermaid Queen and the Venomous Queen also quickly drilled in. After entering the Holy Land, Yang Dingtian really sucked in a breath of cold air. This Holy Land was really big. It was an incomparably huge void space that spanned more than a few hundred miles. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was completely floating in the air, and there was zero gravity here. An incomparably huge pyramid stood in the void. An even larger energy barrier completely enveloped the entire pyramid. This entire energy barrier surged with a strange and dangerous energy aura. Yang Dingtian and the other two flew closer to the energy barrier and immediately felt the powerful energy emerging from this energy barrier. "Be careful! Don't touch this energy barrier. It will be very dangerous." Queen Poisa said. After Violets accidentally touched it, she was injured and directly fainted. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was incomparably shocked. The Mermaid Queen was a saint expert, but she fainted when she touched this energy barrier. Then, if a half-saint expert touched this energy barrier, wouldn't they be turned into ashes? "Look, Viper Mo is there," Queen Poisa said in a low voice, pointing at a certain place in the energy barrier. This energy barrier was faintly transparent, and Yang Dingtian could clearly see the situation inside. Then he really felt his hair stand on end, and even a burst of suffocation. The pyramid inside the energy barrier was slightly surging, because it was formed by countless lives using a special combination, entangling together and piling up. This was a pyramid that had been built with life. Countless lives, layer by layer, layer by layer. There were actually hundreds of layers in total. On the top layer, there was only one person. On the second layer, there were 3 people. On the third layer, there were 6 people. On the fourth layer, there were 10 people. On the fifth layer, there were 15 people. On the sixth layer, there were 21 people. On the seventh layer, there were 28 people. On the eighth layer, there were 36 people. So on and so forth, there were nearly 500,000 people on the bottom layer. This pyramid was built by tens of millions of lives. No wonder Queen High Exian's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. No wonder she immediately cultivated a bunch of Grandmaster experts after cleaning up all of Queen Poisa's trusted aides. This was the most evil method in the entire world. This was the most evil pyramid in the world. No wonder even the dark and evil Sea Serpent Empire would ban this hell's demonic array and this hell's pyramid. In fact, Yang Dingtian could see the principle of this evil pyramid at a glance. This was equivalent to the supercomputers on Earth, which were formed by countless CPUs. The computing power of a single CPU was not strong, but when combined, it would become a super powerful computer that could perform hundreds of millions of calculations per second. Therefore, this hell's demonic array was equivalent to condensing the energy of countless people in a way for one person to devour. Yang Dingtian noticed that everyone in this pyramid was alive. All of them were writhing and wailing in pain. Tens of millions of people were writhing and wailing, forming this incomparably huge pyramid. This might be the most terrifying picture in the world, so Yang Dingtian felt a little suffocated when he saw it. Then, Yang Dingtian saw Viper Mo and Viper Z. They were respectively on the third layer of the pyramid. Their snake bodies were terrifyingly entangled together. Their beautiful faces were now thin and twisted in pain. Their eyes were filled with gloominess and despair. At this moment, they were even fantasizing that death was an incomparable gift to them. Yang Dingtian looked at this evil scene and said slowly, Hai Xian no longer has the right to live in this world. She must die. At the same time, Queen Hai Xian clearly heard Yang Dingtian's words from inside the energy shield. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, and her face turned pale. Devil Queen beside her said, Do you see? Ever since you set up this hell's demonic array and this death pyramid, you and Yang Dingtian no longer have any possibility. He will definitely not allow such an evil woman like you to become his wife. Therefore, you made the right choice. Queen Seaheart's bewildered eyes gradually focused, and they became firm and resolute. Then she said slowly, That's right, Your Majesty, Devil Queen. Actually, I have no way out. Yang Dingtian and I are already in a life and death relationship. I shouldn't have any illusions. Devil Queen said, Only Yang Dingtian can enter this energy shield with his spatial technique. Violets and Queen Poisa can't enter. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian enters, he will step into a fatal trap and become our captive. No one in the world can save him. The Infernal Queen's dead concubine continued. When His Majesty the Infernal King possesses his body, Hai Xian, you will become an infernal concubine that stands above countless others. You might even give birth to a true demigod descendant. Queen Hai Xian directly knelt down and said, This concubine is willing to serve His Majesty Demon King loyally for generations. Devil Queen turned to Shura Vulture beside her and said, What about you, our Princess Shura? Suddenly, Vulture's delicate body trembled, as if she had been awakened. Chapter 959. For the Demon King Wentian, taking over Yang Dingtian's body was his first choice. However, Yang Dingtian already had 2 saint rank experts by his side. As long as one saint rank expert was by his side, the Temple of Annihilation would be helpless against Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yongshi Wentian set up the first trap in the Skull Hall, making Yang Dingtian and Wu Shuang walk right into it. However, Yang Dingtian saw through it at the last moment and did not charge in. The Demon King Wentian asked everyone if they could capture Yang Dingtian. Under the influence of supernatural forces, the Sea Heart Queen suggested that if she saw the resurrection of the venomous Sand Queen, she might have a plan to capture Yang Dingtian. Finally, the news of evil ways came. Queen Poisa had been resurrected. Queen Hai Xian knew very well that she and Queen Poisa were only related to each other. Since Yang Dingtian had resurrected Queen Poisa, he had completely broken off his relationship with Hai Xian. Therefore, she suggested this plan to the Demon King Wentian. After Queen Poisa was resurrected, she would definitely save Viper Mo, Viper Z, and her previous confidants. However, these Serpent Men experts were all inside the pyramid of the Holy Land. The Queen Mermaid and Queen Poisa could not enter the energy barrier. Only Yang Dingtian's spatial technique could enter. However, he was the only one who could enter. Therefore, this was a fatal trap. After the Demon King Wentian heard Yang Dingtian's report, He immediately let Queen Devil Queen pass through the dark matter and enter the energy barrier's held demon formation. He set up a trap and waited for Yang Dingtian to barge in. They had been waiting here for a few days. Today, Yang Dingtian finally came. As expected, he came. Of course, they did not need the Shura vulture to capture Yang Dingtian this time. However, whether it was the Devil Queen or the Demon King Wentian, they clearly knew that the vulture's heart was wandering. Therefore, they wanted to completely tear the vulture and Yang Dingtian apart, cutting off vulture's escape route. Therefore, they brought the vulture. Moreover, the vulture had a special characteristic, which was that she was very dependent on the strong. If she saw with her own eyes that Yang Dingtian was captured without the ability to fight back, he would look completely like a weakling. Then her feelings for Yang Dingtian in her heart would be infinitely weakened. At this time, the vulture's heart was completely in a mess. On one hand, she really hoped that Yang Dingtian would be captured. That's right, she had this thought, because she was really disgusted with the Demon King Wentian. When she thought of the Demon King Wentian resurrecting and becoming his woman, she wanted to vomit. Now, the Demon King Wentian's shadow had left a deep impression on her. Therefore, if the Demon King Wentian possessed Yang Dingtian, she would become Yang Dingtian's woman again. Although she was deceiving herself, this result seemed good. On the other hand, she had always wanted to prove herself to Yang Dingtian and avenge herself. If she could save Yang Dingtian at the critical moment, it would be perfect. She would be able to deal a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian's heart. Yang Dingtian, look, you seem to be very amazing. I saved you at the critical moment. These two aspects satisfied a certain desire in her heart very much. She couldn't even tell which was stronger and which was weaker. Therefore, she had been in pain, struggling left and right. When the Queen Devil Queen asked her, she seemed to have been awakened, and then smiled sweetly at the Devil Queen. The Queen Devil Queen wasn't surprised by Shura Vulture's reaction. She felt that she understood Vulture very well. This was a greedy, selfish, self-centered woman. Perhaps she wanted to help Yang Dingtian at this time, but she definitely didn't have the courage. She definitely wouldn't do anything that would harm her own interests. Sorry, my spatial door can't allow creatures stronger than me to pass through, so I can only enter alone, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, you have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, come out immediately, Queen Poisa said. Then she turned her delicate body, her back facing Yang Dingtian. Her meaning was very clear. She wouldn't look at the process of Yang Dingtian using the greater spatial technique. The Queen Mermaid was very dissatisfied, but she still turned her body. Of course, this situation was a bit superfluous. Even if she watched it 10,000 times, it was impossible to learn the greater spatial technique. Even if she told someone the principle, they wouldn't be able to use it because it was really too complicated. Whether it was the darkness profound flame or the profound flame, they had to go through complicated modifications before they could create a spatial door. Yang Dingtian began to use the darkness profound flame to carve out a black hole created by the darkness profound flame, isolating space. Then he began to strike the profound flame to create a spatial door. Queen Devil Queen, who was inside the energy barrier, held her breath as she watched Yang Dingtian use the greater spatial technique. This was the most mysterious technique in the world, and it was also the technique that the Demon King Wentian yearned for the most. Queen Devil Queen desperately wanted to see clearly, but she couldn't see anything. It even seemed that Yang Dingtian didn't do anything, especially since this energy barrier wasn't that transparent. Queen Devil Queen condensed her voice into Queen High Xian and Shura Vulture's ears, saying, "Get ready. Yang Dingtian is coming in. Capture him, and we'll have the entire primal chaos world." At this moment, Queen High Xian had already let go of everything. She was incomparably eager for Yang Dingtian to rush in and become her prisoner. This time, she would definitely use harsh and vicious words to greet Yang Dingtian. When he resurrected Poison Sha, he was already an enemy that would not rest until one of them was dead. Vulture's heart was still in a mess. In her mind, she was still fighting left and right. However, when Yang Dingtian used the greater spatial technique, she had no time to hesitate. She was no longer thinking about those two aspects in her mind. There was only one scene, and that was the scene of her and Yang Dingtian's wedding. The scene of her and Yang Dingtian's wedding night. The two of them blended together in the most intimate way, as if they had completely become one person. Suddenly, Shura Vulture's heart palpitated. Then, she instinctively used her celestial spirit master talent. That's right, it was instinctively used. It didn't even go through her will. It was completely the instinct of her body and soul. She wanted to control the free energy particles outside the energy barrier to warn and prevent Yang Dingtian from entering. However, she failed. That was because this powerful energy shield shielded everything. Suddenly, Vulture was burning with anxiety. She thought of the next way, which was to control the lives of the people in the pyramid and make them collectively shout, "Don't come in." However, she failed again, because the people in the giant pyramid were all living people, not undead. She was completely at her wit's end, unless she directly shouted, "Don't come in from inside." But in that case, she would be discovered by the Devil Queen. She would be finished. She would be dead. She was willing to save Yang Dingtian, but she was absolutely unwilling to sacrifice her life for it. At this moment, a beautiful space door was attached to the energy barrier. Suddenly, the Devil Queen inside was about to suffocate. This was the space door. This was the space door that the Demon King Wentian dreamed of. It was the key to ruling the entire chaotic world. Soon, Yang Dingtian would jump in. Soon, Yang Dingtian's body would completely belong to the Demon King Wentian. At this time, Shura Vulture's spiritual brain suddenly released a powerful soul-summoning energy. This spiritual energy directly passed through the space door and immediately controlled the free particles outside the energy barrier. These free particles didn't form any words. Instead, they drilled into Yang Dingtian's ears and hit his brain membrane. "Go, go!" The voice of Shura Vulture sounded in the depths of Yang Dingtian's brain. During the whole process, Vulture didn't say anything and didn't release any energy. This was the horror of a celestial spirit master. They directly used their spiritual brain to control everything. The Devil Queen could control any energy, sea of qi and xian veins of the two people around her, but she couldn't control a person's brain. Speaking of which, a celestial spirit master's attack method was exactly the same as a sword soul. They were all controlled by consciousness. However, in terms of profoundness and mystery, it was even more heaven-defying than controlling a sword soul. The spiritual power directly passed through the space door and then controlled countless particles to hit Yang Dingtian's eardrums, causing vibrations and making sounds. Moreover, it was the voice of Vulture himself. It was a divine skill, a divine skill. After Yang Dingtian heard it, his heart suddenly moved. The fruit he planted in Vulture's heart had indeed begun to sprout. However, his expression didn't change at all. He still pretended to jump through the space door. The moment he was about to jump in, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Sha, do you think it's the same as the Skull Hall?" Queen Poisa trembled, thinking that if the Devil Queen was lying in ambush inside, the consequences would be fatal. Yes, it must be possible. Queen Poisa said, "Yong Shi Wentian might have set a trap in the Skull Hall, and the Devil Queen might have set a trap here to capture you. Yes, it must be like this, it must be like this. After High Exan sees that I've been resurrected, she will definitely be incomparably decisive. She will definitely capture you and win the favor of the Demon King. Go." Then Queen Poisa held Yang Dingtian's hand and exclaimed loudly. Yang Dingtian and the mermaid queen didn't say anything and directly retreated like lightning. Suddenly, the space door also completely disappeared. Queen Devil Queen inside saw that Yang Dingtian, who was already in her hands, ran away alive and was incomparably furious. Queen Hyexan was even more incomparably disappointed and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you forced me into this dead end. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Queen Devil Queen jumped to the top of the pyramid, controlled the entire Hell Demon array, and launched an incomparably powerful and fatal attack towards Yang Dingtian and the others. At the same time, the entrance to the Holy Land suddenly closed. Ayo! Queen Hai Xien suddenly transformed into a huge sea snake. In an instant, the entire huge pyramid, made up of tens of millions of lives, became her body. In an instant, she became incomparably huge, like a huge prehistoric demon, a monster that spanned hundreds of miles. Yang Dingtian, since you're here, it won't be so easy for you to leave. Within the entire Holy Land, there was an incomparably resolute laughter. Chapter 960. Clap, 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 clap. Under Queen Hai Xian's control, an earth-shattering sword ray slashed down from the sky above the Holy Land. Each ray was close to the power of a saint level. The Mermaid Queen and Queen Poisa quickly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian and blocked the sword ray for him. Uft! The sword ray slashed down on the Mermaid Queen's scimitar. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. Immediately after, another terrifying sword ray slashed down fiercely. Queen Poisa desperately blocked it. Yang Dingtian was startled as he immediately flew over and blocked this shocking sword light together with venomous Sha. Uft! Queen Poisa cried out and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian's body flew a few hundred meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. Queen Hai Xan had completely transformed into a snake, coiled on the huge pyramid and swayed her huge body. The pyramid made up of life was also swaying, looking extremely strange and terrifying. 6 arms appeared on Queen Hai Xian's snake body. Her face no longer had any human features, as if it had completely turned into the face of a venomous snake. The 6 arms held all kinds of treasured swords and waved them wildly. Suddenly, countless sword rays slashed down from the sky. Each ray was about to smash Poisa and Yang Dingtian into pieces. Hai Xian, spare Yang Dingtian's life. Don't kill him. Queen Devil Queen shouted in horror. I'm sorry, Devil Queen. I can only do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. Queen Hai Xian said, and this is my plane, my territory. Anyone who is here will have to obey my orders. It wasn't easy for Yang Dingtian and the others to break into my territory, so I can't let them leave alive. Otherwise, the one who dies will be mine. At this time, Hai Xian's voice had become completely hoarse, like a venomous snake talking. That's right, this holy land was her territory, her plane, and she controlled the pyramid made up of tens of millions of lives. Even a saint-level powerhouse had to lie low here. Clap, 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 clap. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 frantically dodged Queen Hai Xian's shocking sword rays and energy attacks. Using his fastest speed, he flashed and flew through the void. Queen Hai Xian controlled her body. Hai, Queen Devil Queens, Queen Hai Xian, and Queen Hai Xan. Queen Hai Xian's attention, and Queen Hai Xian and the others. Queen Hai Xian's Queen, Devil Queen, was shocked. In the Skirich imperial capital, Queen Hai Xian seemed to be the least outstanding one. Everyone instinctively looked down on her. Who would have thought that she would be so powerful in her own plane? She chased a saint-level and 2 half-saint-level powerhouses to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. This was Queen Hai Xian's plane. She not only controlled the entire pyramid, but also the power of the entire energy formation. Clap, 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 clap. The speed of the 3 still couldn't compare to the energy attacks that appeared out of nowhere. In just a short moment, Yang Dingtian and the other 2 had already suffered dozens of attacks. Queen Mermaid Violets took the most damage. Finally, when an incomparably terrifying green ray of light shot down fiercely from above, Queen Mermaid spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly became weak. Once Queen Mermaid fell, Queen Poisa and Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to withstand these shocking attacks. Clap, 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 clap. Yang Dingtian hugged the two of them and dodged as fast as he could. But, swoosh! Suddenly, an energy wall tens of thousands of meters tall came crashing down and hit the three of them. Queen Mermaid used all her energy to block this shocking attack. Then, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Queen Hyexian laughed like a monster. Saint-level powerhouses, how enviable. But this is my territory. The energy of tens of millions of people, the energy of the entire Dongli grassland, is all under my control. Even saint-level powerhouses can only kneel in front of me. Let's see how many times you can block. Clap, 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 clap. Queen Hyexian controlled the entire energy formation. Energy walls came crashing down one after another. Queen Mermaid resisted again and again. In just a short moment, she was hit hundreds of times. PFFF. Queen Mermaid spat out the last mouthful of blue blood and fainted. Before she fainted, Queen Mermaid complained to Yang Dingtian, "You should have killed her long ago. Otherwise, how would we be in this mess today?" Kill Hyexian? Yang Dingtian never had the chance. But if he had the chance in the future, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Without Queen Mermaid's protection, Queen Poisa and Yang Dingtian instantly became weak. Ha ha ha. Queen Hyexian laughed sinisterly. Poisa, my good sister, you actually came back to life. Why did you have to do this? Why did you have to come back to life? After you came back to life, Yang Dingtian and I completely broke off. You left me with no other choice. If I don't kill him today, he will definitely kill me in the future. Yang Dingtian didn't care about what Queen Hyexian said. He just took the two women and frantically retreated. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and crazily dug the void dome. He tried to dig a hole and then flash out. The soul sword that was close to the Emperor Grade dug quickly. In the blink of an eye, it dug dozens of meters. Pa! A huge burst of energy shot out from the dome and sent the soul sword flying a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, the soul sword stopped digging. Pa! Another huge energy slammed down. PFFF. Queen Poisa, who was hit, was like a delicate flower that was struck by lightning. She directly vomited blood and fainted. In the end, only Yang Dingtian was left. He hugged Poisa and the mermaid, whose fate was unknown. Queen Hyexian's viper face sneered and said, "Yang Dingtian, now you know how tolerant I was to you? You shouldn't have resurrected the venomous queen. Only death awaits you if you do that. Of course, if you want me to change my mind, it's very simple. You just have to kill my sister Poisa again." "Idiot," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Ugly monster." As soon as these words came out, Queen Hyexian's face suddenly distorted. She shouted sternly, "Yang Dingtian, you're courting death!" Then, an energy wall was about to smash down. "Hyexian, leave Yang Dingtian alive." Queen Hyexian said, "His body is still useful to the Demon King." Queen Hyexian laughed sinisterly and said, "Don't worry, I will leave him alive. However, I can't guarantee that it will be intact." Pa! Then another energy wall of tens of thousands of meters suddenly smashed down on Yang Dingtian. When this energy wall smashed down, there was only one result for Yang Dingtian. He instantly fainted and all his xian veins were instantly torn apart. Hyexian had already calculated. She was very clear about Yang Dingtian's 9 yang xian veins and his endurance. When this attack hit, there would definitely be no escape. Boom! This shocking energy suddenly smashed down on Yang Dingtian's head. However, he was completely safe and sound. Queen Hyexian was astonished. She completely did not understand why. Then, she suddenly released another shocking attack and smashed down on Yang Dingtian. This time, it had already exceeded the 18th level of energy. It was already enough to bring fatal danger to Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound. Impossible, this is impossible, Queen Hyaxian said in shock. Then, she suddenly increased the energy to saint level, a total of 20 levels. According to normal circumstances, if Yang Dingtian was hit by 20 levels of energy, there would only be one result. That was to instantly turn into ashes and shatter into pieces. After the incomparably shocking energy smashed down, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound. Why? Because the sky above Yang Dingtian had already been completely enveloped by a dark Xian flame vortex. Just now, the three of them had completely given up on dodging. The Mermaid Queen took on the entire hell's demonic array's attack again and again. However, Yang Dingtian did not move at all. It was because Yang Dingtian wanted to create the dark vortex. This required time. Finally, at the last moment, Yang Dingtian's dark vortex was formed. As for whether the dark vortex could block this shocking attack, Yang Dingtian did not know at all, because he had never tried before. However, at such a critical moment, Yang Dingtian could only try this method. The spiritual power of the Naga royalty in the soul sword did not have the slightest intention of saving them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only try using the dark vortex. In the end, he succeeded. The dark vortex could devour all kinds of energy. This was something that Yang Dingtian knew. Therefore, as long as the dark vortex was created, it would devour all the surrounding energy. However, Yang Dingtian was worried that the energy that the dark vortex could devour would not exceed Yang Dingtian's own cultivation. This was because the space door that he created would not be able to pass through creatures that were stronger than him. Fortunately, what Yang Dingtian was worried about did not happen. Just like the nuclear fusion on Earth, he knew that it could completely solve Earth's energy problem. However, there was no container that could contain nuclear fusion. In the end, the direction that he thought of was to use a rotating magnetic array to envelop nuclear fusion. A mere rotating magnetic force could completely envelop the incomparably powerful nuclear fusion. Then, the dark vortex formed by Yang Dingtian's dark mystical flame, which was the limit of his cultivation, could contain tens, hundreds, or even more energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian blocked Queen Hyaxian's shocking attacks again and again. The powerful black hole easily devoured all the energy. Upon seeing this scene, the infernal queen dead concubine was completely dumbfounded. Yang Dingtian was actually so terrifying. The Queen Devil Queen clearly knew that even she might not be able to block the attack energy that Queen Hyaxian controlled from the Hell demonic array. However, Yang Dingtian could easily block it. How shocking was this? Immediately after, the Queen Devil Queen woke up and said, Hyaxian, immediately open the energy shield. The Mermaid Queen and Poisa have already fainted. Now, there's only Yang Dingtian. I can easily rush up and capture him. Although Queen Hyaxian was extremely shocked and unwilling, the Queen Devil Queen was currently the best solution. At this time, the Shura Vulture was also shocked by Yang Dingtian. Although it was worried, it was also filled with infinite hope for him. Queen Hyaxian suddenly jumped down from the pyramid. She wanted to open the energy shield and rush up to capture Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, You want to capture me? Dream on. He suddenly smashed the dark vortex towards the dome of the sacred land. Then, he suddenly reversed the dark vortex. In an instant, all the energy that was devoured was suddenly released. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there was a burst of earth-shattering explosions. The dome of the entire sacred land was suddenly blasted into a huge, whole hundreds of meters deep. Yang Dingtian suddenly flashed into this huge hole. In the blink of an eye, only a thin layer of the dome was left. In an instant, he carried Poisa and the Mermaid Queen and disappeared without a trace. Hyaxian, unless you keep hiding in this hell's demonic array, if you meet me again, it will be your death. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I still have to. You allowed me to invent a near-invincible technique in a desperate situation. How about my black hole attack? Bang! Yang Dingtian carried Poisa and the mermaid and rushed out of the lake. Then, without any delay, he flew towards the emergency continental sea area. This time, Yang Dingtian was unable to rescue Viper MO and Viper Z. However, Yang Dingtian still had an incomparably huge harvest. The black hole attack should be the most frightening attack in this world. With this, even if he faced a saint-level expert, Yang Dingtian was not without the power to fight. Next, Yang Dingtian had to hurry up, including really having a child with Wu Yu. This way, Nera would come to his side, and the Council of Light would have another powerful saint-level expert. Queen Devil Queen saw Yang Dingtian's disappearing figure and muttered to herself, black hole attack, extremely heaven-defying. There's no chance to catch Yang Dingtian. The Demon King will be resurrected immediately. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the surrounding air suddenly darkened. Chapter 961. Wu Yu understood that Yang Dingtian had always been a sunny and good boy. Of course, he might have risen to the level of a good man now. But, generally speaking, a good man would find it difficult to attract the affection of certain girls. Although Yang Dingtian was an exception in this regard, Wu Yu imagined herself when she was young. If she wanted to have a risky relationship with a boy, she would definitely not look for someone like Yang Dingtian. She would definitely look for a bad boy. Therefore, in order to coax Neru to leave Mount Buzhou, Yang Dingtian actually said that he wanted to have a child with Wu Yu and let her take care of her grandson. This really didn't seem like something Yang Dingtian would do. This kind of Yang Dingtian was really a little bad. Wu Yu looked into Yang Dingtian's eyes and asked, "Are you doing this to get Nera to help you, or to let her escape from the sea of suffering?" Yang Dingtian, both. Wu Yu, what's the proportion of each? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, because I didn't have this idea in the beginning. But there's another person in the High Priest Association who can be considered an alternative leader. She's someone who cares a lot about your mother and is very good to me. She asked me to persuade Neru to stop her self-torture. So I thought that if Madame Neru leaves Mount Buzhou, it would be very beneficial for me. Wu Yu nodded, I understand. Then Wu Yu asked, do you think she will leave? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, if you really have a child, she will definitely leave. She needs someone to rely on. She didn't take care of you back then, so she must want to make up for it now. Hey, is there anyone who scolds people like that? Wu Yu said, what do you mean she didn't take care of me? What did I do? Yang Dingtian actually wanted to say that Wu Yu was indeed like a child who lacked maternal and paternal love when he was young. Since he said it out loud, Yang Dingtian might as well be audacious to the extreme and said, Sect Master Wu Yu, what do you think of my suggestion? Give birth to a child for you? No. Yang Dingtian, have a child with me. Wu Yu's face flushed red for the first time. Then he sank into deep thought. Then she said, although I ran out to get vaccinated, I never thought of having a child. Would you believe me? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I believe you, because your childhood was not happy. And as a bystander, once you give birth to the child, you can no longer stay out of it. Of course, most importantly, you don't have the confidence to be a good mother. Wu Yu suddenly felt short of breath. Yang Dingtian was right, but she didn't seem to have the confidence to be a good mother. Although her heart was incomparably strong, what happened to her parents when she was young still left a deep shadow in her heart. Then Wu Yu fell into deep thought again, seriously considering Yang Dingtian's suggestion. Then she asked again, you also know what the child you and I will have will be like. Yang Dingtian, you'll know when you look at Yang Yi. Wu Yu said again, what kind of people do you want your children to be in the future? You have to know that they are the descendants of demigods. When you die, or when you can't control them, they might very well bring about terrible consequences to this world. Yang Dingtian, of course, in my heart, I hope that my children will have a simple and happy future. but I know that this should be very difficult. So, I don't know what kind of people my children will become in the future. But don't forget that I already have 2 such children." Yang Dingtian's words sounded very irresponsible, but in fact it was very true. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, "Actually, every woman has a strong maternal instinct. At first, I didn't feel it, but after you suddenly unearthed it, it seems that this impulse has become very strong. Especially when you said that Nera would take care of my children. That scene instantly entered my mind, and that feeling of happiness actually made it difficult for me to breathe. So, Yang Dingtian, you agree, right?" Wu Yu said, "Yes, this is a risk for me. I want to give it a try after the calamity of the World Extermination War. I don't want my children to leave this world before they come into this world." Yang Dingtian's face twitched, not because of Wu Yu's words, but because the scene she described was too shocking. Wu Yu said, "Once I get pregnant and give birth, I will no longer be a bystander. Perhaps my identity will be no different from your cloud sky cities Wumaji or Yaorao. I am very opposed to this." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "That's right, after the calamity of the World Extermination War, let's give birth." "Did you successfully get the demon core of the Naga royalty?" Wu Yu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded, then took out the golden demon core that belonged to Wu Yu for a long time. Actually, Yang Dingtian was very curious about one thing. Most of the Naga appeared in human form, so they should have a sea of qi. How could there be a demon core? Only demonic beasts had demon cores. Thus, Yang Dingtian asked this question. Wu Yu smiled and said, "Then ask Violets if she has a demon core and a sea of qi." Violets nodded and said, "Not only do I have a sea of qi, but I also have a demon core." Yang Dingtian was very surprised. There was actually such a situation. Violets said, whether it is the Sea Serpent Clan or the Mermaid Clan, as long as they can completely transform into human form, they will have a sea of qi and a sea of qi. At the same time, we will have a sea of qi and a demon core. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, we will have double the energy. Of course, when we are seriously injured, we can quickly recover because we have another demon core in addition to the sea of qi. In fact, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Yang Dingtian suddenly looked at Queen Poisa and the mermaid Queen in surprise. These 2 peerless beauties actually had demon cores? Then he pointed the Naga royalty demon core at the sunlight. Even under the sunlight, the demon core didn't change much. It was still a golden demon core, but it seemed to contain countless stars. It was as if the entire demon core was a universe. It seemed incomparably bright and mysterious. Yang Dingtian carefully sensed the inside of the demon core. Suddenly, whether it was divine sense or Xianqi energy, there was no reaction at all, as if they had entered the vast sea or the universe of stars. There should be incomparably vigorous energy inside, but there was no communication or sensing with Yang Dingtian. Wu Yu said, "What are you going to do next? Are you going to directly inlay the Naga royalty demon core on the soul sword?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu said, "If you do this, you might lose this soul sword." Wu Yu's words weren't alarmist words. Originally, the mental power of the Naga royalty couldn't come out of the demon core. It was equivalent to having a sea of qi and spirit, but it didn't have a body or xian veins, so it couldn't attack or act on its own. But now, Yang Dingtian had created the most powerful body for it. That's right, a body close to an emperor-grade soul sword surpassed anyone in this world, including any demon beast. And the xian vein essence that Yang Dingtian had implanted was a few thousand li wide. It could accommodate the energy transmission of the 10,000 Li Yin-Yang mirror. For a living body, this was infinitely large. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's soul sword was an extremely heaven-defying body. Once the mental power of the Naga royalty had such a body, would it be able to become independent and break away from Yang Dingtian? It was something that he didn't know at all. But Yang Dingtian had already prepared himself mentally. He was willing to take the risk. Then she said to Wu Yu and the others, "Next, I need to pull out tens of thousands of Xian vein essence from the Millennium Owl's demon core and implant it into the Naga royalty's demon core. This is an extremely complicated and tedious job. Please protect me." Yang Dingtian remembered the last time he implanted the Xian vein essence into the soul sword. That feeling made him shudder. It was too complicated and too tiring. Wu Yu said, "You don't need to transplant it directly. Just let the Naga royalty's demon core devour the Millennium Owl's demon core." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Devour? How?" "This demon core is a dead object." Wu Yu said, "It's very simple. Burn your million spirit demon fire to the extreme temperature and burn the Naga royalty's demon core." The demon core couldn't be burned by the heaven and earth mystic flame? Of course it could. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many experiments he had done. Most of the demon cores couldn't even withstand 1/10 of the million spirit demon fire's extreme temperature. Even the Millennium Owl's demon core could be burned to ashes at 1/10 of the million spirit demon fire's extreme temperature. Yang Dingtian immediately said, "Your Naga royalty's demon core is so precious. What if it gets burned?" Wu Yu smiled disdainfully. "Don't worry. I've burned it more than 10 times. Yang Dingtian said, But you're an ice elemental." Wu Yu said, "I've also been burned by other people's Yang attribute heaven and earth mystic flame more than 10 times. Those people's cultivation is not inferior to yours." Yang Dingtian asked, "What's the result?" Wu Yu said, "Using your cultivation as an example, it will melt when 1/3 of the extreme temperature is reached. Then that's it. It will just turn into a liquid state. After that, even a martial saint expert won't be able to do anything to it. Moreover, as long as the temperature drops, it will immediately return to its original state." Yang Dingtian was speechless. This Wu Yu was really wasting God's gift. Such a precious Naga royalty's demon core was burned. Everyone knew that demon cores could be burned. It could be seen that before Wu Yu did this, he was already mentally prepared for the Naga royalty's demon core to be destroyed. "Really?" Yang Dingtian asked doubtfully. "If I'm lying to you, I'll give birth to your child right now. How about that?" Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, "Okay, I'll do it right away. Use the Naga royalty's demon core to devour the Millennium Owl's demon core, and use it as a temporary sea of qi for the soul sword." Then Yang Dingtian released the million spirit demon fire and continuously injected energy into it to increase the temperature. It began to burn the Naga royalty's demon core. Chapter 962. Wu Yu was right. Although the Naga royalty's demon core was extremely tough, when the million spirit demon fire's temperature rose to a certain level, it began to melt gradually. Of course, this melting did not damage the Naga royalty's demon core at all. Inside, it was still as bright as a starry sky, filled with endless energy. Yang Dingtian summoned a million spirit demon fire with his other hand and began to burn the tail of the emperor-grade soul sword. Soon, the tail of the sword, which was made up of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, began to melt, revealing the Millennium Owl's demon core. This was actually a difference in temperature. At this temperature, the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold would melt, but the Millennium Owl's demon core would not be destroyed. The melted tail of the sword fell bit by bit. Yang Dingtian wrapped it with a celestial qi to prevent it from leaving the sword body. When the Millennium Owl's demon core was completely exposed, Yang Dingtian could even see countless celestial qi essences flowing with countless rays of light. Yang Dingtian controlled the melted Naga royalty's demon core and wrapped it around the Millennium Owl's demon core. At this time, the Naga royalty's demon core had completely turned into liquid. In the blink of an eye, it had completely wrapped around the Millennium Owl's demon core. Yang Dingtian continued to increase the temperature of the million spirit demon fire and continued to burn. Suddenly, the temperature of the Naga royalty's demon cores liquid temperature rose higher and higher. In the end, it completely turned into golden water, but there was absolutely no damage. This was not very reasonable, because any substance would be burned. The reason why the Naga royalty's demon core was not burned was that it was not just a substance, but a body of energy. However, the Millennium Owl's demon core was obviously unable to withstand such a high temperature. It instantly exploded and turned into ashes. A lot of the energy in the Millennium Owl's demon core had been consumed, but there was still a lot left. When the demon core was destroyed, the energy inside would explode. If it was outside, it would be equivalent to a giant missile, or even more terrifying. However, at this moment, the entire Millennium Owl's demon nucleus was enveloped by the liquid of the Naga royalty demon nucleus. Therefore, what should have been an earth-shattering explosion turned into a storm in a teacup. Yang Dingtian only felt the soul sword tremble slightly, and then the demon core flashed with white light. In an instant, the golden demon core of the Naga clan turned into a transparent white. Of course, the explosion disappeared after a mere instant. The remaining energy of the Millennium Owl's demonic core was nothing in front of the Naga royalty demonic core. It was easily devoured without a trace. The demonic core of the Millennium Owl had also disappeared without a trace. Throughout the entire process, the soul swords were not affected in the slightest. Everyone knew that the profound vein essence could not be separated from the energy for too long, not even half a second. However, the replacement of the demon core this time was a seamless connection. Yang Dingtian stopped the heating of the mystic fire. The Naga royalty demon core quickly returned to its original state and started to shrink. Finally, it was restored to its original state. Finally, Yang Dingtian used the melted 10,000 years old bloody black gold to completely envelop the Naga royalty demon core. The entire Emperor-grade soul sword was restored to its original state and did not look any different from before. Then, Yang Dingtian carefully held the treasured sword and started to use his divine sense to communicate with the soul sword. Yang Dingtian easily sensed the sword soul, Cho. He immediately responded with babbling. He had grown up a little, but that was all. From a newborn baby, he had become a baby of a few months old. He could already try to communicate with Yang Dingtian, but he could not speak at all and could not express himself. However, this was not the result that Yang Dingtian wanted. Yang Dingtian wanted to establish a connection with the Naga royalty's divine sense. Yang Dingtian tried to sense the sword soul again and again, but every time, only Cho would respond excitedly. The Naga royalty's divine sense still did not sense any trace of it. It was as if the replacement of the Naga royalty demon core did not make any difference to it. Yang Dingtian was not willing to give up. He immediately used his divine sense to control the soul sword and flew. Whoosh! In an instant, that speed had completely shocked Yang Dingtian. It was too fast. It was completely a golden light. Yang Dingtian estimated that it was at least 10 times the speed of sound. Its speed was over 5,000 meters per second. Even with Yang Dingtian's eyes, he could not see it clearly at all. It was completely like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, when flying, Yang Dingtian felt that the soul sword's energy seemed to be endless. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword to fly continuously. In just 1 minute, it had already flown a few hundred miles. 2 to 3 minutes later, it had already flown more than 1,000 miles. And the most terrifying thing was that even though it was more than 1,000 miles away, Yang Dingtian could still easily control the soul sword. In other words, Yang Dingtian could now take the head of the soul sword from 1,000 miles away. Yang Dingtian quickly summoned the soul sword back and held it in his hand. He then spoke to Wu Chui. I have a piece of bad news. Even though I have exchanged the demon core of the Naga royal race, the demon core of the Naga royal race is still not enough. Even though I have changed the Naga royalty's divine sense, the Naga royalty's divine sense still did not have any connection with me. It was as if it completely disdained to pay attention to me. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian. what is your fastest flying speed? Yang Dingtian, 5 to 6,000 miles in 2 hours. Wu Yu said, if I don't care about the consumption of Xian Qi, I can fly more than 10,000 miles in 2 hours. Did you see the speed of your soul sword just now? Yang Dingtian nodded. If I don't consider the distance, it can fly more than 70,000 miles in 2 hours, maybe even 100,000 miles. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. This flying speed was more than 10 times that of a Saint Realm expert. Wu Yu almost held his breath. Can you imagine how much higher the cultivation of this Naga royalty's demon core is than a Saint Realm expert? Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. There was no doubt that the owner of this demon core, the Naga royalty's cultivation, was far beyond a Saint Realm expert. Even a single demon core of his was several times more valuable than that of a saint-level expert. Yang Dingtian clearly felt the shock in his heart. Then he said, Since this Naga royalty's demon core is so powerful, why didn't you make it into a soul sword before? Wu Yu glanced at Yang Dingtian. Do you think there are so many Emperor rank soul swords? Do you think anyone can collect Xian vein essence that is more than 1,000 miles long? I can guarantee that other than your soul sword, any soul sword in the world that contains this Naga royalty's demon core will only have one result, and that is the entire soul sword will turn into ashes in an instant. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, Yang Dingtian had also sensed that his soul sword, which was close to the Emperor grade, was trembling when it was flying at extreme speed. In other words, even an Emperor rank soul sword would not be able to withstand the power of the Naga royalty's demon core. Only an Emperor rank soul sword would be able to contain this Naga royalty's demon core. Wu Yu continued. Moreover, there is another reason. Even if someone else has an Emperor rank soul sword, with this Naga royalty's demon core, it is absolutely impossible to control this soul sword. If you don't believe me, let me see your soul sword. Yang Dingtian carefully handed it over. Wu Yu gently grasped it, then injected a bit of Xian Qi. Boom! Suddenly, the soul sword shook violently and turned into a stream of light, directly flying out. Wu Yu opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Yang Dingtian hurried forward and gently stroked her chest. What a tyrannical power! Wu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Now you know how powerful it is. In this world, no one can take away your soul sword. Yang Dingtian looked down. He didn't know when this soul sword was in his hand, but it actually flew back to Yang Dingtian's hand by itself. Wu Yu said, although the Naga royalty's spirit did not respond to you, it tacitly acknowledges that you control this demon core's power. Otherwise, it can easily devour you and shatter your bones. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. In other words, this soul sword is no longer in my hands. It's just that the Naga royalty's spirit tacitly allows me to have it, right? Wu Yu said yes. Otherwise, you've seen what happens when a demon core is used as the soul crystal of a soul sword. No one can control this tyrannical soul sword. If it weren't for the Naga royalty's tacit consent, you wouldn't have been able to control this demon core. So all of this is destined. When the Naga royalty's spirit chose to temporarily reside in your brain, it was already destined. Yang Dingtian, but it doesn't seem to want to help me in the Doomsday War, right? Wu Yu said, there's no need for it to do anything. You can win with the soul sword in your hand. Yang Dingtian couldn't believe it. Just with the soul sword? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, just with the soul sword. Yang Dingin. Even if it's far beyond the power of a saint, it can't destroy the overwhelming legion of doom. Wu Yu said, if the Naga Duguxuan can do it, why can't your soul sword? Yang Dingtian, but Shuang, is a complete Naga. This is just a demon core. Wu Yu said, Duguxuan, is just a Naga who has just completed her transformation. Compared to the cultivation of this Naga royalty, The difference is like heaven and earth. So, just a demon core's cultivation surpasses Dugu Shuang. What's so strange about that? Then Wu Yu said, what kind of cultivation do you think a human needs to defeat a dark dragon of the Empire of Darkness? Yang Dingtian, at least master level. Wu Yu shook his head. Infinite master level can really destroy a dark dragon, a dark owl dragon. Yang Dingtian was suddenly speechless, then said, But Shuang can kill hundreds of them in seconds. Even if she's strong, it can't be at this level. Wu Yu said, of course she's that strong. With her invincible body, golden energy, and almost endless sea of qi and demon core energy storage, she can instantly kill hundreds of dark dragons and owl dragons. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated again. The gap between Naga and humans was so big. Wu Yu said, and your soul sword is even stronger than the Naga Shuang. Wu Yu emphasized again, I guarantee it. Equals. Everyone has a prize. Now immediately follow Dreads. WeChat public account. Chapter 963. But Wu Yu changed the topic. Yang Dingtian, but what? Wu Yu said, first, this soul sword's energy is a one-time use item. How much is used is how much is lost. It is completely unable to recover. Once the demon core's energy is exhausted, it will completely lose all its power. Yang Dingtian nodded. With regards to this point, he was completely aware of it. Wu Yu continued. This soul sword's energy is very, very powerful. But how much power it can unleash is completely dependent on you. Yang Dingtian, please elaborate. Wu Yu said, first of all, other than controlling it to fly or use sword arts, can you control it to use soul skills? Can you make it release sword aura? Yang Dingtian shook his head. So-called soul skills are mystical skills used by soul swords. The most typical one, which is also considered very high-end, is 10,000 swords returned to origin. But that requires at least tens of years of cultivation. But right now, Yang Dingtian's sword spirit, Cho, is just a few months old baby. And Yang Dingtian can only use physical attacks when he directly controls the soul sword, which means he can control it to fly, spin, dance, etc. He can't even release sword aura, because this is a soul sword and not a human body. Humans can control their own qi and profound veins to unleash mystical skills, but they can't control the sword spirit to unleash mystical skills. So much so that the majority of people can unleash mystical skills, but they don't understand the principles behind it. The so-called mystical skills are like a computer, and the mystical skills are like software. They can open the software and realize the functions. As for the principles behind it, they don't understand at all. And the soul sword is equivalent to a machine with a completely different principle from a computer. Speaking of which, it's also a mobile phone. It's impossible to make a computer control a mobile phone without using any method. After all, computers are x86 architectures, while smartphones are mostly ARM architectures. A computer's software can't be directly used on a mobile phone. Of course, the relationship between a human body and a soul sword is even more distant than a computer and a mobile phone. Mobile phones and computers are still electronic products after all. Wu Qiong said, if you want the soul sword to display its true power, you must let it learn a soul skill. Yang Dingtian replied, my sword soul, Cho, might be very formidable, but it is now like a baby that is only a few months old. Any soul skill is something that only an adult sword soul can learn. Furthermore, it will take at least 10 years to learn it. To let sword spirit, Cho, learn 10,000 swords returned to origin was completely like asking a few months old baby to take the college entrance exam. It was completely a dream. Wukong nodded. It's impossible for a sword soul to learn a soul skill. Therefore, I still need you to control the soul sword and use the soul skill. The mermaid Queen Violet said, This is probably impossible, right? Wu Qiong said, that's right, it's impossible. No one in this world can do it. because the human body and the sword body are completely different. Queen Poisa said, "Then why did you bring it up?" Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, you want me to give birth to your child. Do you want to completely conquer me?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while but still nodded. Wu Yu said, "Then let's use wisdom to speak. Let's turn something rotten into something magical. Let a person's divine sense control the soul sword and use soul skills. No one has ever succeeded in this before, and no one even thought about it. If I were to do it, I wouldn't be able to do it in 10 years or even 100 years. But, I'm very, very addicted to this. Use your wisdom to conquer me." Wu Yu's beautiful eyes seemed a little crazy. She was such a person. Yang Dingtian tore space to enter Buzhou Mountain and proved the relationship between the Tor space and Little Western Paradise. This was Yang Dingtian's wisdom attack. It directly made Wu Yu give up watching from the sidelines and choose to stand together with Yang Dingtian. If Yang Dingtian could solve the problem of using the human body, completely control the soul sword, and achieve Myriad Sword's return to origin, then she would fulfill her promise and become Yang Dingtian's woman. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, if Yang Dingtian could reach this point, then in the Doomsday War, Yang Dingtian would have a trump card. How to achieve this? It was probably equivalent to running the computer game Call of Duty on a mobile phone. Of course, although this was a mobile phone, it was equivalent to a mobile phone from the future, with super high specifications, at least many times better than Yang Dingtian's computer. In that case, would it be difficult to achieve this? In theory, it wasn't difficult. In fact, many Android phones already had computer games, such as StarCraft and Counter-Strike. As long as a simulator was installed, one could play computer games on the phone. Of course, whether it was fun or not was another matter. Therefore, when Wu Yu mentioned this point, Yang Dingtian had a clear direction in his mind. That's right, the soul sword soul skill was different from humans' mystical skills. It couldn't be learned directly, but it could be done by adding a simulator. It was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? That's right, it was very, 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 very difficult. It was even completely impossible. This was equivalent to asking a student who had just learned programming for less than 2 years to transfer the computer game Call of Duty to a mobile phone. He had to rely on himself to create this simulator. He couldn't download it. Was it possible? It was impossible even if he died. He couldn't do it even after a few years. Therefore, this was an impossible task. It could be said to be turning something rotten into something magical. Wu Yu said, "Yang Dingtian, there is actually another way." Yang Dingtian nodded. "I know, we need to use this soul sword to find the Naga Dugashuang." That's right, this was what Wu Yu meant. Inside this soul sword, there was the spiritual power of a Naga royal clan. If the Naga Dugashuang was nearby, the soul sword might be able to sense it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian might be able to use this soul sword to find Shuang. Wu Yu said, "So, you have to make a choice. You can either complete this impossible task yourself, using your consciousness to control the soul sword to complete the soul skill. Of course, this has never been done before, and will never be done in the future. Or, you can take this soul sword and search the world to find the Naga Dugashuang." The first choice was extremely difficult. The second choice was completely dependent on luck. Yang Dingtian, are there any books related to soul swords and the human body? Wu Yu said, "That's too profound. Even the library of the Little Western Paradise Silver Palace doesn't have it, much less the human countries. Maybe the High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou has it." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Don't tell me I have to go to the High Priest Association again. I just left there. That's too embarrassing. However, it's not a problem at all to just borrow some information. In fact, everyone in the High Priest Association was meditating. Only Neru was awake. Of course, if the High Priest Association didn't have these books, Yang Dingtian was sure there was another place that had them, and that was New Naga's Scripture Pavilion. However, Queen Lan Chi had already made an exception to let him enter the Scripture Pavilion last time. This time he couldn't ask her to make an exception just to look up some information. All right, my male lead. Make your choice. Wu Qiong spoke while looking at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes that were filled with boundless expectations. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. The first choice was a test of his limits. The second choice was completely dependent on luck. I'll make the first choice. Yang Dingtian said, Of course, Sha still has to go find Shuang. Wu Yu's beautiful face flushed red. She said excitedly, I knew you would make this choice. Only this choice will be filled with endless challenges. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then he said, I just think that once Shuang regains her human form and wakes up, she will definitely come find me. And if she's not completely awake, it's useless to find her. I can't bring her back. Wu Yu nodded. You're right. And you're pinning your hopes on yourself. I admire that very much. Yang Dingtian said there's no time to lose. I have to set off immediately. Wu Yu nodded and gently hugged his neck. She looked at him and said, I'll wait for you to create another miracle. If you really succeed, then don't blame me for being emotional. Yang Dingtian, Queen Poisa, and the mermaid Queen flew to the world of ice and snow at their fastest speed in the direction of the Door of Darkness. After arriving at the Door of Darkness, they first used the soul swords to dig through the thick ice and snow. Below the void was the revolving Door of Darkness. Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Naga's eye gem. A mysterious light shot out and instantly melted the huge Door of Darkness. After passing through the Door of Darkness, they arrived at the Mermaid Empire. Little Tian, let's say goodbye here. Queen Poisa suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was startled. Then he said, You want to start looking for Shuang from here? Queen Poisa nodded. Of course. I don't know where to start, but I can't bear to part with you. But now we have to part, so I'll start looking from here. Yang Dingtian looked at Poisa. Then will you be safe? Queen Poisa said, As long as it's not the Queen Devil Queen. There's no opponent that I'm afraid of. Of course, even if the Queen Devil Queen comes, I'll still be able to escape. Then Queen Poisa said, Besides, didn't you give me the demonic spirit mist cloak and demonic spirit black armor? Yao Zi, that little girl must hate me to death. When Yang Dingtian passed by Cloud Sky City, he asked Yao Zi to take off the demonic spirit mist cloak and give it to Poisa. She cried on the spot. Poisa gently hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and said softly, Little Tian, you have to remember that I have nothing to do with Duga Shuang. We've said it before. Yang Dingtian said no. Duga Shuang is a Naga, and you are still an inexperienced woman. Poisa gently kissed Yang Dingtian and said softly, Then I'm relieved. Then she suddenly flashed and disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian and the mermaid Queen entered the Mermaid Empire. They had to use the shortest amount of time to transfer the Mermaid Empire's ancient El beasts and mermaid warriors to the human kingdom's sea region. Time was tight. Yang Dingtian could only stay for 1 or 2 days at most. It was impossible to wait until the transfer was completed. Just as the two entered the human kingdom, the mermaid Queen Violet said casually, "Oh, right, I'm pregnant." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Chapter 964. Pregnant. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. Moreover, this crazy queen actually said it so casually. Yang Dingtian and her had only been here once, right? Wasn't this too accurate? It was like an arrow hitting the nail on the head. After a long time, Yang Dingtian asked, "When did it happen?" Crazy Queen Violet said, "We only slept together once." "When do you think it happened?" Yang Dingtian asked, "When did you find out that you were pregnant?" Violet said, "I don't know, probably a few days ago." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did you find out? Was it a urine test or a pulse check?" Violet said, "First, I was inexplicably flustered, then my stomach inexplicably twitched, and then I found that there was a new mass of energy in my stomach, and then I knew that I was pregnant." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. You knew that you were pregnant. You actually went to fight with Hai Xan. Don't mention this matter, Violet said. Originally, even 10 of her were no match for me. Who knew that she was so abnormal? Yang Dingtian said, You saw how powerful she was in the Hell Demonic Array. How could you still block those powerful attacks? Aren't you afraid of hurting the child in your stomach? Violet said, You underestimate me. The child in my stomach is a real Naga. How could it be so easy to have a problem? Yang Dingtian was really completely speechless. Then he said, In short, you'd better be careful. Yes, Violet said. After a while she said, Actually, I really found out after leaving the holy land of the Snake Men Empire. In the Hell Demonic Array, when I was injured and fainted, I felt that my recovery speed was much faster. I felt that the energy gushing out of my stomach was especially special, and only then did I find out that I was pregnant. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out and touch her stomach. It was still flat, compact, and smooth. Sigh, if only she was born today and completely transformed tomorrow. Then we could just let her fight in the Great War of Armageddon. We wouldn't have to look for that Naga Duga Shuang, Violet said. Yang Dingtian was even more speechless. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, Are you happy that you are pregnant? Violet curled her lips and said, The Naga born is not my child. It has nothing to do with me. This is the law of the Naga Empire. No, Yang Dingtian, we are not the Naga Empire. The child is born, our child, and it will call you mother. Sigh, I really don't want it. Immediately, Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore and slapped the fleshiest part of her body. This slap made the mermaid queen's beautiful eyes water, and her face flushed red. Then she smiled sweetly and said, But there is one thing that is very surprising. After being pregnant, I am a complete woman all the time. What's wrong? You are not used to it? Yang Dingtian asked. The mermaid queen said, No, I am just curious. At this time, won't I be able to have a good relationship with another man? Yang Dingtian's eyes twitched. After a long silence, he said, After the child is born, you can give the child to me, and then you can have a good relationship with another man. I will not care about you, but before the child is born, you can't. The mermaid queen said, But after the child is born, it might be the same as before and become incomplete. Only you can make me bloom. Yang Dingtian was silent and ignored her words. Then the two of them rushed to the capital of the Mermaid Empire at the fastest speed, and they didn't talk anymore. Halfway through, the mermaid Queen Violet couldn't help but laugh. She said, All right, I am just joking with you. Yang Dingtian frowned and didn't bother about her. The mermaid queen said, I am really just joking with you. Are you angry? Yang Dingtian said, I don't think there is anything funny about this. Moreover, the root of all this is indeed my weakness, which caused me to have to use extraordinary means to deal with you. So, the cause and effect of this matter is because of my unorthodox ways. That is why I am not righteous and strong. Oh, you still have so much backbone? The mermaid queen sneered. If you have backbone, don't try so hard to get your hands on me for the sake of my marine race army. How can a man use that thing to solve problems? The mermaid queen's words directly hit Yang Dingtian's spine, but he wasn't very angry. He understood that this crazy woman in front of him was completely unreasonable. She wouldn't be moved by soft or hard methods. He didn't know what she would do. Yang Dingtian was silent and ignored her. In fact, he didn't even know why the pregnancy matter was brought up to quarreling. What? You are still silent and ignoring me. Violet sneered. Have I hit the nail on the head? Are you ashamed and angry? Yang Dingtian stopped and faced the mermaid Queen Violet, looking into her eyes. What? Do you want to fight? Violet asked. No, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Are you unhappy about being pregnant? There is nothing to be unhappy about. After giving birth, it will be over, the mermaid queen said. Yang Dingtian said, I want to apologize to you. The The mermaid queen sneered. If you can't use hard methods, then use soft methods, right? It's useless. Yang Dingtian said, I shouldn't have schemed against you on the night of the wedding in the Empire of Darkness. That's right, I didn't go to your room on purpose. Based on your personality, if I didn't go, you would help me and prove that I was blind. The mermaid queen said, Do you think I care? It's just 1 or 2 less times. Yang Dingtian said, From now on I won't scheme against you. Whatever I want, I'll tell you. If you are crazy, I will wait until you are done and then talk to you, okay? The mermaid queen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Okay, let's go to the capital now and settle things first. Yang Dingtian said, Move all the sea tribe troops to the sea of the human countries. Of course, the first wave can only be the ancient owl beasts and the mermaid warriors. Set up defenses all the way from the eastern cloud state to the northwest sea. Humph, to put it bluntly, you want my sea tribe troops to be your cannon fodder. The mermaid queen sneered. Yang Dingtian said, Put whatever power you have in that position. Yes, your thing is powerful. That's why you put it in your current position, right? The mermaid queen teased Yang Dingtian again. Yang Dingtian didn't refute her. He only said to her, Let's go. We have to hurry. Just like that, the two of them inexplicably ignored each other and used their fastest speed to reach Shajing in the Mermaid Empire. At this time, the sea tribe troops inside and outside Shajing had all gathered and were ready to set off. Actually, they had already gathered more than half a month ago. They just needed to give the order. Yang Dingtian said, Queen, you may need to announce that the Mermaid Empire has found a new home. Then immediately order the first wave of elite sea tribe troops to head to the human countries. Violet said, I'm tired. I need to rest first. If there's anything, say it tomorrow morning. Yang Dingtian suddenly had a headache. This crazy woman was going crazy again. She didn't care what time it was. It was like a fire was burning her, but actually, Yang Dingtian knew that because of her pregnancy, her defeat by Queen Hyaxian and other reasons, the Mermaid Queen was upset. Suddenly she exploded. Of course, the best way was to go up and kiss and hug her, then settle the grudge with one blow. But in reality, Yang Dingtian knew that this wouldn't work. This kind of situation would only work when their feelings were very deep. The Mermaid Queen was in a very complicated state of mind. She wasn't completely heartless, but she wasn't very affectionate either. So, there was no point in pushing it to this point. Yang Dingtian said, Time is very tight. Just the first wave of sea tribe troops will take a long time. I have to hurry up and research soul skills. That's the key to defeating the Armageddon army. Then you can go, the Mermaid Queen said. Anyway, our Mermaid Empire is useless to you now. At most, we'll just be cannon fodder. Don't waste your time with us. Yang Dingtian's head really hurt. He had never met such an unreasonable woman. She was really unreasonable. Qin Jiaojiao was also unreasonable, but she was obedient after a beating. But for the Mermaid Queen, spanking her was not bad, but she was pregnant. Also, Yang Dingtian really didn't have such feelings at this time. He took a deep breath and said, Ziluo, tell me, what should I do to make you feel better so that you can immediately order the transfer of the sea tribe troops? The Mermaid Queen said, I want you to give me the eye of the primeval Naga. Are you willing? This treasure was the only thing that could melt the dark matter. It was the only thing that could enter and exit the Empire of Darkness and the Mermaid Empire. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. Among Yang Dingtian's many treasures, it was ranked at the top. Okay. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and directly handed it to her. The Mermaid Queen was stunned. Then she returned it and said, I'm just joking with you. This is your lifeblood. I won't take it. Yang Dingtian said, This is not my lifeblood. This is the lifeblood of your Mermaid Empire. I won't use this thing to threaten you. The mermaid queen held the eye of the primeval Naga and laughed coldly. Yang Dingtian, are you so childish? Just because someone provoked you, you take out something? Yes, I'm childish. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Okay, you're childish, but I'm not. Take it back. The mermaid queen said, I'll give the order for the sea folk army to move. You said you want it, so I'll give it to you. If I give it to you, I won't take it back. Yang Dingtian said firmly. The mermaid queen said, Aren't you afraid that after I take this item, I will fall out with you and even stand together with Demon King Wen Tian? Yang Dingtian said, I've made a decision. I'm willing to accept any consequences. In an instant, the mermaid queen found it hard to back down. Her gaze turned gentle, and her tone became gentle as she said, Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry. I feel uncomfortable for some reason, and that's why I got angry at you. This thing is yours. It's very important to you. Take it back. I'll use my fastest speed to send the Sea Folk army to the northern defense line of the human kingdom. I won't be angry anymore. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. Then he said, Ziluo, I won't take it back. Through this matter, I want to tell you that you have to take responsibility for everything you say. The mermaid queen's expression turned ugly. Are you going to be angry with me until the end? Aren't you afraid that I'll throw it away? Yang Dingtian's gaze softened. His voice also became gentle. Even if we're not husband and wife, we're just close comrades. What's the point of taking this thing? Why do you have to make such a clear distinction? The mermaid queen looked at the eye of the primeval Naga in her hand. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Then she kept it. Next, the mermaid queen violets began to announce that the Mermaid Empire would directly form an alliance with the human kingdom. They would directly own 100,000 miles of sea and establish a new mermaid empire. Yang Dingtian was originally worried that Violets would go back on her words and cause the mermaid empire to be dissatisfied. But in reality, he worried too much. Violets had been the queen for God knows how many years. All the mermaid race were completely blind. Moreover, they didn't have any concept of the human kingdom and evil ways. They didn't care much about who they formed an alliance with or who they were enemies with. They only cared about one thing, whether they could escape from the imprisonment space and whether they could have a new home. Violets said that they could directly own 100,000 miles of sea. Immediately, the entire mermaid empire was in an uproar. Then, under the command of the mermaid queen, the first wave of the sea folk army marched majestically towards the door of darkness. Yang Dingtian and the mermaid queen led the army to the human kingdom without stopping at the same time. Dongli, Liming, Mudan, and the other first-class and second-class evil spirits officially left the Dark Realm. They passed through the Void Fissure Fire, crossed the border of the Abyss, and arrived at the extreme north of the world of ice and snow. Then, the group flew to the Sky Demon City at the fastest speed, to the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. If they had been a few hours later, they would have run into the scene of the Sea Folk army marching majestically towards the human kingdom. That's right, in less than a month, Li Ming and the other evil spirits had hunted enough demon spirits in the second Dark Realm. Now, the second Dark Realm was absolutely safe for them because they basically didn't encounter any elemental creatures. In the entire second Dark Realm, almost all the demon spirits that appeared outside were demon spirits, and they were all high-level demon spirits. Any other team, even if they were saint-level, would be in fatal danger when faced with high-level demon spirits. They might even be wiped out. But Li Ming's evil spirit team was completely slaughtering these demon spirits. These silly demon spirits were completely stunned when faced with the evil spirit energy. They stood there motionless, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. And most importantly, this evil spirit team didn't need to search for demon spirits all over the world. The aura of evil spirits was a fatal temptation to demon spirits, especially when more than a dozen first-class and second-class evil spirits gathered together. It was simply a super evil spirit energy amplifier. All the demon spirits within a few hundred miles took the initiative to come to the door. So in a short period of time, this team hunted a terrifying number of demon spirits, almost wiping out all the demon spirits in the second dark realm. Li Ming and the others didn't have to wait for long. After a few hours, the Queen Devil Queen came out of the Empire of Darkness. "Have you hunted enough?" the Queen Devil Queen asked. Li Ming nodded and said, "There's still a lot left." "Let's go. Immediately forge the Chaos Emperor armor and revive His Majesty the Demon King's body." The Queen Devil Queen said. Li Ming said, "Are we giving up just like that?" "Seizing Yang Dingtian should be the first choice." The Queen Devil Queen said, "There's basically no chance of seizing Yang Dingtian's body. Wu Yu is completely on his side. Moreover, he has created a very heaven-defying technique. Even a saint-rank powerhouse will find it difficult to defeat him in one fell swoop." Li Ming said with a trembling voice, "How is that possible?" The Queen Devil Queen said, "He has created a black hole attack that can directly devour any energy, including the energy of a saint-rank powerhouse." Li Ming was speechless. He couldn't believe it. The Queen Devil Queen said, "We really have to hurry. Otherwise, when he breaks through to the saint rank, our evil ways will be completely helpless against him." Li Ming nodded. Then the Queen Devil Queen took out her magic wand and melted the dark matter. She led the many evil spirits into the Empire of Darkness. Tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts of the Mermaid Empire, carrying millions of mermaid warriors, went to the dark door in the ice and snow at the fastest speed. Although they were swimming in the water, the speed of these ancient giant beasts was still very, very fast. Their swimming speed reached nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Tens of thousands of giant beasts moved together quickly. The entire seabed of the Mermaid Empire trembled violently. In less than a day and night, Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen led tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts and millions of mermaid warriors to the front of the giant dark door. The Mermaid Queen Violets took out the eye of the primeval Naga and melted the rotating giant dark door. The melting became bigger and bigger. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. Violets kept injecting mystical chi. Finally, the entire giant dark door was melted to a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. "Forward," Violets ordered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, giant beasts, carrying countless mermaid warriors, rushed out of the giant dark door and rushed directly into the world of ice and snow. Then the ancient giant beasts and mermaid warriors all released powerful fire energy. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, the ice and snow in their path all melted into water. The ancient giant beasts dived into the water and then quickly went south. 1, 2, 3, 4 feet, 5. Countless ancient giant beasts leaped out of the dark door one after another, all of them releasing powerful fire energy. Suddenly, the ice and snow in the surrounding tens of thousands of meters and hundreds of miles all melted into water. Wherever the ancient giant beasts passed, the ice and snow all melted. Under the leadership of the Mermaid Warrior General, they went south, south, south. At the same time, the entire sky above the ice and snow was densely packed with winged cavalry of the Council of Light. Thousands of winged cavalry lined up in a line and guided the migrating sea race army into the sea. For this operation, the Council of Light mobilized countless troops and forces. All the people on the coastal land where the sea race army was stationed in the sea had been evacuated. All the ships in this sea area had also been evacuated. Qin Wanchou personally led the winged cavalry in this operation. In the sky, huge ancient giant beasts rushed out of the ice layer and melted the ice and snow into the sea. Then dozens, hundreds, thousands of primordial beasts cruised through the ice and snow of the melted sea and quickly headed south. Qin Wanchou had goosebumps all over his body. It was truly a spectacular scene. The Council of Light only had one ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao, and it was already invincible on the sea. Now, there were tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts. This was really the most powerful navy in history. The Council of Light's navy was already very powerful, but in front of this army it was really like a toy. The thousands of ancient giant beasts were endless. Finally, they formed a 1,000-mile formation and quickly went south. After more than a day and a night, the 10,000 ancient giant beasts completely rushed out of the giant dark door and completely left the Mermaid Empire. When the last ancient giant beast rushed out of the giant dark door, there were already thousands of giant beasts leading millions of Mermaid Empire soldiers into the humans' northern Zhongzhou Sea area. They melted more than 10,000 miles of ice and snow and entered the northern sea area. The moment they entered the sea area, they saw the sky and the deep sea. Countless mermaid warriors, almost going crazy, let out an incomparably enthusiastic cheer. After the excitement, they began to gather neatly and waited for the mermaid queen to give the garrison order. At the same time, in the Empire of Darkness, the largest dark castle started to turn. Countless energy tentacles in the castle crazily absorbed the energy of several continents and welcomed the refining array. Then, countless demon spirits were thrown into the refining array one by one. One after another, there were countless of them. In the end, more than 1,000 demon spirits were all thrown into the refining array. Then, the entire refining array exploded with a shocking light, almost illuminating the entire Empire of Darkness. These thousands of demon spirits were just to forge the Chaos Emperor armor. After the Chaos Emperor armor was completed, the Demon King Wen Tian would be truly resurrected. He could leave the Skirich imperial capital, leave the throne of darkness, and leave the Empire of Darkness. At that time, the apocalyptic war would truly begin, and he would truly rule the world. Chapter 965. What would a Chaos Emperor armor made from more than 1,000 demon spirits look like? It was completely unimaginable. The dark castles left behind by the Dark Empire, the refining array, and the fusion array were really like the 3D printers of the Earth era. As long as there were enough materials and a complete formula, anything could be printed. The Dark Dragon, Dark Owl Dragon, and the terrifying Burrowing Dragon were all formulas left behind by the ancient martial arts civilization. The Chaos Emperor armor was also a formula left behind from the ancient times. However, its level was much higher than the Dark Dragon and Dark Owl Dragon. Among the countless dark castles, there was only one that could forge such an amazing Chaos Emperor armor. Moreover, the energy required to make a Chaos Emperor armor was more than 1,000 times that of a Dark Dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. From this, it could be seen how amazing the Chaos Emperor armor was. The huge dark castles were operating crazily. The demon territory which was closest to it was being devoured crazily. The entire continent of the demon territory began to collapse, causing violent earthquakes. The intense tremors could be felt even by the evil ways thousands of miles away. Of course, it would take a long time for the refining array to completely refine the energy of more than 1,000 demon spirits. At the same time, on the ground of the human nations, under the amazing organizing power of the Council of Light, countless people in the north were retreating south. The final statistics showed that more than 200 million people were retreating. The people in the territory from 50,000 miles to 100,000 miles would all become a war zone. All the people here were retreating south. The retreating area included the north, the Sunset Mountains of the northwest mainland, the Land of Chaos, and the north central region. The total land area was more than 40 million square kilometers, which was close to 1/3 of the total land area of the human nations. For this evacuation, the Council of Light used more than 10 million troops. They used more than 1 million flying and land mounts. They used more than 10,000 different types of ships. This was the largest evacuation in history. Looking down from the sky, one could see that almost every road was filled with people who were moving and evacuating. It was unknown how many bustling cities had been emptied out. In the territory in the south, Countless houses were built, like raindrops. With the Council of Light's incomparably powerful organizational capabilities and massive amounts of resources, although the entire evacuation process was incomparably complicated, it was also relatively smooth. In this world of ice and snow, more than 10,000 kilometers of ice and snow had been completely melted into a temporary river that was several hundred kilometers wide. Countless ancient behemoths of the Mermaid Empire, along with millions of mermaid warriors, were still moving south in a steady stream. Yang Dingtian watched from the sky until the last ancient giant beast rushed out of the giant dark door and swam towards the sea 10,000 li south. Then he and the Queen of the Mermaid Empire flew into the sky and headed south together. Soon, the rotating dark door was closed by the dark matter again. Following the departure of the ancient giant beast, the water continued to condense. A day and a night later, the last ancient giant beast rushed into the deep sea. At this time, from the central continent to the northwest continent, tens of thousands of miles of sea were filled with an astonishing number of ancient giant beasts. Fortunately, these ancient beasts were different from Xiao Xiao. Their energy requirements did not come directly from food. Instead, it came from the direct exchange with the ocean environment. They were somewhat like plants. Of course, they would also eat fish, prawns, and sea beasts. Therefore, for the time being, these ancient giant beasts had a huge impact on the ecology of the sea. Therefore, in the agreement drawn up by the Council of Light, the number of these ancient giant beasts would be greatly reduced in the future. It would probably be reduced to less than 1/10 of the current number. Next, this group of ancient giant beasts and millions of mermaid warriors would have to defend more than 100,000 li of sea. They and mermaid warriors could be seen at any part of the sea in the war zone. For the time being, they would completely replace the navies of the human countries. At this time, the upper echelons of the Council of Light and the Mermaid Empire were closely arranging the changes in defense. As for Yang Dingtian, he could not wait until the Mermaid Empire finished setting up the defense. Who knew how long that would take? He bid farewell to the Queen of the Mermaid Empire, Violets. "I'll leave this place to you, please," Yang Dingtian said. After the inexplicable madness, the Queen of the Mermaid had become much calmer and more serious. She nodded her head. Then Yang Dingtian directly tore space and flew in the direction of the spatial tear. At this time, Yang Dingtian's position was the closest to the spatial tear from the end of the infernal domain. When Yang Dingtian passed by the sky above the infernal domain, suddenly he heard a series of loud noises. The entire infernal domain seemed to have experienced the end of the world. Tens of thousands of li of the infernal domain and countless giant mountains were crazily collapsing. Countless pieces of land were terrifyingly torn apart. The entire infernal domain was undergoing a terrifying upheaval. Originally, there was a layer of blood-red energy fog above the infernal domain, but now it was gradually turning black. There were also countless bolts of lightning that crazily tore the air apart. Yang Dingtian felt that some kind of upheaval was definitely happening in the Empire of Darkness. From the northern end of the infernal domain, Yang Dingtian opened a spatial door and jumped into the spatial tear. Then he flew tens of thousands of li and arrived at the connection between the spatial tear and the little western paradise. He opened another spatial door and left the spatial tear. Suddenly, the incomparably huge Mount Buzhou appeared in front of him again. Yang Dingtian quickly flew over. After a while, Yang Dingtian had already landed on Mount Buzhou. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't painstakingly climb the mountain. Instead, he directly went to the entrance of the High Priest Association and used his celestial qi to melt a few thousand meters of thick snow. Then he came in front of the mountain gate. At this time, Yang Dingtian was really embarrassed in his heart. He had just left the High Priest Association a few days ago. Logically speaking, it was normal for him to visit a few decades later. In the end, he came again a few days later. This feeling was really awkward. But, fortunately, The entire High Priest Association was meditating at this time. Basically, only Neru was awake. After a while, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand to knock on the stone door. He used his celestial qi to knock on the door. So even though the sound wasn't loud, it was enough to transmit into the depths of the High Priest Association. Then he stood outside and waited. After a few minutes, the stone door opened. Inside was a bald Neru. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Neru's eyes widened. It was as if she was saying, "Why are you here again? Wu Yu, are you already pregnant?" Neru smiled. "You want to take me away? You're too impatient." Yang Dingtian's face turned red. He said, "Madam Neru, I'm here to borrow books." "Oh, that's fine," Neru said. "You're Mr. Nihility's successor. You can borrow any of the books here." Then, Yang Dingtian followed Neru into the High Priest Association. "What kind of books do you want to borrow?" Neru asked. Yang Dingtian, "It's about the difference between sword soul skills and human mystical skills. There's also the difference between a sword soul and a human body, etc." Neru nodded and said there is. Although sword soul has declined in Little Western Paradise, it was once passed down. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He asked, "Why did it decline?" Neru said, "Compared to humans, the cost of cultivating sword soul in Little Western Paradise is much higher. Also, the power of sword soul is much lower. Perhaps we are weaker than humans in terms of our soul and brain." Yang Dingtian, "But I feel that the demon fox race is smarter." Neru said, "That's because we take a longer time to develop, and you guys don't use your brain well enough. But don't worry. Because of this, the High Priest Association has done a lot of research on sword soul and left behind many works." Then Neru said, "What do you want to achieve?" Yang Dingtian, "I want to use my consciousness to control soul swords and complete soul skills." Neru said, "Have you already used the Naga Royalty Demon Core on your soul swords?" Yang Dingtian, "Yes." "How is it?" Neru asked. "Its power is amazing." Yang Dingtian, "But my sword soul is still too young. It can't use soul skills." Neru said, "Yang Dingtian, a few priests in the High Priest Association have studied your direction for a long time." Yang Dingtian was surprised. "Really? What's the result?" Neru shook her head and said, "It's a failure, and she has already given up. She spent about 1,000 years on this topic." Yang Dingtian said happily, "Then she must have walked very far in this area. Who is this person?" "A demon fox." Neru said, "Actually, she was a demon fox martial artist and a sword soul worshipper. But because of her soul and brain, her sword soul cultivation was very slow. So, she did a lot of research on sword souls. She was able to enter the High Priest Association because of her research on sword souls." "It's actually her?" Yang Dingtian was really surprised. This woman had a fox face and was a woman full of special charm. He didn't expect her to study sword souls. Yang Dingtian continued, "Then if I don't understand something, can I communicate with her? Can I awaken her meditation?" Neru said, "Usually not. But if it's you, I think there won't be a problem." Then, Neru led Yang Dingtian deeper and deeper. After several tens of thousands of meters, they arrived in front of an incomparably huge library. The collection of books here was even bigger than the Silver Palace Library. Neru directly led them to a study room and said, "Here, they are all books on sword souls." Yang Dingtian looked up. There were more than 10,000 books. God knows how long it would take to finish all of them. The great war of destruction was about to erupt. Yang Dingtian didn't have that much time to read these books. If it was the energy library, Yang Dingtian could directly enter meditation to read. Yang Dingtian asked, "Your Excellency Neru, has Lady Demon Fox finished reading all the books here?" Neru nodded. Not only has she read these books, she has also memorized them. Yang Dingtian said, Then can I awaken her now?" I want to ask her directly. Nero said, How much time do you have? I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, Maybe in a few days the Temple of Annihilation will send a declaration of war to the human kingdom. Nero said, Then it's definitely too late to ask her in reality. Why don't you directly enter the demon fox high priest's meditation world? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Is this okay? Directly entering someone else's meditation world required a very, very intimate relationship. Sleeping together and entering someone else's meditation world was even more intimate than entering someone else's body. Nero said, She has a good impression of you, so you can try. Moreover, the topic of your research is exactly what she wants to break through. Of course, this is still very difficult, because if you enter her meditation world, it means that her brain is not guarded against you. You can cause fatal damage to her at any time. Basically, no one would agree to others entering their brain world, even if they are as close as husband and wife. Then, Nero brought Yang Dingtian to the outside of a stone room. At this moment, the stone door was tightly shut. Nero hesitated for a moment, but still pushed the door and entered. Inside the stone room, it was a completely different world. Everywhere was snow white. This demon fox high priest indeed had the face of a fox. The entire room was covered with snow white fur. Even the walls and ceiling were covered with snow white soft fur. Entering the room was like entering the clouds. And the entire stone room was decorated with a few luminous pearls, illuminating the stone room. When stepping into this snow-white world, Nero hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Yang Dingtian took a look and immediately retreated, then immediately turned around, because the demon fox high priest was not wearing anything. She hoped to completely release herself into meditation. In front of her, there was a crystal ball. Nero walked forward gently, pressed her jade hand on the crystal ball, and injected a bit of energy. Immediately, the demon fox high priest trembled and immediately woke up. Seeing that it was actually Nero who woke her up, her face was incomparably furious. Her gaze was cold as she said, "What are you doing?" In her gaze, she did not hide the hostility and coldness towards Nero at all. "If you don't give me a sufficient reason today, I won't let you off," the demon fox said coldly. Yang Dingtian immediately said from outside, "Yang Dingtian greets the demon fox." Hearing Yang Dingtian's voice, the demon fox's voice softened a little and said, "Oh, it's you. You haven't left yet. Why are you looking for me?" Yang Dingtian was about to say. The demon fox inside said, "Oh, come in and talk." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think it's better for me to talk outside." The demon fox casually picked up a long snow-white fox fur coat, put it on, and then said, "Come in and talk." Yes. Yang Dingtian walked in the Empire of Darkness. After dozens of hours, finally, the loud noise from the dark castle stopped, and the light gradually dimmed. The Chaos Emperor armor was completed. "Take out my contracted body," the Demon King Wintian's voice said. "Yes," Queen Devil Queen said, and then carried out the energy jade coffin. Chapter 966. The Queen Devil Queen carried the energy jade coffin and flew to the sky above the dark castle's fusion array. At this moment, there was an armor floating in the huge, melting array. This was the Chaos Emperor armor that was forged by 1,000 demon spirits through the refining array and the fusion array, overdrawing the energy of the entire demon domain. This was probably the most awe-inspiring armor in history. Its entire body was extremely dark. When it was black to the extreme, it was darkness that swallowed all light. It was completely wrapped from head to toe without a single hole. Normally, it was completely impossible to wear it. There were 2 sharp horns on the top of the armor's head. The position of the eyes was still flickering with the light of flames, constantly jumping. On the back of the armor, there was a pair of faintly discernible wings. The back, arms, and legs of the armor were all covered with sharp barbs. Streaks of strange light flowed on the armor. This was really the most terrifying armor in history, and also the most awe-inspiring armor. The Queen Devil Queen threw the jade coffin containing the body directly into the melting array. In an instant, the entire jade coffin was instantly reduced to ashes. A body suddenly drilled into the black shadow of the Chaos Emperor armor. Immediately, the entire Chaos Black armor seemed to have come to life, completely devouring this body inch by inch. The darkness that erupted almost swallowed the entire castle. This body suddenly let out a demon-like roar. Then, inch by inch, it was completely devoured and wrapped by the entire Chaos Emperor armor. A moment later, this Demon King's contracted body and the Chaos Emperor armor were completely fused together. Only in this way could it accommodate the Demon King Wentian's terrifying cultivation and energy and not be reduced to ashes. "Your Majesty, it's your turn," the Queen Devil Queen said. The Demon King Wentian's black shadow sat on the throne of darkness. At this moment, without the protection of the evil spirit, the energy in his body would quickly dissipate when he left the throne of darkness. Ever since he sat on this throne, he had never left the Skirich imperial capital. Although he couldn't breathe, he still took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly turned into a black shadow. Whoosh! His soul and the energy in his body leaped into the grand fusion formation. Only in the fusion array could his energy and soul enter the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Incomparably powerful cultivation energy poured into the contracted body of the Chaos Emperor armor. His entire body let out a heaven-shaking roar. The entire Castle of Darkness shook violently. The infernal continent above the Empire of Darkness was once again turned upside down. This contracted body was originally unable to withstand the Demon King Wentian's terrifying cultivation. 200 years ago, the Demon King Wentian and Nihility Piaoling had both reached the half-saint realm. After that, the Demon King Wentian devoured the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit and instantly broke through to the saint rank. That was not all. On the throne of darkness, it was constantly devouring terrifying energy. Therefore, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the saint level. Of course, after 200 years of devouring on the throne of darkness, he should have broken through to the demigod realm. Unfortunately, he was only a human after all. His energy reserve and profound veins were limited. He would never be able to break through to the demigod realm. That was the realm of the Naga. Therefore, his cultivation had always been fixed at the peak of the saint level. But even so, this contracted body could not withstand such powerful energy at all. It would be turned into ashes in almost an instant. However, the contracted body had already completely fused with the primal Chaos Emperor armor. As for the Devil King Wentian's possession, it was not only the possession of the soul, but also the profound veins and qi. Therefore, the contracted body inside was completely destroyed over and over again. But there was no other way. Its entire body was imprisoned and modified by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Therefore, it could not be destroyed even if it wanted to. Just like that, amidst the trembling of the entire Darkness Empire, amidst the collapse of the Demon City, the Demon King Wentian's soul, energy reserve, profound veins, and cultivation were all poured into the contracted body. They were all completely covered by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. However, the fusion formation of the Castle of Darkness stopped spinning. The Demon King Wentian slowly descended. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, the Demon King Wentian walked out of the Castle of Darkness step by step. Instantly, everyone knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Demon King. Congratulations on your rebirth, Your Majesty, Demon King." The Demon King Wentian slowly stretched out his hand. Of course, it was completely covered by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Then he stroked his face and body. Finally, he had a body again. It felt so good to be able to touch it. Devil King Wen Tian slowly walked in front of Devil Empress' dead concubine and extended his hand to caress her incomparably beautiful face. It had been 200 years since the last time he touched her. Ha 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 ha! The Demon King Wen Tian laughed in a low voice. His voice was like the roar of the earth being torn apart, like the roar of flames burning. His laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, it was like thunder. Boom! Then a pair of burning dark flame wings suddenly appeared on his back. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, towards the peak of the Skirich imperial capital. He flew higher and higher. In the end, he flew to the peak of the Skirich imperial capital. His body had also become incomparably huge, so that the people below could see him even if they were thousands of miles away. I, the Demon King Wen Tian, have waited for this moment for many years. From today onwards, I am the ruler of the entire world. From today onwards, the entire world will tremble in my evil claws. I want fear and darkness to completely engulf the entire chaotic world. God of Chaos, today is the beginning of my true challenge to you. Today is the beginning of a new era for the entire world. From today onwards, the entire world will be the world of my evil ways. Ha 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 ha! Immediately, everyone in the Skirich imperial capital flew out and knelt in the air. All the Legion of Doom in the dark castle knelt. All the dark dragons and dark wyverns knelt in the air. Long live the Demon King! Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The Demon King Wen Tian instantly arrived in the celestial palace of the Skirich imperial capital after a few flashes. He actually flashed a distance of thousands of miles in an instant. This flash technique even surpassed the saint-level demon spirits. This was because this chaos black armor was forged by more than 1,000 demon spirits. Therefore, in terms of flash technique, it was equivalent to 1,000 demon spirit mist clothes. Of course, its damage resistance was also equivalent to 1,000 demon spirit black armor. Therefore, in the entire world, except for Naga, the Demon King Wen Tian was not only invincible. In the entire world, no one could hurt him in the slightest, except for Naga. The Demon King Wen Tian sat on his dark throne. His entire body had once again turned into a 100-meter-tall giant. In the hall a few hundred meters below, thousands of people were kneeling. All the elites of the evil ways were already here. Devil Queen, what's going on with Yang Dingtian's Naga sword soul in the Empire of Darkness? The Demon King Wen Tian asked. Devil Queen bowed and said, Your Majesty, you once had a Naga royalty demon core in the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian briefly came into contact with it when he was in the Netherworld Sea. Perhaps it has something to do with it. But please rest assured, Your Majesty, Yang Dingtian is completely powerless to use the Naga royalty sword soul. Last time, the Naga royalty sword soul only sensed the sorrowful cries of Naga Dugushwang, so it attacked to save him. A few days ago, in the sacred land of the Naga Empire, Yang Dingtian was in danger. Violets and Poisa almost died in the hands of Hai Exin. But the Naga royalty sword soul still did not attack, so it can be seen that Yang Dingtian cannot use the Naga royalty sword soul again. Then Devil Queen said, Moreover, the Naga royalty demon core has been returned to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association by Wu Yu a few years ago. If Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu entered the Little Western Paradise to ask for it, they would definitely enter the Skull Hall and fall into Yongshi's hands. But the two of them are still safe and sound, so they must have seen through Yongshi's plan. Currently, Yang Dingtian's hopes are all placed on finding the Naga Dugushwang. The Demon King Wen Tian said, Then send a declaration of war to the human countries. The great war of extinction has begun. As you command. Devil Queen bowed. The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, The great war of extinction that occurs once every 200 years has begun again. However, it will only be a one-sided massacre, and there won't be another 200 years of reincarnation. This time, I want the human countries to have more than 1 billion deaths. Human countries, Tiando League, Council of Light, begin the countdown to the end of the world. Mount Bujo, inside the Grand Priest Association. The demon fox Grand Priest with the face of a fox was wearing a fox fur coat. After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, she became very excited because this was exactly the same direction as her research. After calming her rapid breathing, the demon fox Grand Priest said, "Are you sure you want to use your consciousness to control the soul swords and use the soul skill 10,000 swords return to origin?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, demon fox. You have researched the sword soul for more than 1,000 years, so I want to ask for your guidance and help. So, you want to enter my brain and meditate with me? In the endless meditation world, you want to learn what I have learned over 1,000 years." The demon fox Grand Priest said, "I'm ashamed, but it's like this." Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "This request was very rude. Once again, entering someone else's brain was more private and more dangerous than entering someone else's body." The demon fox Grand Priest said, "You should know that my research direction is exactly the same as yours. Because my bloodline is more similar to a demon fox, my brain is not as strong as a human's. Therefore, it is very difficult for the sword soul to grow. Therefore, I want to use my consciousness to control the sword soul. I have worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I have failed. Furthermore, no one in history has succeeded. You only have less than half a month's time. Are you sure you want to spend your time on this?" Yang Dingtian said, "I'm sorry, I have no other choice." The demon fox Grand Priest closed her eyes for a long time. After that, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Sir Yang Dingtian. Although I'm very, very excited that you have chosen the same research topic as me, I still can't agree. But I still can't agree to let you enter my meditation world to study the sword soul." Yang Dingtian's face darkened. He didn't blame her, but only felt that it was a pity. This was very normal. No one was willing to let others enter the depths of their brain. This meant that they were completely defenseless. "Thank you, Demon Fox Grand Priest. I can completely understand." Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again. The Demon Fox Grand Priest shook her head and said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, the reason why I rejected you is not because you want to enter my brain. It's because I have failed in my research for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, my direction is wrong. If you follow my direction, you will only go further and further, and it will be futile. Therefore, in the precious time before the apocalyptic war, you should try something more promising." Yang Dingtian said, "May I ask, Demon Fox, what is the direction of your research? What method do you want to use to allow your consciousness to learn sword soul skills?" The Demon Fox Grand Priest said, "Let's use the 10,000 swords return as an example. My method is to modify the entire 10,000 swords return scrolls code. I wanted to learn from the sword soul to the human consciousness. However, it will be unleashed through the soul sword." Yang Dingtian said, "Please forgive me for being direct, Demon Fox. Your direction is definitely wrong. The deeper you research, the more you will go in the opposite direction. This is because this 10,000 swords return requires the sword soul to control the treasured sword to unleash it. Other than the sword soul, the soul scrolls Sea of Aura and Xian Meridians are also the main topic of unleashing it. If you modify it for humans to learn, it will be suitable for humans, Xian Meridians, and Sea of Aura. Then it will be no different from normal Xian skills. The soul sword will not be able to unleash it." The Demon Fox Grand Priest said bitterly, "You are right. I spent countless years to modify it. I did learn it. However, I unleashed it myself and not the soul sword. This is a very strong Xian skill. However, on humans, it is only a very normal Xian skill. It is because of this that I lost all hope and gave up on this research." Yang Dingtian said, "Demon Fox, I have a direction. Do you want to hear it?" The Demon Fox Grand Priest said, "Please say it. However, please forgive me for being direct. This field is very profound. You have not learned much. Any opinions and directions you have might be ignorant and childish. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Let me give you an example. In our world, there is no need to worry. In our world, there is something called a computer. There is another thing called a cell phone. The software running in the two machines is completely different. The format is also different. Therefore, the software on the cell phone cannot be run on the computer. The software on the computer also cannot be run on the cell phone. It is just like how sword soul skills cannot be unleashed on the human body. However, in our world, although the software on the computer is different, it can be run on the cell phone. As long as we install a simulator, it will be fine. Therefore, what we need to do is to create a simulator. It will allow our consciousness to directly unleash soul skills. However, it will still be unleashed through the soul sword." Immediately, the demon fox was completely stunned. Yang Dingtian's unconstrained idea was like a bolt of lightning. It completely tore apart her hazy sky and illuminated her direction. She instinctively felt that Yang Dingtian's direction was right. Immediately, the blood in her body was about to boil. Then she said excitedly, "Quick, let's start immediately. Immediately enter my meditation world." The demon fox pulled off the fox fur on her body. She could not wait